This story began with the girl desperately screaming that His Majesty could not just up and leave her. But her words about her being his life partner did not make any impression on the guy. Emperor Alex Castia's expression did not change, no matter how many tears his wife shed. Moreover, he stated that he never considered Rebellia to be his only one, so he did not know why she thought so. The guy reminded about the existence of Empress Aisha, whom his wife always considered just a concubine. Hearing this, the emperor laughed maliciously and looked at the lady, saying that she was living in her own illusions. Rebellia only now finally realized that for her, everything was now irrevocably over. But the Miss could not believe that her own husband could be so cruel to her. And Alex himself at that moment hugged his new wife, saying that he was taking away Rebellia's status as empress. Aisha just blinked her cute eyes and silently watched the whole situation because she wanted to seem cute. Then she suddenly turned away sharply so as not to meet the gaze of the emperor's ex-wife. Rebellia, on the other hand, peered with all her might at the two people in front of her, searching for even a drop of pity in them. But Castia dispelled all the lady's last hopes by informing her that he had simply used her father, Blanche. The former empress could not believe that she had never really been loved and that the whole marriage had been a lie. She desperately stretched her hands towards the emperor, hoping that he was just joking or that this was all a bad dream. But no matter how much Rebellia screamed, sitting on the cold floor, absolutely nothing changed around her. The main character could not bear such a sad fate of the girl from the book, so she was horrified. She did not understand why the emperor could not simply separate from his wife and live separately. This story was about a lady who gets into a romance where she becomes an empress and wins the love of an emperor. There were a great many such books about love, since such a plot between couples was common. However, the reader did not understand why the emperor stopped loving Rebellia, with whom he initially had only a marriage of convenience. However, in the end, the guy fell in love with another girl, and even left his first and devoted wife because of this. As a result, Rebellia, who was no longer cared for by servants, died from an illness she contracted due to hypothermia. And after this, the ruler placed a new empress on the throne, who was originally just a concubine. For this, the heroine considered the character from the novel a disgusting person because he made Rebellia suffer. She was so engrossed in her novel that she didn't notice how it was getting close to the middle of the night, but the girl herself had to get up early, which is why it was undesirable to go to bed too late. So she quickly went to bed to at least regain some strength for tomorrow's work. But, to her great surprise, the heroine woke up not in her own body, as she expected before going to bed. Around her was old-fashioned, but well-kept and neat furniture, as well as very spacious rooms. Moreover, the lady immediately noticed the not entirely modern clothes on the people around her, who obediently bowed to her. Moreover, now the girl herself looks completely different, from her appearance to her clothes. The heroine somehow ended up in the body of a minor character named Rebellia from the book from Korea. But the girl couldn't understand how and why she suddenly ended up in this female body. At first, the lady thought it was all a dream and tried hard to wake up, pinching herself and hitting her cheeks with her hands. However, even the cold water poured from the bucket did not help the Miss wake up. It only frightened her own servant. Finally, the girl had to admit that she was not sleeping at all, so it was useless to try to wake up. Then the current Rebellia decided that she should first calm down and not panic. The girl did not understand why such a quiet and obedient empress, in which she found herself, was not made the main one. Suddenly, the lady heard her maids talking about His Majesty and realized that they were talking about her husband. Now she would not want to see him at all, because in the novel he made Rebellia's life a living hell. However, the heroine asked the servants to make her as beautiful as possible. The maids had long wanted to do something new with the image of their mistress, so they were very happy with this opportunity. The girls quickly ran off to get clothes and jewelry, leaving the empress alone for now. Seeing their zeal, the lady thought that she felt sorry for her assistants, because they sincerely wanted to help her. The fact is that the heroine did not intend to live the life of Rebellia, but on the contrary wanted to leave the title of Empress. Although the lady was dressed very beautifully and the outfit perfectly matched her hair, the Miss remained serious. She looked around and concluded that the maids had brought her to His Majesty's office. When the heroine entered, Alex smiled at her affectionately, since he had been waiting for his first wife for a long time. It was the first time in her life that she had seen a guy in person, so she was very surprised at how handsome he was. The emperor himself did not even pay attention to his wife's emotions, only asking what she wanted. Rebellia stated that she should have no special reason to meet her husband, and he invited her to sit down. Looking at him, the lady thought that the empress had to survive in very difficult conditions. The heroine guessed that she had entered the novel before the main story began, and Aisha had only been in the palace for 6 months. So, at this point, Alex was just beginning to cool off towards Rebellia, leaving for his concubine. The emperor himself noticed that his wife was somewhat thoughtful, and so he asked her what was the matter. Rebellia smiled with feigned affection and cheerfulness, and replied that something had indeed happened to her. Alex didn't expect this, because the lady was usually extremely silent, so he was quite surprised. And Rebellia, unexpectedly for everyone, suddenly asked the emperor with a smile to divorce her as soon as possible. At first, the emperor thought that his wife was just joking, because such words were unheard of insolence. But the lady was more serious than ever, and fully expected that her husband would only get angry at her words. After all the time spent in the palace, Rebellia coped well with her affairs, solving internal issues. According to the story, in order to get at least a little love and approval from the emperor, she allowed him to be with Aisha. However, the current heroine had no intention of doing anything like that, so she really wanted to get a divorce. Rebellia said that she had been thinking about something like this for a long time, so she only sees this as an outcome for them. But the emperor did not agree with his wife because she had performed her duties well for all 3 years. However, the girl continued to insist that she was a worthless empress and therefore wanted to leave this position. The heroine declared that she was not fit to be the ruler's wife and looked at him in the hope that her husband would understand. Alex silently looked at the lady in front of him, trying to understand what was going on in her beautiful and intelligent head. The boy then asked if the empress was upset that he had not visited her personally lately. Miss didn't expect the ruler to come to exactly this conclusion, so she stared at him in surprise. Alex asked for forgiveness for his behavior, explaining that there were complicated matters in the empire. Hearing that her husband was going to come to her every day now, the lady nervously clutched her dress with her hands. She remembered Rebellia's heroic death very well, and therefore did not believe a single word of the emperor. So, smiling sweetly, the heroine said that her husband would surely find someone much better to take her place. The girl even said that she would not mind if Aisha became empress, but the ruler remained silent. To the great surprise of the current Rebellia, Alex suddenly said that she did not have to worry about the concubine. He explained that he had taken this lady into the palace only in order to establish communication with other states. The emperor also added that Aisha had only been here for 6 months and did not attract him. Smiling, the guy said that taking the place of his first wife was not so easy, so she should not be afraid. Rebellia looked closely at her husband's expression and realized that he thought she was jealous. But the lady did not even consider the concubine to be her rival, which she openly told the emperor. The girl stated that she simply realized that she was not suitable for the role of empress, and that is why she wanted a divorce. Smiling tenderly once again, the lady asked the emperor to let her go in peace. But it was clear from the ruler's face that he did not like this proposal from his own wife at all. Suddenly, he asked the miss whether her father would allow her to do something like this, since he himself had married her off. The heroine immediately remembered Duke Blanchet, who practically never appeared in the story of the novel. At the same time, the lady was very surprised that the ruler even spoke about her father, since they had not communicated. That rich man had lost the trust of the previous emperor, so he tried his best to please the current one. That is why the father personally ordered Rebellia to marry the ruler in order to win his trust. She didn't know what kind of agreement Duke Blanche had made with Alex, but she wanted a peaceful life for herself. So the girl said that, according to the laws of the empire, the consent of the husband and wife is sufficient for divorce. Since the heroine had learned all the necessary legal articles, she was confident that she was right on this matter. To this, the ruler objected that in the history of the empire, there had not been a single case of divorce among emperors. Alex really didn't like this whole conversation, so he couldn't even hold back and clenched his teeth. The guy asked with displeasure why the lady wanted this divorce so much, and stated that he still did not agree. In his view, it was impossible to simply up and refuse the position of First Empress. Rebellia was prepared for this outcome of events, so her expression didn't even change at all. Alex suddenly and unexpectedly declared that he was ready to do anything for the girl, except the divorce that she so desired. The heroine decided to use these words to get the maximum benefit. The emperor noticed that his wife was up to something, and therefore asked her not to behave so ambiguously. At this, Miss only smiled slyly, since a plan of action had already formed in her head. Since the dialogue was over, Rebellia obediently bowed to the emperor, pretending to be resigned. But the girl wasn't going to give up so easily, so she left with her head held high. She understood that in order to get a divorce, she needed to come up with a more detailed plan. The heroine was walking down the corridor towards her room when she suddenly saw someone walking towards her. This person turned out to be a sweet and innocent girl with black hair and a fragile build. This was the second empress, or concubine of the emperor, named Aisha, who had recently appeared in the palace. It was clear from the newcomer's face that she, too, did not expect to see the first empress here. Since Rebellia had nothing to say to this lady, she turned away and decided to simply walk away. But unexpectedly, the second wife herself greeted the lady cheerfully, as if they were good friends. Unlike the concubine, the empress was not at all happy to meet her, as she wanted to get to her own place. The heroine noticed that Aisha was deliberately pretending to communicate well with her, although in reality this was not the case. She asked what the girl was doing there, and she replied that she had come to meet His Majesty. Hearing that Alex had invited the lady almost into his chambers, the heroine was surprised, although she had expected such an outcome of events. Since she did not want to communicate with the second empress, Rebellia said that it was time for her to go. But suddenly the lady stopped the first wife, as it turned out that she wanted to tell her something. The heroine stopped, displeased, and asked what else she hadn't heard from the concubine. The lady did not expect that the girl would suddenly start talking about how they were both allies and should share secrets with each other. Aisha smiled kindly, but her smile remained predatory and dangerous, no matter how hard she tried. Then the second empress asked if the first was looking for a new way to attract the emperor's attention. Hearing this, Rebellia froze in place, as she did not expect the lady to make such accusations against her. The heroine realized that the concubine was not as innocent and simple as she initially thought, based on the plot of the novel. The girl chuckled as she realized how wrong she had been about Aisha, who had turned out to be mean. The lady noticed the first empress's smile and immediately asked what was the matter, since she had not said anything funny. At this, Rebellia laughed even louder and replied that she simply found the whole situation very funny. The heroine very confidently stated that the second empress was trying to protect what belonged to her. This is exactly what the girl found funny, and she reported it to the proud concubine standing in front of her. The opponent did not expect that the first wife would say something so humiliating to her. She curled her lips in anger because she didn't like the fact that Alex was not rightfully hers at all. Rebellia noticed Aisha's emotions, which only made her smile even more as the lady emerged victorious. So Miss turned around and said that the second one could keep the emperor for herself, since she didn't need him anyway. The heroine didn't care at all how many years Alex and Aisha lived together, as long as they didn't touch her. The heroine herself was going to become a villain, so she had her own plans for her future life. The lady was already preparing for the fact that the imperial treasury was completely at her disposal, as the emperor had said. The current Rebellia understood that returning to her world was pointless for her, and even impossible now. So the heroine hoped that nothing terrible would happen if she lived here for her own pleasure. On the same day, the first empress began to implement her plan and ordered things to be carried. Aisha went outside and asked the miss in horror what was going on near her estate. To this, Rebellia replied with a smile that her palace was currently being renovated, so she was moving in with her concubine. But the girl was against this circumstance because she wanted to live peacefully in her estate alone. Seeing such furious emotions on the second empress's face, the first one grinned maliciously, as this was what she wanted. Having decided to become a real villain, the first thing the heroine came up with was to move to her rival's palace. The second empress could not even think about such a thing, so she did not have time to do anything to resist. According to the book, from the moment Alex turned away from Rebellia, the servants also stopped caring for her. The lady remembered that as a result she contracted an illness because of this and died soon after. No matter how modestly Aisha lived in the novel, the empress still filled her entire palace with luxury items. Since the heroine did not know when they would get divorced, she decided to first renovate her estate. She had a great excuse for why she had to move in with her concubine, since it was impossible to live in a house that was being renovated. So the lady, with a feigned, joyful smile, announced to Aisha that she would live with her for a while. The second empress tried to object, but the first declared that they would have much more fun together. But Rebellia hinted that if the concubine didn't like something, she could move out of her own palace. The girl tried to prove that, in fact, this estate was hers, and she had no right to say so first. Listening to Aisha screaming that she shouldn't move out, the heroine watched her carefully and seriously. The lady approached her rival and said that they were both good girls, so they could live together. Aisha couldn't object to such words, no matter how much she liked the whole situation. For the first time, the girl realized how much she hated her first wife, but was forced to remain silent. Realizing that she shouldn't show her true emotions, the lady tried to calm down and only then spoke. Putting on a sweet face, she blinked her eyes innocently and asked if the emperor would approve of all this. The first empress expected such pretense from her rival, so her expression did not change at all. She just laughed, thinking to herself that the lady had suddenly become suspiciously attentive and kind. The heroine guessed that the concubine would go and complain to the ruler about her actions, but she was not afraid of this. So she insincerely thanked the girl for worrying about her reputation in front of her husband. The second empress could no longer stand this, so she did not answer and ran away. A little later, when Rebellia was drinking tea, the emperor actually suddenly burst in on her. Alex said he couldn't believe his ears when he learned from Aisha about his wife's antics. He stated that never in the history of the empire had there been such a case where an empress and a concubine lived together. In response to this, the heroine only laughed and reminded the ruler that he himself had allowed her to do whatever she wanted. So the lady was confident that she was right, because she was only doing what His Majesty himself had allowed her to do. The emperor guessed that the miss was deliberately trying to provoke his emotions, and this only made him more angry. Rebellia was prepared to be scolded for her behavior, but she couldn't help but frown at it. However, she was going to play the villain until the end, so she asked what the ruler would do if he wanted this particular palace. The heroine once again reminded Alex that it was he who allowed her to achieve whatever she wanted. The husband stared at his wife because he knew that she was completely right, so he could not object. Alex tried his best to come up with a way to outwit the empress, who decided she wanted to divorce him. And the heroine was perfectly aware of her impunity, so she smiled cheerfully, looking at her husband. Finally, the guy sighed and said that the lady could do as she wanted. In response to this, Rebellia smiled happily, since her hands were now completely free. The miss was surprised that the ruler was so reluctant to divorce her, but she didn't say anything about it. The emperor himself asked the first empress to at least not make unnecessary noise for her own sake. The heroine was surprised that the guy even talked about it, because she could do whatever she wanted. Being fully confident in her abilities, the miss said that she would look at the behavior of the concubine. Rebellia believed that Aisha would not sit idle, but for some reason, even after some time, nothing happened. This greatly amazed the girl, because even if she were to live in the palace temporarily, the miss was going to furnish it. As a result, she had even more things than the concubine herself, who lived in her estate much longer. However, even this forced the second empress to remain silent, which puzzled the first one quite a bit. No matter how large the concubine's palace was, the two wives still often encountered each other. And at such moments, Aisha pretended not to see or hear Rebellia, only to show how much she didn't like the situation. Looking at the lady's face, the heroine saw how much she was experiencing such injustice. But the heroine herself could not come up with any other reasons for divorce, which made her upset. For some reason, no matter what she did, the emperor was unwilling to grant her the divorce she desired. However, according to the original plot, Rebellia existed only as a secondary character. So the heroine had no intention of staying in this role for long, also because she wanted to live. Since the lady was not going to live in peace, she decided to do some more mischief as a villain. The miss turned to the servants and asked them to invite someone so that she could choose new outfits for herself. Rebellia was going to live in luxury, not like her character in the novel, because it was much more fun. As a result, the first empress dressed in an ordinary robe in which she greeted guests. The servants who admitted this whispered that the girl had even thrown away all of her existing clothes. And other assistants confirmed this, saying that the lady gave some of the clothes to them. And the heroine herself at that moment was sitting on a soft chair and waiting for her to be offered dress options. One of the famous designers was the first to approach her and ask how the lady liked the selected images. He handed the empress a catalogue prepared especially for her, in which all the clothes matched the miss's hair. Rebellia immediately noted that the outfits offered to her were indeed good, as expected. The girl had never in her life worn such things, let alone even dared to touch them. She worked hard to earn money for her brother, who wanted to study abroad. As a result, the heroine was also able to get into the university, and could not stand it when her brother and father again turned to her for money. The girl told her family that she would now live only for herself, and they could do whatever they wanted. Her brother and father tried to call out to her to stop, but the lady no longer wished to listen to their pleas and reproaches. However, as a result, Miss still sent money to her family even after she left her home. So the life of a rich life now was too different from the life of the heroine before. Rebellia understood that in the past, she would have been ready to fall on her knees for such things, just to wear them for a little while. Moreover, the designer himself was clearly excitedly expecting her to give him a good assessment of his abilities and ideas. Only the lady had to play the role of the villain, so she smiled and said that the whole thing was just disgusting. Moreover, the empress stated that only this designer could have created something so terrible. Upon hearing this, the man initially thought he was imagining things, so he asked again. But the emperor's first wife continued to claim that the designer certainly had something more interesting. For the first time in his life, the fashion designer was told that his works of art were ordinary rags. And at that moment, Rebellia demanded that he tell her what else was prepared in his collection. Only the designer, bowing his head, admitted that he had prepared only this outfit for her. He said it would take him 2 months to create another dress, but the lady was not going to wait that long. Here, the heroine remembered that Aisha was supposed to have a meeting with this same man the following week. The fact is that clothing for the imperial nobility was always made exclusively to order. This is because aristocrats were particularly intolerant of each other wearing identical outfits. And the concubine was a special client among the designers, so they fought hard among themselves for her orders. The outfit that such a noble person chooses will certainly be covered in the newspapers and will attract the attention of society. However, the man said that the design chosen by his second wife was suitable only for her. From the way the designer justified himself, Miss immediately understood that Aisha had not yet reserved the dress sketch. This slightly angered the empress, and she demanded that the designer bring her the catalogue anyway. To teach him a lesson, the lady waved her hand and called for security, which greatly frightened the designer. It worked, so the man immediately brought other sketches, among which the miss chose all. But he could never have expected that his first wife would choose all the dresses presented at once. However, the heroine continued to insist on her own, and therefore gave the catalogue back to the master. She repeated with a smile that she wanted all 14 outfits and would not tolerate any objections. In fact, Rebellia had no intention of wearing them, but planned to gradually sell them after the divorce. A little later, at the Emperor's meeting, the Count raised the question of how much money the Empress had spent on dresses. Others immediately supported the man, as this was the first time they had encountered such spending on clothing. Those close to him tried to convey to the ruler that his first wife had spent a large sum of money in a short period of time. For now, Alex listened silently to all this indignation and only became angrier inside himself. However, one of the counts had not noticed this yet, so he once again asked His Majesty to listen to their words. This forced the ruler, due to his inner experiences, to even begin to lightly tap his fingers on the table. Meanwhile, the men could not calm down and continued to hint at Rebellia's extravagance. To Alex, all their words were just a set of sounds from ungrateful aristocratic mouths. Finally, the emperor could not bear it any longer and asked a question in a cold voice, which made all the counts shudder. The guy said with a smile that he kept quiet only because he was curious to see how far they could all go. He reminded everyone present of the poem about how their empire would always be rich. But one of the counts still could not understand what His Majesty was getting at, although he was frightened by his reaction. Then Alex said that there was no way their finances could be drained by just a couple of dresses. The guy was sure that, being an emperor, he should be the most imperial for his assistants. After these words, none of the aristocrats dared to say a word, so they all lowered their heads. Suddenly, the ruler turned to the quietly sitting financier, who became even more frightened because of this, and the guy, his eyes flashing, asked if he really doubted the correctness of his choices and decisions. Since the man began to stupidly justify himself, Alex stated that he had once mistakenly put him in this place. The aristocrat did not expect such a decision at all, so he froze in place because he was afraid to hear further words. As a result, the ruler fired the man and even gave him a punishment of house arrest for 3 months. As the guards led him away, the financier begged Alex with various words to change his mind, but it was useless. After this, all the other aristocrats forgot all their indignation towards the empress. They even agreed that the emperor's first wife should wear more expensive clothes than she had already bought. Just in case, the ruler still asked if anyone had any objections to his words. Since everyone was silent, the guy asked his secretary to give his first wife an expensive dress. The man calmly bowed to the emperor as a sign that he would carry out his order without question. Only after this, when he had established obedience among the counts, did the ruler continue the main meeting. When it was finished, the emperor walked down the corridor with his secretary and discussed the results. The ruler was extremely pleased that he had managed to so cleverly remove the financier from his position, something he had wanted for a long time. The assistant reminded that it would be better if Alex was not suspected of abuse of power. He was worried that a wave of rumors would start that the emperor was a very capricious person. After listening to the old man, the guy said that he still didn't understand too much about governance. Alex believed that the best way to gain the respect of the aristocrats was to scare them enough. At the same time, the ruler smiled too madly, so it became clear that nothing mattered to him. The emperor declared that the more bad rumors there were about him, the more he would like it. Moreover, the guy admitted that if he had been interested in a good reputation, he would not have overthrown his own father. The secretary listened attentively to his master and realized that he could not argue with anything. The old man remembered very well the circumstances under which the current ruler received the throne. Alex was able to defeat almost all of his enemies and thereby greatly expand the borders of his empire. But there were still many young aristocrats who were ready to oppose him, and the secretary knew that the emperor had so far skillfully ignored them and thwarted all attacks. But he didn't know what the empress would think when she found out that her husband had sent her another dress. This gift was delivered to the lady quite soon in a beautiful box, which she did not expect at all. Curiosity overcame common sense in Rebellia, so she quickly unpacked the package. Imagine the girl's surprise when she discovered how many precious stones there were on this dress. Moreover, it was entirely sewn with gold threads, which made the outfit even more expensive and elegant. The heroine could not even imagine that one day in her life, she would not touch something so elegant and expensive with her hands. She asked the servants where the dress came from, and they immediately informed her that it had been sent to the lady personally by His Majesty himself. One of the assistants was even able to recall that this outfit was quickly sewn by order of the emperor. The first empress was extremely surprised when she heard that this dress cost as much as 1 castle. She realized that she would never be able to wear it because she would be afraid of ruining it with even a drop of sweat. The lady still did not understand why the ruler had sent her the dress when the servant remembered that he had also sent a letter. In it, Alex wrote that he really hoped to see his wife in this outfit the next time they met. But what was written surprised the girl even more, since she did not understand anything. The heroine was most worried about what the emperor had planned, because in the novel he didn't care about her. Suddenly, the lady was pulled out of her heavy thoughts by a maid, who noted that the dress was very beautiful. Rebellia didn't expect that even the servants would admit that she had never seen anything so beautiful. But the girl herself was not sincerely happy that she had finally received such a valuable gift. The assistant suddenly declared that sincerity always wins, and the ruler suddenly noticed her. These words only made the heroine think even more about what was happening and about the gift. Another girl suddenly shouted at the talkative maid because the servant had said too much. The assistant bowed to the empress and asked her forgiveness for suddenly starting to chatter. Seeing how scared the girl was, the heroine smiled and said that everything was actually fine. These words calmed the assistants, who had already become afraid that their friend would end up being punished. But the current Rebellia could not be angry with the maids, who had always sincerely cared for her. So she was very grateful to them for the fact that the girls always stayed on her side. However, the lady was a little sad, as the assistants did not understand at all what she really needed. But Miss had no intention of scolding them for this, and besides, she had much more important things to do than all this. For example, right now, the heroine had no idea what to do with the dress she was given, which cost as much as a castle. On the other hand, the lady still wanted to live more luxuriously than ever before. But the lady did not believe that the emperor, out of the kindness of his heart, simply decided to give her something. At this point, the maid asked if the empress would like to try on her gift. But Rebellia replied that she was not going to wear the dress, so it should be put away in the wardrobe. By the next morning, the main ballroom was laid with every possible dish and beautifully decorated. For this Friday dinner, the heroine wore a dark blue dress, since she didn't want to stand out just yet. She was planning on becoming a villain a little later, but for now, her priority was to study the situation. Every such evening, many aristocrats would flock to the imperial palace for fellowship and food. But the heroine could not believe that such a tradition had been maintained since the time of the third emperor. In any case, the previous Rebellia had planned this event very well, and the current one was not going to give in. She had to allocate a limited budget in order to decorate everything as luxuriously as possible. Only after reading the documents, the lady was surprised, since not everyone could handle such calculations. Then a man came up to her and said that the miss had, as always, arranged a wonderful evening. This man turned out to be Count Batlet, whom the heroine remembered very well from the history of the novel. She watched his lips move and wondered what this minor character was doing here. Miss knew that he was one of Aisha's assistants, and therefore he had once taken the throne from her previous one. She thought the Count was a complete fool, so she stood up abruptly and went over to him to talk. Batlet looked at the Empress's face and was very surprised when he saw that she was laughing. Meanwhile, the heroine frankly told him that he shouldn't smile at her so falsely. She said that the man's words did not warm her soul at all, but he did not understand at all what was happening. Batlet said that he had indeed sincerely expressed his admiration for the lady's work. But to this, Rebellia replied that for some reason he had never thanked her for anything in the previous 3 years. The Count had no excuse for this situation, so he began to worry and could not say anything. So the Empress, after her words, silently turned around and proudly left the man alone. She didn't care what the Count said, also because the real Rebellia had already disappeared, and the heroine wasn't interested in any of this. Remembering the lady from the novel, Miss felt a little sad, but quickly realized that now was not the time for these emotions. It was much more important for the first Empress now to spend the rest of the evening calmly. She looked around and saw her husband, who was the center of attention of his assistants. The wife couldn't help but notice how surprisingly handsome this guy was, that he didn't want to divorce her. Although the heroine read the entire novel, the lines in it could not convey even half of the ruler's beauty. While the lady was looking at the guy, he suddenly met her gaze, which she had not foreseen at all. For some reason, Alex continued to stand silently at a distance and look the girl in the eyes. And Rebellia herself, in response, did not take any action to change this strange situation. Suddenly, a concubine ran up to the emperor, joyfully and excitedly, glad to see him. Aisha smiled very sweetly and told Alex that she was extremely happy to see him now at Friday dinner. But the emperor didn't even say anything to the second empress, but just looked at her silently. However, the girl was not going to give up, as she herself grabbed the ruler's hand to be closer to him. To everyone else, this gesture was a bit strange, but Rebellia knew that Aisha was the heroine in the novel. But for some reason, the first empress still could not decipher the meaning of some of the lady's views. So all she could do was watch from the sidelines as the concubine stuck to the emperor. Aisha, meanwhile, said that she had been looking forward to this dinner party so much, to eat at the same table with everyone else. Alex was surprised to report that this dinner was held every week, so why was the lady looking forward to it so much? Rebellia listened attentively to the concubine's words and was surprised when she supposedly accidentally said that she liked their family. Even the emperor, who was walking slightly ahead with his second wife, told the lady not to say such words. But the heroine immediately realized that the concubine had deliberately let it slip in order to gain attention. Looking at Aisha, the first wife concluded that she was probably waiting for the moment when she could hurt her. But the heroine had a completely different goal, and she went to fulfill it and splashed wine in the face of one marquis. A man named Wilhelm was very surprised by this because it was clear that the lady did it on purpose. But Rebellia herself pretended that she accidentally dropped the glass right on his face and laughed about it. The crowd around immediately began to whisper in surprise as everyone saw the action of the first empress. The concubine played the intense fear on her lovely face so beautifully. The marquis, in order to defend himself, shouted that the lady had obviously deliberately poured a glass of her wine on him. To this, the heroine smiled slyly and said that she had already asked for forgiveness. Wasn't that enough for him? The lady continued to insist that she was innocent, but the injured man did not believe her at all. Here, the first wife announced that her hands were not obeying her again, and she swung her arm to hit the marquis. Since no one managed to stop the girl, she gave Wilhelm a good slap in the face. Due to the surprise, the man didn't even have time to dodge, so his head was thrown back strongly to the side. And Rebellia herself was terribly happy about this sight, since she was finally fulfilling her role as a villain. The whole thing is that one night the heroine accidentally overheard a secret conversation between her maids. In it, the girls complained that the marquis was stalking some of them and even sending them letters. The assistant who told about this could hardly stop her hands from shaking from fear. The lady was very surprised when she heard that it was the married Marquis Wilhelm who was behaving so terribly. Meanwhile, the maids continued to share their opinions, as they did not suspect that they were being eavesdropped on. The girls complained to each other that they never thought that such a noble man would behave like that. They remembered that there were rumors that even his wife had once been almost sold to Wilhelm. Because of this, the assistants considered the marquis to be a very strong person who tolerated her husband's adventures. The heroine herself understood that the maids would not be able to cope with the lustful aristocrat. What angered the lady most was the fact that the man was about 30 years older than all the maids. She couldn't understand how the marquis dared to approach young girls when he was much older. This overheard conversation angered Rebellia so much that she decided to punish Wilhelm at any cost. True, to begin with, the lady took a deep breath in order to calm down for the moment and accumulate her anger. The heroine was going to take revenge not only for the poor assistants, but also for the previous Rebellia, who also had a bad life. That was why the lady was now very happily beating the marquis, who fully deserved it. The people around watched the empress with surprise and incomprehension, but she had no intention of stopping. Even the concubine did not expect such behavior from her rival, but she tried to behave quietly. Time after time, the heroine rained blows on Wilhelm, understanding that this was the best way to take revenge on him. The lady was confident that none of the aristocrats present at the evening dinner would dare to stop her. Suddenly, the second empress discovered that the ruler had taken his hand away from her, which she did not like at all. Alex shouted his first wife's name because he was the only one who could influence her. Rebellia expected the emperor to try to detain her, but she only smiled slyly at him in response. But she still managed to hit the marquis between the legs one last time, so that he would definitely remember her forever. This shocked everyone around even more, as it was considered an extremely forbidden technique. For Wilhelm, this was the last and most cruel blow he could have suffered. The man immediately fell to the floor and even screamed from such severe pain that he experienced for the first time in his life. But Rebellia only thought that she should still practice her accuracy. After this, the girl turned around, as the Emperor called her again, and was surprised that he had managed to approach her. Alex's face showed that he was barely holding back his emotions, as he was very angry at the first Empress. But this did not frighten the lady at all, since she was prepared for something like this from the ruler. With his eyes, the Emperor was telling the lady that she was apparently out of her mind to allow herself to commit such an outrage. He grabbed his wife's hand tightly in front of everyone, asking why she was doing something like that. Rebellia was even a little scared and excitedly reported that the Emperor simply misunderstood everything. Miss did all her actions completely consciously, as she wanted to achieve a divorce. She didn't feel entirely comfortable doing something nice for the frightened Aisha, but there was no other choice. The heroine expected Alex to be happy, but for some reason he angrily asked why the lady had made such a mess. This surprised the girl so much, because it was unexpected for her, that she didn't even know what to answer. And the ruler himself at that moment for some reason changed his emotions from rage to sadness, which the Miss did not expect at all. Because of these emotions, the heroine stared at the Emperor as if she was seeing him for the first time in her life. And the guy suddenly just exhaled as if he was very tired, but still did not say a word. Only after this did Alex declare that his first wife had nothing sacred if she behaved like that. However, he noticed that the lady's hands were injured, and so he asked for a doctor to be called to help her. These actions made Rebellia wonder if her husband was trying to make her feel ashamed. So Miss turned to the Emperor and reported that Marquis Wilhelm needed doctors much more now. To the girl's surprise, the ruler was too lenient about the need to help the victim. The heroine categorically did not understand the Emperor and why he now followed her everywhere. After examining the Empress's hands, the doctor reported that she only had a couple of scratches, so there was no need to worry. However, for some reason Alex still asked the man to do everything possible to help. Hearing this, Rebellia only became more wary, because in the novel the ruler never paid attention to her. Miss looked at the guy's face, trying to find answers to all her current questions on it, but it was unsuccessful. Meeting his wife's gaze, the ruler suddenly broke into a joyful smile, hinting to her that everything would be fine. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, so she became embarrassed and quickly turned away. Even the aristocrats around suddenly began to whisper that His Majesty was very worried about the first Empress. This surprised the guests, because the Emperor always paid great attention to Aisha. The lady heard all these rumors, and inside herself desperately wanted to scream that nothing had happened between her and her husband. On the contrary, she tried to do everything to make the Emperor hate her, but so far it was unsuccessful. When the doctor examined the heroine, Alex said that because of her injury, he could not allow her to continue the dinner. At this, the ruler met the gaze of his first wife and winked at her cheerfully, which the lady noticed. The Empress did not understand at all what the Emperor had been trying to tell her all this time, so she became embarrassed. Meanwhile, the ruler himself embraced the lady, who rose to her feet because he wanted to go with her. The heroine noticed how many glances she instantly gathered around her and glanced towards Aisha. Rebellia wanted to understand what the concubine was feeling at that moment, having lost the center of attention. And indeed, the girl was extremely angry about everything that happened, although she tried not to show it. The heroine was not surprised that the second Empress looked overly agitated as a result. All because everyone around did nothing but discuss the situation with his first wife non-stop. The lady was sure that tomorrow the newspapers would publish an article about how Alex had treated her in front of everyone. It suddenly occurred to Miss that this was exactly what the Emperor was trying to achieve, because he was afraid of public opinion about the divorce. However, no matter how much Rebellia looked at the guy's face now, she couldn't understand anything. Miss felt like a toy in the hands of the Emperor, and he himself, as if nothing had happened, continued to conduct the event. Rebellia had to admit that the ruler was doing a good job of handling these duties, even though he was not prepared. Looking at the luxurious food placed on the tables, The heroine wondered what the chefs were preparing for the evenings that took place once a year. But in the end, the lady decided to throw all thoughts out of her head for now, because even villains needed to eat normally. Then Alex leaned over to Miss and whispered that she especially needed to eat something because she had lost a lot of strength. The girl did not perceive these words of the guy as concern, since she could not believe anything like that. Aisha suddenly entered the conversation, praising Rebellia's dress with a gentle smile. At the same time, the concubine stated that she preferred something simpler and more discreet to such luxurious dresses. The first empress did not understand why the second wife was saying all this, because she considered such words to be an unworkable scheme. According to the plot of the novel, Aisha, who was the main character, was described as poor and therefore thrifty. And according to this, the lady stated that she was extremely ashamed to look at some overly expensive outfits. Hearing this, many of the aristocrats smiled, as they considered the girl to be as sweet and innocent as she tried to appear. But Rebellia clearly saw that Aisha was just playing for the crowd, which she didn't like at all, but Miss wasn't going to do anything about it. The first wife wanted to remind her concubine that she herself was planning to meet with a fashion designer. But Alex suddenly distracted Rebellia from her thoughts and also interrupted his second wife, which surprised her. And the emperor suddenly noticed that the first empress had not tried on the expensive dress that he had given her yesterday. The heroine was surprised by this question, as she did not understand why Alex raised this topic now. She looked closely at the guy's face, trying to guess why he was pretending that they were on good terms. What the lady didn't like most was that everyone around her took the ruler's words as the real truth. Rebellia was angered by the fact that her husband's words were said only for the sake of good public opinion. So Miss decided to make things worse on purpose and declared that gifts like a simple dress were not suitable for her at all. Instead, the empress, with a sly smile, suddenly demanded from her husband an entire castle, or even a city. The aristocrats, who immediately heard such an impudent request, began to discuss it with great surprise. And the heroine herself was extremely pleased with her demand because, being an emperor, she would have considered this very inappropriate. But when the lady looked at the ruler, she did not see anger at all, but rather a seemingly satisfied grin. Rebellia did not expect such a turn of events, and the guy suddenly asked again if she wanted the city. Then he gently took the lady by the hand and said that even a whole huge city would still not be enough for her. Moreover, Alex declared in front of everyone that he believed that even the entire empire could not compare with the empress. Apparently being especially polite, the emperor asked the miss if she was not the foundation of his state and his only wife. The girl could not react calmly to such words, but instead wondered if there was something wrong with the ruler's head. She wanted a divorce, not to squander the entire imperial treasury, which her husband was now kindly offering her. For a moment, Rebellia was afraid that the ruler might actually give her a dress worth an entire city. Then Aisha suddenly entered into the conversation between them and said that she didn't need to be given such an expensive outfit. The heroine did not expect that the concubine would continue to play the role of a very modest person. Meanwhile, the girl added that a person's value does not change depending on his clothes. Therefore, she believed that if the emperor continued to be with her, then a modest outfit would be enough for her. The noble people who listened to the speeches of the sweet and gentle second empress gladly took her side. But Rebellia herself could not believe that Aisha could say such absurd things for some reason. Suddenly, His Majesty himself, who had been listening to the lady's words all this time, asked her what she was talking about. Alex was angry at the concubine for saying that she had no fortune, since the ruler himself had personally allocated her a large budget. The girl did not expect that for her attempt to be more modest, she would end up being scolded, so she did not know what to answer. The emperor declared that by pretending to be poor, the lady was disrespecting those who truly had nothing. The heroine listened attentively to the guy's words, since in the novel he never scolded the second empress. And indeed, the ruler scolded Aisha for the first time, so much so that she even squeezed her dress tightly in her palms due to stress. Gritting her teeth, the girl quietly replied that she understood all the emperor's words perfectly, so she didn't need to repeat them again. However, Rebellia was not at all moved by the concubine's remorse, as she was sure that she would again play a sweet role. What the lady was most worried about now was whether Alex had said something similar to the second empress in the novel or not. No matter how much the girl tried to think, she could not remember that such a dialogue ever took place. However, the atmosphere in the hall among the other people was still surprised, which meant that the heroine was still far from her goal. However, misunderstood that it was impossible to decide anything right now, so she thought of at least eating. Rebellia suddenly realized that even aristocrats had some principles according to which they behaved as authoritative people. Suddenly, Alex broke the silence among the guests and asked if anyone would agree to drink with him. So the first empress, like the other guests, raised her glass together with the emperor. But for some reason, the lady felt a thrill inside her and decided to drink until she outdrank her husband. When the alcohol affected the heroine's mind, she went wild and began giving everyone instructions on when to serve what food. The aristocrats listened to the lady and were surprised, as they did not expect her to be so picky about the servants. Rebellia heard all these rumors about her becoming angrier, but she only liked it. Aisha, on the contrary, tried to behave as sweetly and quietly as possible in order to evoke only good emotions in others. But the first empress didn't care at all about other people's opinions, so she ate a lot of different foods. Alex watched his wife's behavior closely, but it was unclear what exactly he was thinking about. After this dinner party, Rebellia sat in Aisha's palace for some time and did not create any problems for anyone. It was only a few days later that she received a letter inviting her to tea from Duchess Celimone. The heroine did not know what to think about this noble lady, since she was never mentioned in the novel. So the reason why this woman sent her an invitation remained unknown to the lady. Miss specifically studied all the documents with Rebellia's relatives at the very beginning, but Celimon was not in them. In the Empress's mind, there still remained the possibility that the unknown Duchess could be her friend. In that case, some acquaintance of only a minor character might indeed not have been mentioned in the story. Looking at the invitation, the girl understood that if the Duchess really was her friend, then she could not be ignored. Failure to respond to a friendly letter could lead to trouble in the form of suspicion. Moreover, the heroine tried to hardly change the character of the original Rebellia and act in her style. So she was afraid that she would end up being considered crazy and burned at the stake for deliberately avoiding communication. After all, the girl's real goal was divorce, not death, so she had to act thoughtfully. Eventually, the lady realized that even if Celimone was not her friend, she was still interested in knowing why the invitation was sent. Since Rebellia still needed to gather information, Miss decided to go out and visit rather than sit within four walls. The heroine had already read quite a lot of books about this world and also often communicated with her maids. But the best way to gather information was still tea drinking, which the girl understood perfectly well. So, although with some apprehension, Miss decided to accept this strange invitation. Therefore, on the appointed day and at the appointed time, the heroine arrived at the event that she had organized. This time, Miss chose a more flashy red outfit, in which she smiled slyly at everyone. This was Rebellia's first time meeting people outside the palace, so she was serious. The lady almost immediately guessed that Celimona, because of her title, was the most influential at this tea party. So the heroine set herself the task of finding out as much as possible about the Duchess, and for now she sat down at the table. Suddenly the woman noticed that the first empress had a beautiful and amazing dress. At this, the Duchess smiled sweetly, as if nothing had happened, and looked straight into the guest's eyes. This immediately made it clear to Rebellia that they were clearly not on friendly terms with the organizer of the meeting. Since it was considered bad form among the nobility for someone to evaluate someone else's money or beauty, they tried to avoid these topics. But for some reason, Celimon calmly raised such topics, and her smile never left her face. So the lady realized that the woman, out of envy, actually considered only the dress beautiful, but not her. But fortunately, it was not at all difficult for Rebellia to ignore such evil attacks directed at her. Also because their table was located at some distance from the rest of the guests, so no one heard almost anything. However, it remained a mystery to the lady why no one respected her, since she had been an empress for a long time. Judging by the Duchess's behavior, she was not the only one who believed that Rebellia was unworthy of aristocratic society. Only the previous lady was no longer there, and in her place was a heroine who was not going to tolerate this. So Miss suddenly announced that she bought her dress from the most popular designer, Winston Mystic. The Emperor's first wife specifically boasted that the man offered her so many options for outfits that it was difficult for her to choose. So the lady complained about her hard life because it was not easy for her to get this beautiful image. Celimone did not expect that the Empress would humiliate her by pointing out that the Duchess herself did not have such a choice. To save face even more, the woman said that she needed to monitor the event and left. The heroine was very pleased that she had managed to watch the back of the running lady. Rebellia understood perfectly well that if the Duchess remained sitting next to her, she would lose her dignity. Only there was still an empty seat at the table next to the lady, which made her wonder who would be sitting next to her. Suddenly, a concubine came down the steps into the hall and cheerfully and sweetly asked for forgiveness for being late. The noble ladies immediately greeted her with joy and replied that everything was in order so she could sit down. But the heroine practically didn't pay attention to the next noise that Aisha had specially created. It was only when the girl walked right up to her desk and said hello that the miss finally raised her head and looked at her. Only now, having analysed the situation with the arrival of the second wife, the heroine realised that all the people around her were trying to ignore her. According to etiquette, if a person with a higher status is sitting at the table, then everyone else does not have the right to stand up. It was a way of showing politeness to the nobility, who might feel awkward being left alone. However, when Aisha appeared in the hall, all the people stood up from the table where Rebellia was sitting. The concubine herself smiled completely innocently, since she was not guilty of such an attitude towards her first wife. The aristocrats around them continued to praise the beauty of the second wife, who arrived a little later, almost without stopping. From this, the lady drew a conclusion, and therefore guessed why Celimone had invited her to tea in the first place. With this, the cunning Duchess wanted to increase the influence of the concubine in the eyes of the public and the guests of the event. Rebellia allowed for the possibility that Aisha had even made arrangements with the event organizer to seat them at the same table. The lady realized that the entire tea party was organized specifically so that the concubine could stroke her ego. So she realized that there was no point in her staying here any longer, and she deliberately dropped the tea set. The noble ladies who were nearby immediately turned around in fear, as they had not expected this at all. Even Aisha suddenly fell silent, not knowing what else to expect from her rival. And at that moment, Rebellia did not hide at all that it was she who dropped the tea set on the floor. The girl smiled slyly and informed everyone that the overturned dishes corresponded to the upside-down manners of this mansion. This greatly offended the ladies around, as they were afraid to openly confront the Empress herself. Since the guests suddenly began to ask for forgiveness, the miss once again guessed that the concubine had initially incited them. So she turned to the second wife directly and asked if she had anything she wanted to tell her, which Aisha did not expect. However, the Empress realized that her plot had been exposed, so she also asked Rebellia for forgiveness. The girl said that she had not arrived in the empire for long, so she was not used to the local manners, but she would be more careful. But the heroine didn't need these empty excuses from the lady because they only irritated her. But the first Empress quickly noticed how much the concubine's hands were trembling from fear and worry. Therefore, the lady decided not to put even more pressure on the stupid girl, who did not expect that she would have to bow down before her rival. At this point, Rebellia rose to leave and asked everyone present to watch their behavior around her. The ladies who were essentially reprimanded felt awkward because they had really done something wrong. But the one who felt worse now was the concubine, who had expected a completely different ending to the evening. The girl reported everything to the Emperor, but he asked in response whether she couldn't handle such matters herself. The second Empress did not expect such an answer, so she stupidly asked him again what he meant, and he froze in place. Alex then explained that since he was the ruler, he had no right to interfere in the affairs between the wives. Hearing this, Aisha made a sad face and began to say that she had upset the emperor too much. The guy sighed and immediately informed the lady that she had not upset him in any way, so everything was fine. However, the concubine did not stop there and continued to sadly tell how busy her husband was. When the miss mentioned his busyness, the ruler became angry because, understanding all this, the girl continued to distract him. He asked Aisha what he should do, and the concubine smiled through her fingers, as that was what she wanted. The second empress, for the sake of decency, said that it was too presumptuous for her to speak of her concerns. However, she admitted that she heard the ladies insulting Rebellia after tea, which did not please the emperor. The concubine then added that the first empress's behavior was indeed out of the ordinary, so she asked the ruler to personally talk to the lady to make her behave well. At the end, Aisha hinted that the guy was, after all, Rebellia's husband, and his task was to keep her in his hands. The emperor did not expect that the concubine would ask him for such a favor, hiding behind the fact that his wife would listen. In the end, after finishing the conversation with the concubine, Alex still decided to visit the room of the first empress. The guy was serious because the concubine's words still worried him to some extent. However, with a sad smile, he was forced to admit to himself that Aisha had not lived up to his expectations at all. The emperor remembered the lady's face as she spoke to him, and he understood that the lady was not as naive as she wanted to appear. The girl constantly spoke in a veiled manner, but eventually voiced her true intentions. The ruler easily guessed that his second wife would like him to deal with Rebellia personally. Only now did he realize that this was not the first time Aisha had persuaded people like this, which meant that there was no good nature in her. The emperor finally realized that the concubine was actually exactly the same as himself. The supposedly sweet and innocent girl was just hiding behind this kind mask, but inside she was cunning and evil. The ruler knew that if he were kind and naive, then, upon learning about the lady's nature, he would immediately hate her. However, even now, the concubine was still more useful to him than disgusting, so the guy was going to leave her. In the meantime, all of Alex's thoughts were directed in a different direction as he knocked on Rebellia's door and she immediately opened it. Since it was already late, the girl was dressed in her sleeping clothes and was clearly unhappy that someone had come to see her. Seeing the emperor, the heroine calmed down a little and asked what brought him to her in the middle of the night. To this, the ruler asked quite seriously whether he could enter his own wife's chambers. The lady would have liked not to let the guy in, but she still couldn't refuse him, as curiosity got the better of her. When the miss stepped aside, allowing him to pass, the emperor thanked her with a smile. He looked around because he suddenly realized that he hadn't been here for over a month. While Alex was looking at everything thoughtfully, the girl demanded that he answer what he needed. What angered the lady most was that the emperor had avoided her for a long time, and now came in the middle of the night. To this, the ruler smiled sweetly and said that the spouses did not necessarily have to have a reason to meet. Rebellia was surprised by what she heard, but she did not really believe the words of her completely unloved husband. She couldn't understand how the emperor could say something like that to her after the divorce announcements. While the heroine was angry, the ruler was looking closely at her face, as he was very interested. The guy noticed that the girl's expression had somehow changed and seemed to become much more lively. After all, before, for some reason, she was always very anxious, nervous, and even gloomy in appearance. But now Rebellia showed a much wider range of emotions, which fascinated the guy. At first, Alex thought that the lady was trying to attract attention, but a little later he realized that this was not the case. For the emperor, his first wife seemed to have become a completely different person for some reason. And now he liked the empress much more because she had become much more demanding than before. So right now the ruler honestly admitted to the lady that he would never have thought that she could be like this. Alex said that he had been with the girl for 3 years already, and each time she opened up to him from a new side. The heroine listened to the guy with surprise because she did not expect him to talk about something like that. Then the emperor complimented the girl's outfit, which surprised her even more because this was not something to talk about at night. So the lady said that she wanted to sleep, so if the ruler had nothing to say, she would see him out. Hearing such a daring remark, His Majesty did not get angry but was amused by it. He said to Mrs. Back that he definitely really liked the way she had somehow ended up becoming. To this, Rebellia replied that she had not changed for the sake of the emperor, but only for herself. The ruler remembered that the lady wanted a divorce, so he nodded and repeated again that he simply liked her new style. And these words already made an impression on the heroine because she turned around and became a little embarrassed. The girl herself did not understand why she suddenly felt as if she had butterflies in her stomach. The empress's state did not escape the notice of the emperor because he was standing quite close to her. So the guy, clearly laughing at the lady, specifically asked why she suddenly blushed. But Rebellia had nothing to answer to such a question, so even more embarrassed, the miss only turned away. In the end, the heroine came up with something to answer and said that it was just that the lighting in her room was so strange. The emperor listened silently to the lady's tales about how it was precisely because of the special lighting that her face appeared red. Afterwards, he smiled, but did not ask any more questions so as not to embarrass the girl even more. Suddenly, the ruler realized that he was having fun, but he didn't think he would get so carried away. The guy remembered very well that he had not been so interested in watching other people all this time. However, recently, for some reason, the ruler increasingly liked the reactions of his first wife. This is all because before the lady looked more like an obedient puppet than a living person. Only now, after all these thoughts, Alex said that he came because of the incident at the recent evening dinner. Rebellia remembered very well exactly how she had treated Marquis Wilhelm, and she did not regret it at all. The emperor reported that such behavior of the miss caused him a fair amount of trouble. But then, to the girl's great surprise, the ruler said that he wanted to thank her for her help with the Marquis. Rebellia did not know that the emperor himself was also planning to somehow get rid of Wilhelm. Alex reported that the man was involved in many illegal activities to increase his financial status. The ruler was never able to track down all of the Marcus's sources of income, but in any case, he did not like such people. Miss did not expect that her husband himself hired a killer, although only to intimidate Wilhelm. The guy once again thanked the empress for getting ahead of him and dealing with the man herself. He explained that as emperor he had no right to interfere in something like that, but Rebellia already had that right. Nevertheless, the heroine understood that she still attracted a lot of attention with her prank. Therefore, she did not understand how she could only help the emperor if she tried to make things worse. Alex then explained that the incident at the event was reported in many newspapers the next day. And now the ruler was happy that this gave him the opportunity to send a delegation to the Marquis' estate to investigate all his illegal activities. The heroine did not know that Wilhelm was such a bad person because she herself beat him for a different reason. The emperor knew perfectly well about his wife's motives because everyone knew about the man's adventures. But the ruler did not expect that the empress herself would personally decide to stand up for her subjects. Unexpectedly, the guy told the girl that they could be quite good partners in such matters. Alex knew that few would expect the husband and wife to work together, since the rumors about their relationship were bad. But Rebellia responded by saying that she didn't want to have anything to do with someone she was planning to divorce later. These words angered the emperor enough that he stared at the lady in silence for a while. But then he said that he couldn't go against her now, which ultimately surprised the heroine greatly. Then the ruler explained that in the future he was even going to change, just to get her. These words only caused further rejection in Rebellia, since she did not believe the guy. The lady stated that His Majesty only said this because he simply does not know how to lose properly. So a dispute arose between the husband and wife about which of them would ultimately win over the other. And the heroine said that the emperor should start to be afraid of her because her teeth were very sharp. Suddenly, the guy felt that for some reason he wanted to touch the girl after her words. In the end, he couldn't hold back and extended his hand, feeling the warmth of the lady's skin with his fingers. The emperor realized once and for all that he really wanted the empress to be completely his. Moreover, for some reason, the ruler now constantly desired more from communication with his first wife. So the guy approached the girl because he couldn't stand it any longer and wait to kiss her. The emperor still did not understand where such a strong desire for intimacy with her came from. It was the first time in his life that the ruler had ever felt anything like this, so he had difficulty accepting his emotions. Meanwhile, the lady's wide eyes, pink cheeks, and slightly parted lips only attracted him more. However, the guy tried to come to his senses because he was worried about how Rebellia would react if he confessed his desire to her. However, these mental orders had no effect on the ruler, so he moved even closer to the miss. As a result, their lips almost touched each other, and there were only a couple of centimeters left before the kiss. But the long-awaited merger never happened because the heroine suddenly woke up and unexpectedly hit her husband hard with a pillow. The emperor could not even imagine that he would be interrupted in such a sudden way, so he missed the blow. And the empress herself blushed so much because of the situation that had just happened that she could hardly speak. Only after a few seconds did the girl catch her breath and was able to ask if the guy had gone crazy. She lifted the pillow up again and swung it, screaming that they were about to get divorced and that Alex was getting violent. His Majesty barely managed to dodge the blows and at the same time asked the miss to finally calm down. But Rebellia had just experienced such strong emotions that she could not come to her senses. Only when the lady showed the emperor the door did she finally fall silent, but he didn't understand anything. When her husband was outside the room, still emotional, the heroine threw the pillow back onto the bed. Rebellia was still very red, and her heart continued to beat at an accelerated pace due to excitement. And the miss herself considered such an act of the ruler to be very low because they were soon to get divorced. The girl put her fingers to her lips because for some reason she couldn't get the attempted kiss out of her head. Only a few moments later she came to her senses and ordered herself to forbid herself from remembering anything like that at all. Almost falling asleep, Miss convinced herself that Alex had not been honest with her, so it was better to forget about the failed kiss. The heroine remembered perfectly well that during all 3 years the emperor never even looked at Rebellia. So she did not believe that the ruler suddenly for some reason became interested in the first empress. As a result, the girl was unable to sleep normally because of the thoughts that were creeping into her head. She rightly blamed the emperor for this state of hers, who made her nervous. Just in case, that same morning, Miss looked through the laws to find one that would provide for punishment for beating a ruler. However, even without finding anything, the heroine was still unable to calm down completely, and therefore was still agitated. However, Rebellia also remembered that she now had other concerns related to palace affairs. It was the empress who managed the support of cultural development in the emperor's palace and beyond. She was also responsible for the financial well-being of the common people, distributing the budget for charity. In fact, Aisha was supposed to do all this too, but she pretended that she knew nothing and lived happily. But half a year had already passed since the concubine appeared, which began to anger the heroine a little. Besides, she herself had only recently entered this world, but she still carried out these duties. Even the maids began to advise the empress to take a break for a while, since she worked a lot. Hearing this advice from her assistants, the lady turned to them and asked if she really looked tired. It suddenly dawned on the first wife that she was actually a villain, and therefore should not have been doing this. At that moment, the concubine was sitting in the company of her confidants and smiling because they were complimenting her. Suddenly, the door to her room swung open with a bang, which ended up scaring the lady a lot. It turned out that Rebellia had burst inside, although Aisha clearly remembered that she had not called the empress to her. The first wife, obviously angry about something, said that she was busy with her work, while the concubine was communicating with the maids. After this, the villainess threw a pile of papers on the girl's table and said that she would now have to sort it all out. With a smile, the first empress said that the concubine had already been sitting idle in the palace for a long time. Only after handing over all her work to Aisha, the lady was able to relax peacefully over a cup of tea, which was what she was missing. The concubine was against such happiness in the form of work for her, but Rebellia did not ask the miss's opinion. The girl tried her best to prove that she had not yet had time to properly prepare for such work. But the heroine did not agree to tolerate her second wife's absence from work for even a short time, so she forced her to read the documents. Then Aisha tried the last option and asked if the emperor approved of this decision. But Rebellia was ready for such arguments and said that this matter did not concern the ruler. As a result, the concubine began to work, but she did it so badly that destruction began. The lady even managed to somehow send workers to the wrong place and pay someone incorrectly. The palace was always like a mechanism in which everything was interconnected with each other, so soon everything began to fall apart. The servants came to Rebellia and constantly begged her to run things again, as they always had before. The heroine herself suddenly realized that everyone around her took her work for granted, and only now realized something. Now that Aisha's work was threatening to have huge bad consequences, the assistants were very scared. In fact, it was not easy for the lady herself to play the role of a villain who abandoned a lot of people like that. But misunderstood that if she returned to her work right now, there would be no point in her rebellion. So the Empress looked menacingly at the servants and declared that she was not going to work anymore. After this, the lady also asked what the concubine was doing, since servants continued to run to her. The assistants looked at each other because the answer to the question was too sad for all of them. They then reported that Aisha's maids were doing everything they could to help her, but it was not enough. The heroine guessed that something like this would happen, but she didn't expect that everything would ultimately get so much worse. However, she still had no intention of working, so she screamed for everyone to go away and leave her alone. As a result, the assistants were able to reach the emperor himself, who came to the empress. He asked why Rebellia couldn't get back to her job, since the guy himself didn't have time to do both his own work and keep an eye on Aisha. The first wife herself knew that if she worked in tandem with a concubine, her workload would be significantly reduced. What surprised Miss most was that Alex spoke respectfully of his second wife, which meant that they were not alone here. The ruler, meanwhile, stated that he had been too inattentive, which had only made the situation worse. The guy said that he was not asking for forgiveness at all, but he would like the lady to at least take some action. The heroine expected her husband to talk about something like this, so she just sighed before starting to speak. Suddenly, Alex said that he had no right to force the lady to work again, which really surprised her. Meanwhile, he said that he was asking the Empress for a favor and not at all ordering her, as one might think. This approach really surprised Rebellia because she expected anything but such behavior from the guy. Right now, Alex seemed very sincere to the lady, although the miss didn't care about all his apologies. Most of all, the heroine felt sorry for all those people who were now suffering because of their internal conflicts. So Rebellia reminded that the ruler promised to do everything possible to ensure that she did not stop working. And after this, the girl asked to write her a receipt, stating that the emperor would train the concubine, and that the duties would be distributed among the wives. To this, Alex seriously replied that he was ready to write such an agreement if that would give him the girl's trust. But the lady said that everything was not so simple, because if the guy did not fulfill his promise, he would be forced to give her a divorce. Gritting his teeth, the emperor agreed to these conditions, since he did not intend to break his promise anyway. Rebellia was noticeably unhappy that the ruler had made things so difficult between them. In any case, Alex kept his promise and assigned 5 excellent teachers to Aisha at once. While the concubine was training, the heroine again had to take on all the responsibilities, which is why she even forgot to play the role of the villain. The lady had barely managed to stabilize the work of the palace again when the maids told her that many admired her work. All these compliments were heard not only by Rebellia, who was embarrassed by them, but also by Aisha, and she was already angry. However, the spread of rumors was unstoppable, so the assistants continued to communicate. One of them knew a little more than her friends and was not at all against sharing interesting information. The girl reported that the Empress hired 3 new people, one of whom was an officer, the second was responsible for charity, and the third supported culture. The second maid remembered that she had personally complimented Rebellia, and she had reacted in a very unusual way. Then the heroine said that she does her job not at all, so that everyone will praise her in the end. The assistants could not even imagine such a sweet and polite answer from the shy, as it turned out, lady. The concubine also heard these enthusiastic cries, which only made her angrier and more anxious. As a result, the lady came up with a plan according to which she invited several important people to a private tea party. The first thing the girl did was to show off all the beautiful flowers that the emperor had given her. The noble ladies were delighted both with the ruler's gift and with the beauty and sweetness of Aisha herself. Among all these people, Count Drype was also invited, who spoke more rudely about the emperor than anyone else. However, the boy noted that the emperor's kindness towards the concubine clearly indicated his love. But for some reason, this phrase did not particularly please one of the aristocrats, who almost repeated the count's words. Then Drap tried to impress the girls even more with his knowledge and said that the ruler was very capricious. He even started telling one of the stories to prove it, when he suddenly realized that he was saying all this in front of Alex's wife. The girl admitted that she herself noticed how mean her husband could be, so everything was fine. The Count was amused when he realized that he had not set people against him, and praised the lady for actively studying politics. But he didn't expect that Miss would say that she wasn't studying anything special, but simply wanted to be useful in the boorish way. Hearing how the Miss was somehow belittling herself, the aristocrats around her began to convince the girl otherwise. It was at this point that Aisha decided to start her game and said that because of all the studying, she was now feeling dizzy. This greatly frightened the noble ladies, who immediately tried to call doctors. But the concubine said that she didn't want to make any unnecessary noise, so there was no need to call anyone. The girl deliberately pretended that it was very difficult for her to provide the assistance that she had to provide to the palace. As a result, the invited guests began to wonder why Rebellia put so much pressure on Aisha. This was exactly what the concubine had been desperately seeking, so she allowed herself to smile a little. The girl then continued to convince everyone around her that she simply wanted to be as educated as her first wife. She listed the tasks that she had now been carefully taught, which only surprised the aristocrats even more. Aisha also reported that the first empress probably paid a lot of money for all her education. The Count was the one who was most impressed by the amount of money that Rebellia had given just for the education of her concubine. Being a talkative person, he suddenly began to discuss his second wife's father, who was also a respected man. Drape was so rambling that he didn't immediately notice that no one present supported his words. When the guy finally fell silent, a dissatisfied silence reigned among everyone else for a while. Suddenly, one of the noble women changed the subject and said that it would be a good idea to tell the emperor about the situation with the concubine. The Count did not immediately understand why the girl had even started talking about something like that in his presence. The thing is that it was Drap who was closest to the emperor, and therefore it was he who could talk to him. However, the guy himself did not want to expose himself so much, so he barely contained his fear. Then his concubine called out to him, and the Count immediately turned to her in the hope that she would be able to save him. But the lady suddenly declared that the guy would have helped her a lot if he had talked to the ruler. This put the poor guy in a situation where he could not refuse the responsibility placed upon him. So Drap tried to cheer himself up and enthusiastically said that he would protect the poor Aisha. The girl herself, who achieved exactly this result, noted with a smile that it was quite easy. She loved hot young men so much because older aristocrats would not have noticed this trick. But for a young guy who liked the attention of a lady, it was normal to act a little stupidly. So now Aisha was extremely glad that she had planned everything perfectly, and Drape had fallen for her hook. Soon the emperor arranged a meeting between the aristocrats, to which the Count was also invited. The only thing is, the guy still doubted whether it was a good idea to implement it this way. However, Drap's manhood did not allow him to ignore what had happened recently at tea time. So the guy, worried that many of the aristocrats didn't even know what was going on, still stood up to speak. Moreover, with the information that the Count had found, his case was bound to become very hotly debated. He finally and irrevocably began to consider Rebellia a vicious and stupid woman whom the emperor married by mistake. Drape did not understand how the first empress dared to bring her beautiful concubine to tears. So, as a person who cared about the fate of the empire, the guy was not going to keep silent about anything. And so right now, before the ruler began the meeting itself, the Count jumped up and said that he had something to say. One of the older aristocrats immediately reminded the boy that he should have asked permission first and then spoken. It was Uncle Draper, but he didn't even turn in his direction because he considered that he was no longer a child to listen to him. He nodded to his allies among the nobility, and they began to spread the report about the concubine Aisha to everyone. Seeing this, the boy's uncle jumped up and began to scold him for doing something without his knowledge. Suddenly, the man was stopped by the emperor himself, something that even Drap, who had expected to be heard, could not have expected. And the ruler suddenly said with a smile that he was interested to know what kind of information the guys were able to find. Then the count repeated once again that the first empress had committed too many atrocities. And even to this, Alex responded with a smile and asked the count to tell him in more detail what he meant. Noticing that His Majesty was showing interest, the boy decided that this was a good sign. While he was reporting, the men, who already guessed what would happen next to the count, tried to sit silently. And it seemed to Drap himself that all the older aristocrats were probably envious of his courage. The count had already begun to dream that if his merits were recognized, he would even be able to reach the level of his uncle. The guy was greatly encouraged by the fact that the emperor never stopped smiling throughout his report. Suddenly, the ruler asked whether the boy himself thought so, or whether someone had advised him to conduct this investigation. To this, Drap proudly declared that this was his personal opinion on the matter, and that 7 other young aristocrats supported him. Unexpectedly for the guy, Alex suddenly said that it was very good that there were only 7 such idiots. At first, the guy even thought that he imagined it, but the emperor really was not on his side. The count's uncle, who suspected that something like this might happen, only bowed his head sadly. The ruler meanwhile asked Drape if he had thought about why the lady had done this, and then asked the secretary to bring some documents. They described in detail why Rebellia did this or that strange action only for the good of the empire. Alex suggested that Drape study the contents of the sheets carefully, if the guy even had enough brains for it. The count realized what a terrible situation he had found himself in, but he could no longer do anything to save himself. So with a trembling hand, the boy picked up one of the sheets that the ruler threw to him in order to read it anyway. And it was written on it that the Marquis was accused of exporting military weapons, as well as embezzling taxes, which surprised the count. Since the ruler scattered the sheets of information in different directions, the other aristocrats picked them up as well. The men had no idea that their colleague was capable of such a thing, while he himself led the life of a good man. Alex, however, stated that the Empress had risked her reputation to stop Wilhelm from fleeing the country. Hearing this, Drap realized that all the bad information he had found about Rebellia made no sense. Because of this, cold sweat began to flow from the guy's forehead and fall directly onto the document he was holding in his hands. Meanwhile, the emperor recalled what happened in the palace when the concubine ruled it. He explained that at that moment his first wife realized that it would be unwise for just one person to run everything. Only now did the count realize that Aisha had been trained only to ease the overall burden on the lady. The ruler continued to insist that all of Rebellia's actions were correct, which the count could not argue with. Having finished speaking, Alex said that he didn't even know what to do with the 7 idiots who decided to defame his wife's honor. Drape couldn't have imagined such a turn of events even in his worst nightmares, because he was counting on a promotion. And at that moment, the heroine herself, who had no idea what was being discussed at the meeting, still felt awkward. After the meeting ended, Aisha returned to her room and sighed sadly, sitting down in a chair. Although she used those guys, she still expected a greater result from the protest, which was ultimately useless. At this moment, the girl was distracted from her thoughts by one of the devoted maids because she noticed something. The assistant thought that the lady was more thoughtful than usual, but the concubine herself was surprised when the girl told her about it. Aisha turned away and said that she was perfectly fine, but the maid didn't quite believe it. Then the concubine admitted that she was worried because the emperor had not been coming to see her lately. The assistants themselves noticed this, but did not dare to speak out loud first, but now they could finally discuss it. Meanwhile, the second wife sadly said that even when the ruler was very busy, he still came to her. Then one of the assistants had an idea and suggested that the lady work as a holy goddess. She began to convince the lady that only she was capable of such a thing because she had greatly changed the life of His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Aisha immediately became happy as she saw additional opportunities before her. The girl thanked her assistant with all her heart for the unexpected but necessary decision. In the novel, there was a time when October was approaching, and all the little birds were starting to build their nests. And at this time, the concubine invited all the noble people to her event, where she was going to be the goddess of the new culture. After reading this invitation, the heroine was surprised because once again she could not remember anything like this in the novel. She felt that she should have remembered such an event, which meant that neither the letter nor Aisha's evening was in the book. However, Rebellia didn't expect the concubine to try to get in her way so blatantly. When the lady went out for a walk, she was still thinking about the actions of her second wife, so she did not immediately notice how they approached her. And the emperor, who noticed the empress from afar and approached her, smiled kindly at the miss as a greeting. To this, the girl thought that they had begun to suspiciously often run into each other by accident. This circumstance angered the heroine quite a lot, who would have just liked to be alone with her thoughts. As a result, after returning from the walk, the lady finally decided to attend the concubine's event. A large number of aristocrats came to the evening, as everyone was interested in what would happen. Aisha herself wore a shorter dress than was allowed in high society, especially for this event. With this, the girl immediately began to attract the attention of men and women from the outside, but this is what she was trying to achieve. Initially, the concubine was worried whether it was too frivolous of her to wear such a short outfit. The thing is that according to etiquette, ladies in the empire wear dresses that cover their ankles, even in the heat. However, much more than maintaining propriety, Miss wanted to stand out at this celebration, so she resolutely clenched her fists. Aisha was confident that no one present would dare to condemn the empress herself. However, the fact that Rebellia also agreed to come to her event greatly worried the concubine. The concubine understood perfectly well that it was this lady who most often attracted all the attention to herself, which created problems. The most offensive thing for the second empress was that the first wife somehow even took the ruler for herself. But Aisha herself, for some reason, remained out of work, although the emperor continued to give her various gifts. At the same time, the concubine almost sadly recalled the time when Rebellia stood out in almost no way. This made the girl bite her beautiful lips out of frustration and anger, since she could not openly show her emotions. However, now the lady put a smile on her face, and she was going to be the center of attention for everyone. Miss happily greeted everyone who agreed to come to her event because it was important to her. Suddenly, Aisha froze in the middle of her speech as she saw something she never expected to notice just then. The girl nevertheless tried to restore her speech so that there would be no pauses in her performance in front of the audience of nobility. But the fact that Rebellia wore such a revealing red dress did not give the concubine any peace. As a result, many aristocrats looked only in the direction of the magnificently dressed first empress. With horror, Aisha realized that compared to her first wife, her dress did not stand out at all and even looked dull. At this moment, noticing that the concubine had somehow fallen silent, Rebellia spoke up and asked everyone to calm down. The heroine crossed her legs, revealing an even greater view of herself, and with a smile asked people to return the floor to the hero of the occasion. Although the first wife asked the nobles to behave decently, the concubine still continued to feel uncomfortable. At this point, Rebellia suddenly and quite sincerely encouraged the girl, inviting her to continue her speech. Aisha didn't expect that her rival would suddenly start paying attention to her and even help her in some way. But these words from the first empress unexpectedly encouraged the second, and she was able to continue the event. Suddenly she noticed that the emperor was paying attention to his first wife, begging her to cover her legs. The heroine responded sluggishly that she was not cold at all, so she saw no point in fulfilling her husband's requests. But Alex couldn't calm down because Rebellia's revealing outfit bothered him a lot. Watching their dialogue, Aisha involuntarily cringed, but still ordered herself to relax and think about it later. Once again, the concubine reminded that she was the main one at this event, so she called out to the people and said that she would share with them information from her world. The thing is that Aisha came to this dimension from Korea, where she lived in the ordinary modern world. The heroine also came from Korea, so she understood perfectly well what the telephone was that the concubine was talking about. But the girl herself, for obvious reasons, was not interested in this technical achievement, so she was bored. But the nobility was very interested in the phone, and no one could believe that this thing even worked. One of the men said that he would gladly acquire such a thing, which ultimately greatly frightened the concubine. Aisha didn't expect this at all, so she even took a few steps back out of fear. And the people around suddenly for some reason decided that Miss would be able to get a phone for them, and were already happily waiting for this. The concubine didn't think that it would be enough for the aristocrats to just hear stories about her world. To avoid further confusion, the second empress admitted that she could not create a telephone. This greatly surprised the nobility, because they believed that the holy goddess could do absolutely everything in the world. Then Aisha couldn't take it anymore and shouted that she was an ordinary student, not a scientist or an engineer. The heroine, who also didn't know that something like this would happen, silently watched this whole stupid and sad argument from the side. The girl felt relieved that she hadn't told anyone about herself, because then there would have been questions for her too. Also, the concept of university was very different in this world, and meant that you dedicated most of your life to knowledge and study. Even among the wealthiest aristocrats of this dimension, few were honored to study in such an institution. Rebellia knew that in Korea, university was just a stepping stone in education, which was different from the idea in this world. So now Aisha was in a panic, because to everyone she seemed like a goddess, but in reality she couldn't do anything. Here, the heroine glanced towards the emperor and even thought about intervening and helping the concubine. Suddenly, Alex himself gave the command to the lady to stop chatting and give her word to Aisha, which helped the lady. Rebellia was watching the concubine, who was the center of attention, when suddenly she met her eyes. At the same time, the face of the second empress was distorted by the rage that she wanted to direct towards her first wife. The girl believed that it was the heroine who was to blame for her finding herself in such a stupid situation. So she turned to the servants and asked them to quickly bring what they had prepared for everyone in advance. In response, the assistants said that they needed a little more time since the preparations were not finished. But the concubine was not going to wait and feel ashamed for even a few more minutes, so she demanded that everything be taken out immediately. When the servants obeyed, Aisha announced that she had prepared various dishes from her world for the dear guests. This turned out to be a huge surprise for the heroine, because the food in this world was very different from what she ate in her career. The aristocrats, meanwhile, were able to examine the prepared food and began to admire it in different ways. Some people liked the appearance of the unusual food, others liked the smell, although the portions themselves were quite small. Aisha, happy that everyone was listening to her again, announced that people could eat and drink as much as they wanted. The girl was sure that after the meal everyone would treat her well, but suddenly something went wrong. One after another, noble people suddenly began to complain about various dishes that they did not like for some reason. The concubine looked around and could not believe that there was not a single satisfied aristocrat. But Rebellia, unlike all the others, could absolutely calmly eat what was prepared on Aisha's command. However, she understood perfectly well the people who were afraid to even try this food, because visitors to Korea rarely ate it. It was about deliciously prepared rice dumplings and kimchi that no one liked. The fact that so much delicious food would simply go into the trash bin worried the first empress a little, and she thought about it. At this moment, the concubine still couldn't believe that she had failed so badly at her own event. What hurt the lady the most was that she was not the center of attention at the celebration that she herself had organized. Suddenly, Rebellia clapped her hands, addressing everyone at once, and said that she thanked the people for their visit. The concubine did not expect that the first empress would offer to prepare a simpler meal from the dishes she brought. No one present could believe that the lady was actually going to make something edible out of food that no one liked. The heroine was confident that she would succeed, but quickly noticed the reaction her words caused. The girl guessed that, after Aisha's dishes, the aristocrats were distrustful of any innovations. When everything was ready, Rebellia did not know how exactly to persuade the nobility to try what had already been prepared on her orders. Suddenly, the ruler himself approached the empress and asked permission to be the first to choose a dish for himself. Alex noticed his wife's uncertainty and asked if she had any reason not to allow him to eat. He remarked that Rebellia's food would definitely not be as bad as the original, which Aisha heard and shrank even more. In response, the heroine told the emperor that she was only worried that his negative attitude might spoil the impression of the food. But His Majesty objected that he did not have the courage to try something truly disgusting. For some reason, these words made the first wife very angry, so she, barely containing her emotions, told the guy to do as he wanted. Alex just smirked when he saw that the girl was visibly angry with him for some reason. As he passed the lady on his way to the table, the emperor whispered to her that she had finally become the Rebellia he knew. The miss turned to follow the ruler because she did not understand what he wanted to tell her by this. But despite her husband's words, the girl was still nervous, since the empire did not need ingredients and she had to fantasize. But the heroine had lived in this world for a very short time, and therefore had not yet had time to learn the taste preferences of the inhabitants. So when Alex began to try her dishes, the empress froze in excitement and stared at him. To her great relief, the emperor suddenly announced to everyone that he thought the dish was quite good. The ruler then described to everyone present what it was about the food that he liked, which convinced the others to try it. Rebellia herself exhaled and thought that it was not in vain that she watched various videos about food in her world. The aristocrats still stood aside and did not dare to try the new dishes, although they were noticeably interested. But the lady herself was no longer particularly interested in the opinions of others, because Alex liked everything, and nothing else was important to her. Rebellia didn't even think about expecting such a result, but in the end she was very pleased with herself. At the same time, while giving advice to the chefs on how and what to cook, Miss replaced quite a lot of products from the original recipe. This is because the inhabitants of the empire were used to eating other food, and in the end they liked the new food so much that some even asked for more. The empress stood at a distance from all the aristocrats in order to maintain the ability to observe everyone at once. At about this moment, the concubine left the hall in disgrace, as she realized that nothing could be fixed. Because of the girl's actions, Rebellia had to end the event, but Aisha clearly didn't care. As a reward for his efforts, Alex suddenly volunteered to accompany his first wife to her chambers, which alarmed the lady. She did not consider her merits at the end of the celebration sufficient to warrant thanking her too much. Here, the emperor asked the girl not to be so vigilant and wary towards him. The guy tried to convince the lady that he helped her to the event only because he really liked her food. Then Rebellia admitted, with a little embarrassment, that she had indeed once been interested in cooking. To this, the ruler only smiled sweetly, since he did not even know that his wife was keeping such a secret. And at that moment, the heroine observed Alex's behavior, and it seemed more and more strange to her. The thing is that the emperor from the novel and the emperor now in front of her were significantly different from each other. After all, in the book, the guy was a tyrant who only noticed one concubine, which is why Rebellia died. Only now, when the miss held the ruler's hand, he did not seem cruel and merciless to her at all. Looking around, the miss thought that there was a high probability that the ruler simply had not yet developed feelings for Aisha. The girl was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't even immediately notice where exactly the emperor had taken her. It turned out that in one place of the imperial garden, flowers had once grown that had been planted with the same name as the heroine. The guy explained that these plants were not grown before because they were poisonous, even though they were beautiful. Listening to all this, the heroine thought that she wanted to get to her bedroom, but somehow ended up here. So the lady asked the emperor if they really came here just to look at the flowers. To this, the ruler stated that he really enjoyed simply walking with his wife like this among the flowers in the imperial garden. Only Rebellia reminded the guy that he had ignored her for 3 years before and now suddenly wanted to hang out together. The ruler looked at the girl and agreed that he had acted wrongly before and only now realized it. The lady, who had already managed to turn away from her husband, froze in place because she did not expect that he would suddenly ask for forgiveness. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, but she couldn't say anything yet, deep in thought. The lady suddenly realized that after she told Alex about the divorce, for some reason he began to apologize to her more often. Moreover, the emperor suddenly began to admit his mistakes, which was completely unlike him in the novel. However, the girl still clenched her hand into a fist and once again reminded that all this was just a deception to achieve her goal. At this point, the ruler declared that he had indeed never asked the lady for forgiveness before, but was now ready to do so as much as necessary. He tried again to convince Miss that they shouldn't have gotten divorced, which only ended up making her angrier. Suddenly, the emperor said that Rebellia also did not want war with him at all, just like he himself. With a sad expression on his face, His Majesty said that the day might come when he would regret his words. The first empress looked at the emperor in surprise, as she did not understand why he even said something like that. The ruler himself realized that he had said something stupid for some reason, and therefore asked the lady to forget about it altogether. The heroine remembered that when she read the original story, Alex seemed like a psychopath to her. The most cruel thing the guy ever did was always to win the love of his concubine. However, pressing her lips together, the lady was forced to admit that the emperor seemed to be in a state of confusion right now. However, the miss did not want to admit it, so she told the ruler that she did not understand what he wanted from her. The heroine advanced on the guy with extreme confidence, declaring that she remembered all too well all the words he had once said. The fact that the empress was not afraid to express her opinion to the emperor ultimately surprised him greatly. He chuckled and didn't even get angry, but only said that the lady had deliberately ignored his words. Hearing that swearing had become a habit for them, Miss fell silent, but only for a while, and His Majesty suddenly said that he had brought his wife here only to look at the flowers, and it did not matter to him whether she believed him. At the same time, the emperor gave the lady such a beautiful smile that she could not resist becoming embarrassed. Realizing that Alex had just used his beauty against her, Miss still offered him her hand. However, she remained of her opinion even when evening came, and wished to die rather than fall in love with the ruler. Out of spite, the first wife reminded the emperor that Aisha had actually organized today's event. But the guy didn't plan to visit the concubine's room to show his gratitude for today. So instead, the guy took the girl by the hand and kissed her tenderly, which greatly surprised the lady. The empress watched the ruler's actions without stopping because she did not know how to react. Alex then pulled back a little and smiled at Miss, although he didn't let go of her hand. When Rebellia came to, she pulled her hand away and reminded her husband that they were planning to get a divorce soon. But Alex laughed at this and said that this was how they usually treated ladies, which made the girl blush even more. To avoid further embarrassment, the empress ran into her room and slammed the door. But even after this, the lady could not calm her wildly beating heart for some time. The girl understood that this was no longer even flirting, but the guy was really behaving this way in order to get her. Even Alex himself didn't fully understand what was happening to him today, since for some reason he was behaving too freely. The next morning, the servants once again discussed Rebellia's actions, but this time they only grabbed the lady. Even Aisha's friends admitted to each other that they had misunderstood everything and had condemned the first empress in vain. What people liked most was how cleverly the heroine ended the celebration that the concubine had started. The second wife heard all these rumors very well, and they made her mood worse and worse. As a result, the girl even stopped eating normally, which greatly worried her maids. The assistant asked the lady not to harm her health and not to worry so much about what happened. But in response, Aisha only asked the girl to leave her alone, since she did not want to see anyone right now. When the miss even started shouting just to get the maid out, she suddenly fell silent. The assistant, who was truly loyal to the concubine, realized that now was not the time to console her. As soon as the servant left her alone, Aisha began to try to understand with horror how Rebellia knew Korean dishes. The girl did not believe that the first empress was simply lucky and was able to cook food from another country. The concubine even mentally considered the possibility that the heroine had come here from Korea, just like her. But Aisha quickly dismissed this idea, as she realized that it would be impossible not to notice. So there was only one option left that the concubine believed in, and that was that Rebellia had overheard something about Korean culture somewhere. But for the girl, everything remained a mystery. How did her first wife find out about something that does not exist in this world? People who come into this world from another are eventually considered saints, and everything about them is carefully recorded. So Aisha guessed that the first empress could simply find the book and read valuable knowledge. This guess plunged the lady into great horror, so that her whole body shook incredibly from anxiety. For the first time, the concubine decided for herself that it was Rebellia, who had taken from her everything that belonged only to her by right. And at this time, ordinary people noticed some unusual girl who came to their street. But what surprised the residents most was that the lady was accompanied by a huge number of people. The thing is that Rebellia didn't want to sit still, and therefore decided to visit the place with the worst status. The girl was madly in love with the looks around her, and the attention that surprised people were giving her. After all, the emperor's first wife for some reason came to the black market, where many illegal goods were sold. The heroine decided to take advantage of the fact that this street would damage her reputation, so she was glad. The only thing is, the lady was a little ashamed in front of the guards because she was forced to follow her everywhere. But she really wanted to divorce the emperor, so she had no other choice anyway. The ruler had been acting suspiciously peaceful in recent days, so Miss needed to create a conflict to get a divorce. So the girl asked her guards why they were frozen in place and boldly moved forward. The heroine decided to start with the very first store she saw, which was located not far from her. But as a result, the lady had to sit down on the bench because she felt terrible shame. The girl realized too late that she had made a huge mistake when she decided to buy everything. Initially, Rebellia did not suspect anything and burst into every store on her way, demanding to sell everything. And this time, with her eyes shining, the empress acted in a similar way, without even taking a good look at the goods. The seller, who was the first to sell all of his 18+ items at once, was very surprised by this. However, he quickly got his bearings and began packing everything, and the heroine didn't even have time to say a word to refuse. Because of this, Rebellia now desperately wanted to sink into the ground, because she didn't want people to think that this was for her and Alex. The first wife understood that she urgently needed to come up with something to get out of this situation, when suddenly she became distracted. For some reason, a whole crowd of curious people gathered around a certain place in the market. No matter how hard the heroine looked, she was still unable to see from afar what the whole thing was about. Then the girl, with a serious look, asked one of her guards what was happening ahead. The guy himself wasn't really in the know, but he was able to answer the lady that the commoners were just waiting for something. Only after this, having peered into the distance, did Miss finally guess that an auction was beginning somewhere ahead. She knew perfectly well that all the most amazing and unusual things were sold at auction, so she called security to follow her. Meanwhile, the host of the event announced the start of the auction and sale of exotic goods. On the bed a little higher up, from where there was a good view of all the goods, Rebellia and her guards were seated. The girl was very surprised when she saw that the presenter was praising the slaves for sale so much. The heroine could not even imagine that she would ever encounter something like this, although it did not contradict the law. She was well aware that many aristocrats would refrain from such a purchase because the slaves were foreign. For some reason, the lady's attention was very much drawn to the girl who was standing among the people being sold and shaking with fear. Seeing how afraid the poor thing was, the heroine felt angry that such trades even existed. However, the empress remembered that one of the heroes in the original novel also had a slave past. At that moment, the host introduced that very girl, saying that her name was Bella, and she knew how to do a lot of things around the house. Almost immediately, the bidding for this slave began, and it increased very gradually, since people had little money. This constant change of numbers that the common people shouted into the air had a significant effect on the heroine's nerves. Meanwhile, the rates continued to rise, which made the seller noticeably more and more joyful and cheerful. Literally, a few minutes later, it became clear that no one could raise the price of Bella any higher. And just as the presenter was about to sell the girl, he heard someone ordering him to stop. However, Rebellia could not stand it and interrupted this event, using her word as empress. No one present expected that such a noble lady would be at the black market, but she walked proudly towards the seller. The merchant did not immediately realize what exactly he needed to do to honor the emperor's first wife. For Bella, it was a huge surprise that she saw Rebellia as the lady suddenly approached her. Unexpectedly for everyone, the heroine turned to the crowd and shouted that she was closing the auction and therefore asking everyone to disperse. The seller could not allow this to happen, since he had already given part of his money for the slaves and therefore did not want to lose it. But as soon as the man began to object, the lady gave him such a terrible look that he immediately fell silent. At the same time, the merchant did not stop feeling sad about having lost such a huge amount of money that he needed. But the miss had no intention of robbing anyone, so she handed the seller a check for the purchase of all the slaves. The man immediately guessed that this money would be several times more than what he could get from commoners. So the seller immediately agreed, thanking Rebellia for her unspeakable generosity and kindness. The lady, meanwhile, looked at the slaves and realized that if she simply let them go, they would die of hunger. But she had just given them back their lives and didn't want them to be taken away for any reason. Moreover, Miss was afraid that bad people might find out about these people's past and sell them as goods again. But she felt sorry for these people who were simply unlucky enough to be born into a good and at least somewhat wealthy family. So, after thinking a little, the girl made a difficult decision that could save the lives of these slaves. First, the lady told the people that she had spent quite a lot of money to buy them, after which the heroine ordered to consider her as her mistress from now on, to obey her in everything and to help her. On top of everything else, Rebellia suddenly announced that she was taking them all to work for her right in the imperial palace. At this moment, the emperor's assistant reported to him that his first wife was on the black market. The old man was very worried that the reputation of the imperial family would be damaged by the lady's actions. But the ruler himself suddenly declared that he saw no problem at all with the miss walking around such a place. The assistant did not expect such an answer from the emperor, so for some time he was at a loss for words. Alex, who had just managed to get out of the shower, announced that he would go there himself to pick up the empress. Meanwhile, the guards tried to convince Rebellia that foreign slaves could not live on her estate. One after another, the ladies repeated the words that life in the palace was too generous for slaves. And the newly bought people themselves watched this dispute with great excitement, because their fate was being decided. When Bella heard that Rebellia was going to be personally responsible for them and hire teachers, she clasped her hands to keep from crying. However, literally a few minutes later, the girl could not bear it and fell to her knees in tears before the empress. At the same time, she thanked the heroine so sincerely that she did not have time to stop her in any way. For a while, the first wife watched in silence as her confession meant so much to this poor woman. She realized that Bella, like many others, was very scared because she knew nothing about her future. So the lady ordered the guards to remove the shackles from the people and take them to the palace, although the guys were not happy about this. Here, unexpectedly for herself, Miss heard from the side the cry of a man who was loudly swearing at someone. The girl looked in that direction and saw a man holding some kind of tool in his hands and hitting someone with it. At the same time, he stated that all slaves were the same, and he would gladly feed the boy to the monsters. When the commoner swung again, the first wife noticed that he was holding a powerful whip in his hands. And the guy who was being hit by all these blows seemed weak and like a small child to the girl. Shouting loudly to drown out the man, Rebellia asked him if the boy was a slave. She reminded him that she had bought absolutely all the slaves, so she didn't understand why he was still here. To this, the man replied in confusion that although the boy was a slave, he was not put up for sale. These words made the heroine very angry because she had not agreed to such a thing and could not even think about it. And the commoner himself suddenly reported that this guy had problems with his leg, so it was impossible to sell him. To this, the lady stated that she was buying a boy, which is why the man did not even believe her words at first. But the miss didn't stop there, as she also asked the stranger for his whip. When the slave heard this, he decided that he would again be cruelly beaten for his uselessness and lameness. But Rebellia had completely different plans for the instrument and the boy, which she was going to demonstrate by example. Taking the whip from the man, the miss shook her hand and then asked if the seller didn't know how dangerous this thing was. After which the heroine swung it and hit the merchant on the cheek, which he did not expect at all, so he did not even dodge. As a result, the man could hardly object to the lady because she paid a huge amount of money for all of this. But this did not prevent the seller from feeling a wild fear of the miss who hit him so easily. And Rebellia suddenly declared that under no circumstances should such things be used on children, so he better get out of here. Even more frightened, the commoner immediately got up and ran away, almost tripping in the process. The guard, who was standing next to the Empress just in case, realized with surprise that his help was not needed. Suddenly, the first wife complained that her arm hurt for some reason, and the guy suggested that the whip was too heavy. The heroine only now realized that she rarely does sports, which finally made itself known. In any case, the girl was glad that she had created so many opportunities for various rumors. The Empress had expected that now her husband would have to divorce her, so she was already happy about this in advance. Suddenly, the lady was distracted from her thoughts by the very same slave whom she had just saved along with the others. The lady started to ask how he was feeling when she saw the guy's face and suddenly fell silent because of it. All because the girl found the boy's face suspiciously similar to one character from the novel. So Miss immediately asked the child what his name was, and he, smiling in response, said that his name was Caleb. Rebellia would never have thought in her life that she would meet this man under such circumstances. Caleb was that character who seemed kind and innocent to everyone, but he had a dark side. From birth, the boy was a slave, since his parents were once prisoners of war. After many years, he developed a huge magical talent, thanks to which he created his own guild. The lady remembered well that in the original story, Caleb was madly in love with the concubine. So he went out of his way to use his guild for any help the girl needed. But the heroine couldn't believe that the boy in front of her was that very powerful magician. She grabbed him by the cheeks and began to examine him closely, but only became even more convinced that the boy really was Caleb. Miss knew that he must be about 16 now, but the boy looked younger than his age. Moreover, the Empress found the magician's personality more timid and sweet than the one described in the novel. Only then did Rebellia realize that she had been holding the face of the injured slave in her hands for too long. Suddenly, the girl heard a familiar, displeased voice behind her and turned around to look at it in fear. It turned out that the Emperor was not joking at all when he said that he would come to the black market, since he had already reached it. Moreover, Alex entered the room at the most inopportune moment because Rebellia and Caleb were close to each other. Then the ruler asked with displeasure what these two were doing here, after which he began to slowly approach. But his wife, without explaining anything, asked with a smile what brought His Majesty here. Although the lady asked such a question, she knew the answer to it very well, so she expected a quarrel. But the ruler had no intention of throwing the Empress out of the palace just yet, even though he was dissatisfied with her. So Alex decided to change the subject and asked who the dirty boy was, standing next to his wife. When the lady explained that he was her slave, the Emperor asked why she tried to kiss him, which greatly angered the miss. The girl immediately began to shout loudly that she had not intended anything like that, but the ruler remained calm. The Empress explained that she had examined the boy's wounds, and the Emperor himself saw that the child was in bad condition. Watching the ruler, the heroine suddenly discovered with surprise that he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, nothing changed for the Empress herself, so she could not understand what the matter was. And the Emperor ended this dialogue by saying that he was glad that everything turned out well with his wife. Miss herself understood that she didn't need the reputation that she loved children. The only thing the girl couldn't understand was why His Majesty didn't end up being angry with her. Leaning towards the Empress, the boy suddenly whispered that someone like him had no need to be angry with her. And then only Alex explained, grinning evilly, that he was the owner of this black market. The lady could not have expected such a turn of events, so she stared at her cunning husband in amazement. Meanwhile, he explained that it would be foolish not to control such a dangerous territory. Then, lightly squeezing the Empress's shoulder, the ruler whispered that only a few people knew about this. After which the Emperor smiled and said that he would share with Rebellia because she could be trusted. The girl realized that she was being pushed into a corner, which she didn't like very much, but she couldn't object. The thing is that if the ruler wanted to divorce his wife, he would not have entrusted her with such a secret. So, by confessing this to the lady, Alex seemed to be declaring that he was sure that they would never get divorced. The heroine was not very pleased that she knew the Emperor's secret because it brought them closer together. So, as a result, Miss felt almost deceived, but she could not resist. However, right now the Empress had other concerns, so she turned her attention back to the boy. For the umpteenth time, the first wife asked Caleb if he had changed his mind, and the guy confirmed that he thought the same. The boy clearly lacked courage and self-confidence, since he could hardly bring himself to say anything. However, the future magician was able to say that now he always and everywhere wants to accompany Rebellia. However, the Empress still warned him that becoming a knight is not as easy as it seems. So the girl, who only wanted Caleb to be happy, advised him to think it over again. But the boy, having heard that his path would be long and difficult, still was not at all afraid. Although the lady continued to offer him various options on how the future of the magician could go in an interesting way, the girl sincerely wanted to find a job for the guy that would suit all of his talents. However, Caleb suddenly made puppy dog eyes and said that people often tell him that he is in the way. So the boy dared to interrupt the lady before she could tell him something that the magician would ultimately not like. Unexpectedly for the heroine, he confessed that he was born with small but still magical abilities. Caleb said that he had to hide it from everyone his whole life so that it wouldn't cause any problems. Miss was surprised that the boy suddenly began to speak so openly, but she still did not give up trying to prevent him from being a knight. The Empress even suggested that the magician study his abilities by entering a research center. The boy lowered his head and suddenly asked if there were many of his peers in this training place. When he heard that there really were a lot of them, he began to beg the lady not to send him to this scientific center. Only then did Caleb explain that as a child, he was often bullied by kids his own age. This shocked the Emperor's first wife so much that she couldn't even immediately find words of comfort. The girl couldn't even imagine that this child had managed to go through so much in his short life. Ms. suggested that in the original story, the boy might have wanted revenge for all the bullying he had suffered. But right now, Caleb looked sweet and harmless, and he also promised to do whatever the lady told him. Rebellia suddenly realized that, because of such pitiful persuasions, she could not leave the boy alone. For some reason, the heroine was moved by the tears of the former slave, and decided to allow him to study to become a knight. As soon as the Empress agreed to leave him by her side, the boy beamed with a happy smile. He stated that he was very happy to become the lady's knight, and that this was now the best day of his meaningless life. Seeing how happy Caleb was, Miss couldn't even imagine what could go wrong. The only thing is that the Empress objected and said that the boy's life was not at all meaningless. She remembered her past self, who once lived in Korea, and whispered that every life has a meaning. While saying all this, the heroine did not notice how empty the gaze of the magician was, who listened attentively to her words. The lady finished her speech and said that she was very glad that the boy understood everything quickly and easily. Unexpectedly for the girl, the new assistant suddenly stood up and headed straight towards her. The Emperor's first wife managed to get a little scared and asked the boy if something was wrong. But getting down on one knee, Caleb simply said an oath, as he dedicated his entire life to Rebellia. He even allowed himself to kiss the lady's foot, something that no knight ever did. So the heroine was expectedly embarrassed by this action, although she did not push away the new servant. And the magician, smiling sweetly and good-naturedly, said that he had heard that all slaves should speak this way to their master. At that moment, the Emperor was in his office, and he was overcome by not the best thoughts. The ruler tried his best to work, since there were still a lot of documents, but he was distracted every time. For some reason, he couldn't get Caleb out of his head, even though he was just a boy and couldn't harm the lady. But the fact that this incomprehensible servant would spend a lot of time with Rebellia did not please the Emperor. For the first time, Alex seriously considered whether a knight should always follow the person he was guarding. However, His Majesty was not going to take any action in any case, since he respected his wife's choice. Besides, the ruler had something else to think about, because the secretary had prepared for him a huge list of Rebellia's purchases from the black market. Among all these things, the Emperor quickly found strange goods 18+, which made him embarrassed. And the heroine herself at that moment did not even suspect what exactly her husband was dealing with. All the newspapers that learned that Rebellia had been walking around the black market demanded that the emperor give the reason for this. Alex understood that it would be very difficult for him to find all the people who saw his wife that day and ask them to keep quiet. For some time the ruler was thoughtful about this, but still decided not to give up, as he usually did. However, all these questions were just a trifle compared to what the ruler was really thinking about. His intelligence agents confirmed the information that on that day the empress bought those same 18+ pieces. So the emperor knew that the lady was now keeping all these things for some reason in her secret storage, where he could not get to. His Majesty even imagined this picture too well with things that could not be left outside. But the guy immediately threw all these thoughts out of his head and remembered that the miss was a strategist and had a reason for everything. If it had been any other person in the girl's place, the ruler would have decided that he wanted to spend the whole night with him. But the emperor did not believe that the first empress, who demanded a divorce, would suddenly want to do so. This was not the first time the girl had spoken directly about what she wanted, and she had not hinted at all at intimacy with Alex. So the ruler had to rack his brains trying to understand why the miss had bought those things. As a result, he decided not to fantasize about something in his head, but to ask Rebellia personally about her plans. But His Majesty didn't know exactly what he would do if it turned out that his wife really had planned a night with him. He remembered Rebellia's face when she was embarrassed and therefore showed emotions. At the same time, the ruler himself did not know what he felt because of this, but for some reason his lips stretched into a smile on their own. His Majesty did not know why the lady suddenly became so emotional, but he clearly liked it very much. These feelings still somewhat disturbed the emperor, but for the moment he allowed himself to rejoice in them. However, the ruler was still only concerned about the fact that he really liked everything that was happening. The guy understood that he couldn't immediately get to the point of the dialogue, and was about to knock on the lady's door when he heard voices from inside. He immediately recognized the voice of Caleb, who was resisting something that the empress was persistently offering him. And Rebellia herself was still trying to persuade the boy to accept the clothes she had bought for him. The emperor realized that it was now the middle of the night, so it was not normal for a slave to be talking in a lady's quarters. So His Majesty could not resist and abruptly opened the door, seeing a boy and a girl next to each other. Rebellia and Caleb immediately looked at the incoming guest with fear, since they were not expecting him at all. And Alex himself at that moment irritably asked for forgiveness for having interrupted their dialogue. And then he explained that he could not stand aside while the slave was doing something at such a late hour in his wife's room. The first empress immediately became angry with her husband for violating her personal space. But the boy almost immediately dropped to one knee and asked for forgiveness for being there. He said that Rebellia was not guilty of anything, as she just wanted to help him with his outfits, even at such a time. However, the heroine covered the boy with her hands from the emperor's gaze, as she wanted to protect him. And indeed, the ruler now could not keep his emotions inside himself and looked angrily at the former slave. Alex even clenched his fist out of dissatisfaction, but he understood that he couldn't do anything in this situation yet. The girl asked if she couldn't praise her assistants and just give them something. The lady stated that she had no intention of cheating on her husband, even though she wants a divorce. The emperor explained that he did not suspect the miss of anything, but did not trust the child at all near her. These words made the heroine even more angry, and she became even more protective of Caleb, whom she had dragged into all this. For a moment, there was silence between the husband and wife, as no one wanted to quarrel. The ruler suddenly realized that he should not behave like this, because he did not want to divorce Rebellia. The empress did not yet know what exactly her husband was thinking and why he was behaving so strangely towards her. The ruler himself, looking at the lady, did not understand why he was so impulsive around her. To avoid further arguments, Alex turned his attention to Caleb, which the boy did not expect. However, the emperor did not talk to him, but only gently asked his assistant to leave the door. Although the boy did not want to leave the lady, he still could not disobey, so he left the room into the corridor. At this, Caleb looked at Alex's back with such a terrible look that it became clear that he was not as innocent as he wanted to seem. When the magician left, the husband and wife were left alone, as the ruler had originally wanted when he went to the lady. The girl felt awkward under the guy's intense gaze and therefore asked him to stop embarrassing her. Seeing that the lady continued to resist him, Alex said with a smile that the stronger the lady, the more greedy he becomes. The heroine smiled because she did not believe these words, but hinted to her husband that he did not need to look after her so much. The first empress looked slyly at the ruler and said that she wanted to give him valuable advice from herself. Alex was surprised when he heard the girl asking him not to do something that the emperor was not asked to do. This made His Majesty laugh, and he asked whether he should not pay attention to his subjects. Rebellia thought seriously about Alex's question about what he needed to do to make the other person happier. The heroine immediately said that if the guy wanted to try so hard for her, he could just give her a divorce. To the lady's great surprise, Alex suddenly said that it would be shameful for him, which the miss did not understand. And the ruler gently took the girl's hand in his and kissed it, saying that he was even ready to bow at her feet. These words struck Rebellia even more, who had never seen such emotions in the emperor even in the original story. His Majesty did not consider it wrong to express his feelings towards the empress in this way. As a result, the heroine blushed from embarrassment and was unable to say anything in response to the guy's words. Only a few seconds later, Rebellia came to her senses and told the ruler that his jokes were not funny at all. The lady squeezed her hand in displeasure, as she was very worried, and said that she would not demand the impossible from Alex. The guy didn't expect that his own wife would suddenly declare that he thought too highly of himself. And the girl, suddenly becoming emotional, suddenly declared that the ruler never sincerely cares about her. To this, Alex sadly told the lady that he would definitely prove her wrong, which again was unlike him. And at that moment, before the miss could come to her senses, the ruler quickly grabbed her by the waist and pulled her closer to him, after which His Majesty carefully dropped Rebellia onto the bed and followed her. Due to surprise, the heroine did not even have time to react in any way and forgot for now that it was possible to resist. His Majesty took full advantage of the girl's confusion, as it only played into his hands. Alex was the first to speak and admitted that he liked to show his real and sincere emotions to the ladies. The emperor could hardly contain himself as he wanted something more, but he simply stroked the miss's hair. Then His Majesty brought the strand of hair he had been holding in his hand to his lips and kissed it tenderly. What she saw made Rebellia blush even more, and she concluded that her husband really was crazy. The guy himself watched with pleasure the Empress's lively reactions and smiled openly because of this. When the miss felt that the ruler was crossing the line, she called out to him, but it did not produce any result. Instead of stopping and moving away, the emperor instead moved closer to the girl's face. And since Rebellia for some reason did not resist, the guy finally kissed the girl, which he had wanted for a long time. Since the heroine was not mentally prepared for this, she shuddered with her whole body and closed her eyes. Miss squeezed her hand, as she could not stand it, and still decided to hit His Majesty for such an impudent act. When the lady slapped the ruler on the cheek, she screamed loudly for him to get away. Alex's cheek was burning badly, but he himself understood perfectly well that he had crossed the permissible line, so he did not resist. The girl's whole body was shaking from an excess of emotions that she could not interpret for herself and pressed her lips together. It wasn't until Alex left his wife's room that he finally realized what he had allowed himself to do. Even the emperor himself suddenly decided that he had truly gone mad to do something like that. But, to his own surprise, the ruler still did not regret anything. Moreover, he continued to think about the soft and warm lips of the lady he had just kissed. It was then that Alex finally realized that for the first time he was enjoying intimacy with the opposite sex. The guy didn't recognize himself because before he considered all of this to be just stupid things that weren't worthy of his attention. However, for some reason, Rebellia made the emperor feel completely different desires and emotions, which he could not understand. Having analyzed his behavior, His Majesty realized that he was the only one who was strange all this time. After all, it was the guy who burst into his wife's chambers in the middle of the night after hearing her talking to someone. It was always normal for aristocrats to have lovers or mistresses, and even more than one person at a time. Moreover, this was originally permitted even in the marriage document signed by Rebellia and Alex. So, in theory, the ruler should not be worried about the fact that his empress might have someone else. However, for some reason, the emperor could not allow this, as if he wanted to change his relationship with the miss. His Majesty understood that his first wife had no one as an ally except him, whom she did not accept. But the girl, like everyone else, needed to communicate with at least someone so as not to go crazy from loneliness. But Alex did not want Mrs. Communication to be limited to just her servants and loyal assistants. Suddenly, the emperor realized that he also wanted to be near the lady, to talk and somehow help. For the first time, it was not enough for the ruler to know that such a person was somewhere nearby. He wanted to walk with his wife. Alex even admitted to himself that he wouldn't mind kissing Rebellia again, but it wasn't worth thinking about it for now. However, the guy was sure that now he would never forget these impressions, as well as the ladies' room in the palace. As soon as the ruler left, the heroine fell onto the bed and deliberately dropped a pillow on her head. The girl still could not believe what had happened to her just recently due to the fault of the emperor. Thinking about the kiss, the lady became so nervous that she even jumped up on the bed as she felt like she was going crazy. The heroine could not understand for herself why she kissed this man who essentially attacked her. The girl suddenly admitted to herself that she liked the kiss, and that's why she didn't pull away. As a result, Rebellia felt guilty for her feelings because she wanted to divorce the ruler. Since Miss was completely exhausted due to strong emotions, she cancelled all her plans for today. The heroine tried to occupy all her thoughts with rest, but so far she was not doing a good job, unfortunately for Miss. Suddenly, the girl heard someone knocking on her room door, although the empress had not called anyone into her room. When the lady finally gave permission to enter, a clearly out-of-breath maid suddenly burst into the room. Rebellia asked, somewhat irritated, why the assistant was in such a hurry and shouting since she didn't like it. The emperor's first wife informed the servant that she did not want to do anything right now, so it would be better for her to come back later. To this, the maid replied in confusion that she had an important message from the ruler for the empress. Imagine Rebellia's surprise when her assistant told her that the ruler urgently wanted to see her. But the heroine herself was not eager to date, since she did not know how to look the guy in the eye. Therefore, the miss asked the maid to tell His Majesty that she was tired and therefore would not come. To this, the assistant sadly replied that Alex had threatened to visit his wife for several nights in a row if she did not show up. The heroine thought that she could ignore His Majesty even if he suddenly came to her himself. However, she understood that in this case the maid would indirectly suffer and would find herself in an awkward situation. So Rebellia decided to visit the emperor after all, since he asked her to do so strongly. When the heroine came to the ruler's office, he noticed that she appeared earlier than he had planned. His Majesty admitted that he could have easily waited for the girl even longer because he did not have much to do. The lady herself only changed her clothes before coming to her husband, but did nothing else. The empress was still extremely dissatisfied with the fact that the ruler had called her to him for some reason. With a sigh, the wife admitted that she had hoped that no one would bother her today, but the emperor had destroyed those hopes. Alex looked at the lady carefully and realized that she hadn't even combed her hair properly before coming to him. So now the miss looked extremely disheveled, but she didn't care at all since she wanted to get back to her place. The ruler chuckled at this antics of the first empress as he considered her extremely brave. Meanwhile, Rebellia began to be indignant about the fact that for some reason everything was happening the way Alex wanted it to. To this, the guy replied that the miss could think whatever she wanted about him, but he was just glad to meet her. Since the heroine saw no point in grumbling about the emperor's actions any further, she remained silent for a while. Then the girl sighed and turned away, since she herself did not know what she wanted and why she had come. To end the dialogue as quickly as possible, the lady sat down in a chair and asked the ruler to briefly tell why he had called her. His Majesty did not really believe the miss's words, that she was already so tired that she had not even combed her hair. However, the guy didn't want to detain Rebellia, so he said directly that he wanted to ask for forgiveness for what happened yesterday. The emperor explained that he kissed the girl without thinking at all about her feelings, for which he now regrets. At that moment, the heroine expected anything from the ruler, but not a sincere request to forgive him. Rebellia was so surprised that at first she didn't even believe everything that was happening around her. The emperor himself looked at the lady with a sweet smile, waiting to hear what she would say to his words. He had only recently realized that the lady was weak to this approach, so she was blushing deeply now. But His Majesty did not expect that the miss would suddenly change the subject slightly and for some reason start talking about the concubine. Rebellia asked if the ruler couldn't kiss Aisha too, since they were going to get a divorce anyway. As a result, the girl herself got confused in her own words, and silence once again hung between the husband and wife. Alex suddenly realized what the lady meant and told her that he had never kissed anyone before. The heroine, who thought differently when reading the original story, almost fainted from such a detail. The emperor reminded her that he had mentioned this at the beginning of their marriage, so it was strange that the miss had forgotten. Here the ruler suggested that the lady might think that he had not kept his word and kissed Aisha. Rebellia felt completely at a loss and began to excitedly justify herself by saying that she had not thought anything like that. His Majesty had 2 wives and his line needed to continue, so the miss thought it logical that the guy would approach someone. But the girl was not prepared for the fact that the emperor gave his first kiss to her for some reason. Alex himself saw the empress's reaction and was noticeably amused by her embarrassed confusion. The ruler decided to hurt the miss once again and said that he did not think that her trust in him would be so low. Only now did the heroine understand that Alex could not lie, especially since he had taken a sacred oath that he would not lie. Rebellia had read the book long enough that she didn't remember the events in it very well, and didn't know if there was a similar scene in history. The girl definitely didn't remember anything like that in the comments, otherwise the readers would only talk about it. However, for some reason the girl's heart was restless, although she could not find a reasonable explanation for this. In the end, the miss decided that all this should not concern her, and the change in the lady's emotions was immediately noticed by the ruler. The heroine, meanwhile, stood up and said that if that was all the emperor wanted to say, then she would go. Miss wanted to run to her room as quickly as possible before the emotions she had been suppressing broke out again. Alex noticed with sadness that the girl didn't even drink the tea with him that he had prepared for her arrival. In any case, from this conversation, His Majesty was able to draw very important conclusions for himself. No matter how much Rebellia pretended to be frivolous and insensitive, in reality she was exactly the opposite in character. But the ruler didn't want the girl to blush in front of others as much as she was embarrassed in front of him. He even thought about increasing the empress's security, because then no one would see her face for sure. Then the emperor began to think in a more logical and profitable way, and thought about whether he should seduce his wife. After all, in this case, he could get himself a loyal and devoted ally whom he liked. The next morning, the heroine tried to return to her role as a villain, as she still wanted to get a divorce. She expected that all the newspapers would spread dirty information about her, but for some reason this did not happen. But the girl tried really hard and deliberately put on a provocative outfit when she went to the black market. Moreover, the lady even walked where there were always the most people, so that she would definitely be recognized and noticed. But in the end, the journalists printed some everyday gossip, and not rumors about the empress herself. As a result, the heroine came to the conclusion that the emperor certainly had a hand in this, clearly to spite her. So Miss threw the newspapers away with displeasure, since they did not bring her any closer to a divorce. With her hopes quickly dashed, Rebellia sat down in a chair in confusion, not knowing what to do next. Initially, she thought about returning to her world, but now she realized that it was impossible for her. Besides, the lady was on very bad terms with her family anyway, so she wasn't drawn to them. But the big problem was that the previous Rebellia didn't have a normal family either. And there wasn't even any reliable friend, which remained the same for the heroine herself. The lady clenched her fist tightly as she realized that after the divorce she would only have money left to live on. In an aristocratic society, if a woman got divorced, she now had to worry about jewelry and clothes. And Miss had long since begun to save all this, squandering Alex's numerous funds left and right. Even now, the girl could easily buy herself a house in another country, but she wanted something more. And right now, the lady was missing something villainous in her life, as she wanted to frame the emperor again. But first, Miss planned to open her own business, which could bring her income in the future. To begin with, Rebellia made a plan of action for herself and thought about the fact that she would need to meet new people. In addition, the heroine had to determine what sold best on the black market, as she wanted to participate. As a result, the girl took action, and the servant informed the ruler that she had bought up all the goods. Moreover, the empress bought up 18+ items, which she burned, as the assistant heard. His Majesty himself understood that his wife's latest antics were too strange and incomprehensible. Only now did he realize that last time, Rebellia had bought this product simply by mistake, and not for them at all. As a result, Alex even became noticeably upset, which surprised his assistant, but he did not ask anything. The ruler asked if the servant had finished reporting, but he suddenly started talking about slaves bought on the black market. His Majesty could not even imagine that some incomprehensible situation would happen with the slaves, so he began to listen. However, first he asked if everything was okay with the people, about which the servant immediately reassured him. Suddenly, the assistant said that the slaves were working very well, and Alex even thought he was joking. Then the secretary explained that those untrained slaves worked so well that all of Rebellia's demands were immediately fulfilled. At that moment, the girl, who had just been brought to this country for sale by a merchant, was walking through the estate. Here she heard someone whispering about new workers recently bought by the empress. These turned out to be other maids who did not even have to work because the slaves continued to work. In addition, the girl liked the appearance of some of the newcomers, as they did not expect this. Bella was very interested to know the servants' opinions about her, so she decided to eavesdrop, even though it was not good. And the girl really liked the fact that they praised not only her, but also Rebellia, who began to take better care of her assistants. Here Bella was unexpectedly found by Caleb, and since the girl was inattentive, she did not notice how he approached. However, the boy did not wish any harm to his friend, so he waited until she calmed down from fear. Only after this did the girl tell her friend that she had come here to hear the maids speak well of their mistress. They were both grateful to the Empress for hiding their origins from everyone around them. Bella thought a lot about why Miss decided to act in such a way, because it was dangerous. As a result, the girl came to the conclusion that nothing mattered to her. The main thing was that she would do anything for Rebellia. Bella shared with the magician that she would work even better and harder so that the mistress would be very pleased. The girl got so carried away that she said that slaves like them could even sometimes serve at night. Caleb instantly remembered these words, although he pretended that he was satisfied with his current situation. When the girl left, the boy thought that he would like to help Rebellia at night as well. It was at this time that the butler asked the Empress if he should send Caleb to her to serve at night. When the lady asked him what he meant, the old man explained that he had seen the miss paying special attention to the boy. This suggestion from the assistant greatly shocked the Emperor's first wife, since she had not thought of anything like that. However, the miss understood that it was not the butler's fault, since it was normal for aristocrats to have lovers. But the heroine herself did not consider Caleb in this sense, but only wanted to teach him, which she explained to the old man, after which the lady asked the butler never to offer her anything like that again in her life. The man immediately bowed and, just in case, even asked the lady for forgiveness, although there was no need for this. Although Rebellia tried to be a villain, she did not want such rumors to circulate about her and her servants. The girl was worried that Caleb might also hear such things and react in the wrong way. However, the lady still called the boy that evening, which made him incredibly happy. Miss asked how he was doing in learning magic, and the magician shared that he had been praised again today. As Caleb spoke, the lady watched his emotions closely and was pleased that he looked happy. Miss also failed to detect any signs that the assistant had heard anything strange, which she was worried about. When the magician finished telling about his achievements, Rebellia praised him and said that she was proud. Then the boy smiled and asked if the lady could come into his class to see for herself. But the heroine shook her head and said that she already believed that the magician was successful. However, the girl looked into the boy's eyes and said that she would think about it since he asked so. Smiling even wider, Caleb suddenly dropped to his knees in front of the lady, all the while keeping his eyes on her. Rebellia had not asked him to do anything like that, so she was surprised and immediately asked what was the matter. And the boy suddenly smiled sweetly and asked if the lady would forgive him, although she did not understand what was being discussed. Noticing the lady's confusion, he explained that he had been too busy with nightly training lately. The Empress realized that they really saw each other too little, but that it was not the child's fault. After that, Caleb suddenly looked down in embarrassment and said that he wanted to help the girl in a slightly different way. Hearing this, the lady shuddered with horror, as she had a presentiment of something unpleasant in the boy's words. And indeed, the magician suddenly said that young slaves like him could provide special services to their masters. All because Bella told him about it, and she never thought that her words could result in something like this. The assistant said that he knew that the miss had no such intentions at all, but he really wanted to repay her at any cost. So the boy reached forward and gently grabbed his mistress's face with his hands, intending to kiss her. But just before the kiss, the heroine managed to react and put the book in her place. Caleb stared at the girl in surprise, as he wanted the best, but ultimately did not understand what happened. The Empress then explained that she greatly appreciated her servant's desire to help, but that such a thing was wrong between them. The main thing for Rebellia was that she considered the guy too young, although he tried to object to this. So the girl approached the assistant and, stroking him on the head, said that he should live only for himself. To this, Caleb objected that the lady was not just anyone to him, and he turned out to be very right. When the boy returned to his room that same evening, he whispered with annoyance that he had missed a good chance. Then the Emperor came out from around the corner to meet him, and the magician didn't immediately notice his presence. Since the ruler was initially picky about this slave, he was not going to leave without an answer. But Caleb had no intention of confessing his thoughts and desires to this man. The ruler immediately realized that the boy was again coming from his wife's bedroom, which he did not like. The assistant did not hide this and explained that they discussed his academic performance and magic. Then the magician said that it seemed to him that His Majesty himself was worried about him no less than the lady. Alex didn't like the way Caleb was putting himself down, pretending to be innocent. The Emperor said that when they first met, he was very curious whether the boy knew who he was. And now the guy realized that he knew, and what's more, he is much more dangerous than he lets on to everyone else. The ruler voiced all his suspicions about Caleb straight to his face, and then gave the floor to the boy. And then the magician finally admitted that His Majesty was absolutely right in everything concerning mistrust. The assistant lowered his head guiltily, because although he was telling the truth, he did not stop playing. So the slave only admitted that he had feelings for the Empress, but in fact he shouldn't have. When the boy said that Alex had nothing to worry about, the Emperor did not believe him at all. And Caleb explained that the lady, no matter how hard he tried, perceived him only as a younger brother. But the magician still declared that, in any case, he would always protect the lady from any dangers on her path. The ruler listened silently to the boy's words, although he was not sure that his assistant had not lied to him somewhere. However, right now he couldn't present anything to the servant, so he simply asked him not to show up in his sight again. At the same time, His Majesty left Caleb extremely wary and angry, since this dialogue did not satisfy him. And the boy himself remained angry at the Emperor because he believed that he was interfering with his relationship with the lady. The next morning, Aisha was scolding the detective she had hired to find out information about Rebellia, but he found nothing. The man tried his best to justify himself, assuring that he had very good skills, and his reputation confirmed it. He managed to find out that the Empress had spent her entire life in seclusion, so that nothing was known about her. The concubine could not believe that her rival never even walked normally. The lady knew that in this world, the most important thing was information, which was considered almost public property. So any appropriation of knowledge about another world was a serious crime, for which there was a severe punishment. The girl did not believe that Rebellia could somehow find books about her world, and no one knew about it. Aisha was so angry about this whole situation that she bit her beautiful lips almost until they bled. As a result, the lady could not stand it, and even snapped at the innocent detective, who only wanted to help. The concubine angrily shouted that the man had simply done a poor job since he had not been able to find out anything. Then the assistant took one last chance to somehow help the lady, and told her that the Empress's new servants had once been slaves. Aisha didn't immediately believe this news, but decided to take advantage of it, even if it was a complete lie. She immediately asked the man where he found out about this and what source of information he found. The lady was surprised to learn that one of the sellers from the local black market told the detective about this. For some reason, only this old man wanted to talk to the stranger and share information. He said that with his own eyes he saw how the girl bought all the slaves at auction. Aisha still couldn't believe it, but the assistant said he knew why it hadn't become known. The whole thing was that literally the next day, some people visited the black market and forced everyone to keep quiet. The concubine guessed that this only meant that Rebellia had somehow blocked the spread of information, but the second wife did not rule out the fact that the emperor himself could stand up to defend the reputation of his first wife. But Aisha herself only wanted harm for the heroine, so she was glad that she had at least found something on her. Therefore, the lady told all her servants with a smile that she now had a new plan, and they could no longer collect rumors about Rebellia. According to the concubine's new plan, one of her trusted men would sneak into the building at night where he could get help. The man needed to get into the individual seal as quickly as possible, since all the larger ones were regulated by the emperor. Aisha had anticipated this, so she asked a servant to take information about Rebellia to any low-grade magazines. The man asked hesitantly why the miss had spoken about such establishments in particular, since they were usually not trusted. Only then did the girl explain to her assistant that these were the only publications that the ruler could not influence in any way. Besides, most aristocrats only pretend that they are not interested in such gossip. So for the concubine, the relevance of these newspapers was obvious, and the man did not argue with her. The girl was so confident that she was right that she was even ready to place bets. But the assistant himself had strong doubts that everything would be okay in the end, but he had no choice. And already that very morning, rumors about the first empress really did spread quickly among the common people. All the residents did not understand how Rebellia could do so many indecent things on the black market. But what surprised them most was that the lady also brought slaves with her to the imperial palace. In one of the editorial offices, a young student asked the editor-in-chief whether what they had printed was true. But the man responded that they shouldn't have any business with it. The main thing was just to print the material. Moreover, the editor decided to take advantage of this situation and even added a few gossips from his own personal side. He referred to the fact that it was not for nothing that the emperor's first wife bought a whole bunch of adult products. The young man himself knew that Rebellia's relationship with the emperor was not the best, which meant that she had acquired all those things for her lover. The man praised his assistant for his intelligence and said that guessing is also part of their job. Besides, the editor was sure that His Majesty would not be able to do anything with their free office. So he advised the uncertain student not to doubt anything and just do his job. However, all these words did not calm the guy much, who did not know whether they did the right thing by printing all this. Quite quickly, all these rumors began to be discussed in high society, since the aristocrats could not remain silent, and Aisha sat among the noble people, listening with a surprised look to everything they said. At the same time, the girl did not reveal in any way the fact that she personally intentionally spread all these rumors. Meanwhile, the people around, who had the right to walk around the palace grounds without hiding, looked at Rebellia. They paid so much attention to the girl that even her personal maid soon noticed it. The assistant decided to support the empress and asked her not to pay attention to all these envious words. The girl said that she knew how noble her mistress was, and no one could change that. The first empress listened silently to the words of support that the servant sincerely spoke to her. When the girl finished speaking, the first wife could not find the strength to thank her, so she simply asked him to leave her alone. But the assistant saw perfectly well how hard it was for her mistress, so she was not at all offended. Rebellia didn't say anything to the servant as she said goodbye, but just turned around and walked forward, lost in her thoughts. Only when she found herself in her room behind closed doors did the heroine finally allow herself to relax. Her entire body was overcome with incredible trembling as the lady gave vent to the emotions that she had been hiding all this time. Instead of being upset, Miss was incredibly happy that she had finally achieved her goal. She didn't care at all why the rumors started now. The most important thing was that the girl managed to ruin her reputation. Rebellia suddenly realized that she was ready to spread all these gossips herself, but for some reason she could not fully rejoice. The Empress sat down on the bed and thought hard about what was troubling her at the moment. The girl suddenly realized that she was no longer sure whether it was worth making such a fuss for the sake of a divorce. After all, the people around ended up cursing and whispering not only about her, but also about those who helped their mistress. The Emperor's first wife had no idea where the news about her lover suddenly came from in the newspapers. The only thing Rebellia was worried about now was that all these rumors could harm her servants. So the heroine decided to come up with a plan so that the entire scandal would ultimately be concentrated on her. Suddenly, a servant burst into the Empress's room and announced that the ruler had called an urgent conference. This was not part of the lady's plans, so she asked the girl again with displeasure the purpose of her visit. The assistant then added that Alex had conveyed that his first wife's presence at this event was mandatory. For a moment, Miss thought that the guy would finally announce a divorce, but quickly realized that he wanted too much. Since the heroine was still interested in knowing why the Emperor had called her, she said that she would come. However, the Miss understood that she could not appear in her home clothes, so she asked the maid to help her with the preparations. At this time, His Majesty walked among the other aristocrats and paid no attention to anyone. But the guy didn't care at all about other people's opinions, so he cleverly ignored all the rumors. Suddenly, people noticed the newspaper editor in the crowd and began to watch his actions with interest. Together with the journalist, the aristocrats tried to find out whether the Emperor was still thinking about divorce. Alex felt uncomfortable with all the attention he received because no one present was genuinely worried about him. As a result, noticing his master's mood, the secretary shouted at the noble people, calming them down a little. These moments were enough for the Emperor to collect his emotions, so he smiled in response to all the questions. He asked the journalist to wait until his wife arrived, and the girl's red hair was immediately noticed. The heroine saw perfectly well what impression she was making, and she really liked it. But the ruler was very shocked by the dress his wife chose to wear to attend the meeting. The lady said that she was a little late because she was getting ready for the evening out. Miss knew that it was always necessary to select clothes depending on the place, time, and moment. And this unspoken rule was observed both in her world and in this one, so the heroine broke it. Instead of wearing something calm and neutral, Rebellia made a point of standing out, which shocked her husband. In fact, the girl acted this way because she did not want to appear indecisive to journalists. As a result, the Miss could already hear the sounds of her falling reputation, which she really liked because that was what the lady wanted. The heroine did everything to ensure that the public forgot about her servants as much as possible, and all eyes were focused on her and the Emperor. Alex half-heartedly asked his wife not to wear such luxurious dresses next time, although he knew that she would not listen. Rebellia didn't even pretend to dress more modestly, but instead asked what the meeting was for. But the Emperor did not tell the lady anything yet, so that she would not come up with a plan that would ruin everything. Before the meeting began, the ruler suddenly interrupted the moderator and said that he would like to make a statement. His Majesty stood up and said that he knew that all the people had gathered there because his wife had been on the black market. The heroine saw that Alex was trying with all his might to find a way out of this situation, but she did not understand how. He suddenly declared that the honor of his first empress was not tarnished, which greatly surprised the girl. And the ruler suddenly confessed to everyone that he personally sent Rebellia to that place on his secret mission. The heroine did not expect such a turn of events, so she forgot where she was and immediately began to object. The lady heard journalists begin to record the Emperor's words, which she did not like. Miss tried to prove to everyone that Alex was lying, but the guy interrupted the girl in time, not letting her say anything. Trying to speak as loudly as possible, the Emperor declared that he was the owner of the only black market in their city. With this confession, the ruler confirmed the fact that he personally sent his wife there. At that moment, the Empress could barely restrain herself from attacking her husband and hitting him with her hands out of anger. His Majesty said that he hid all this because he gave Rebellia a highly secret task. He also said that he understood that he could discredit his wife, so he tried to hide the fact that she was at the market. Having finished speaking, the guy looked at the girl, and the expression on her face told him perfectly what she thought about all this. But this only made Alex more amused, so he turned to the journalists and said that he was ready to answer all their questions. The lady tried to object to her husband that no one would want to communicate with him after such a statement, when suddenly she was called out. One of the newspaper's editors said he heard that the girl had bought a lot of adult products on the black market. At the same time, the man kept a sly grin on his face, like a hyena who has sensed his prey and wants to catch it. So he asked if buying such things was also an order from His Majesty for Rebellia. The heroine frowned deeply at the question she heard, as she realized that this journalist was specifically digging into her. Moreover, the man hinted at the lady having a lover, about whom nothing had been heard before. The Empress bought these things by mistake, so she could not say that it was the Emperor's request. Then, to the surprise of everyone else, Alex himself stood up for the girl and said that there was a rumor going around that they were on bad terms. Alex said he didn't understand where such speculation came from, since he and his wife bought all those goods for themselves. Although Rebellia herself wanted to lean towards such an outcome, she still couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. While no one noticed, the lady looked indignantly at her husband, who essentially simply stood up for her. But then the ruler whispered to the miss that she had better confirm his words if she wanted to protect Caleb. His Majesty calculated this move well, since he knew that the girl was not indifferent to the fate of her assistant. He himself had personally observed more than once how the two of them walked around the palace late at night, although they did nothing suspicious. Communicating with the assistant at such moments, the lady noticeably felt free and cheerful. At the same time, the Emperor could not get the happy smile that the Empress gave the boy out of his head. But his wife now looked at the ruler himself with extreme displeasure and almost anger, but she admitted that he was right. So, sighing, the girl began to play her role and told Alex that all the people around her embarrassed her. And then, blushing on purpose, Rebellia confirmed that the purchase of adult products had also been with her husband's permission. The heroine even added with a laugh on her lips that some lover or mistress could not come between them. Seeing that the lady was playing to the crowd so well, the Empress smiled broadly so that no one would have any doubts about the truth of their words. But the ruler suddenly went too far and even asked the miss if their previous night had been too hot. Rebellia confirmed the guy's words but was terribly unhappy since he touched on a topic that was unpleasant for her. After hearing all these words, the aristocrats looked at each other in surprise because they believed it. This was immediately followed by statements from journalists that this was all a real sensation, which angered Miss even more. But in the end, this unexpected meeting ended with approval from all the noble people. And that same evening, more articles with new details about the Emperor and his wife began to appear in all the newspapers. As a result, almost everyone believed that Alex and Rebellia got along well with each other. And the only thing the heroine didn't like about this happy ending was that she was present in it. Fortunately, even those slaves whom the Empress placed in the palace did not suffer so much, since they had worked well before that. The lady was vigilant for some time to ensure that the new servants were not disparaged because of their origin, but this did not happen. However, she still did not stop worrying because she did not believe that everything was so good. But all that was left for the girl now was to solve problems only as they arose. And soon enough, as Miss had expected, people in the palace began to whisper that Caleb had once been a slave. The boy didn't have time to leave when suddenly the same three who had previously called him a slave approached him. One of them, supposedly giving a compliment, said that the guy had a cute face, but at the same time he smiled maliciously. Coming almost right up to the magician, the aristocrat asked how a slave could be so confident in the imperial palace. Since he didn't want to hurt the boy too much, he just shoved him with his shoulder and then walked away. But finally, the guy said that he urgently needed to wash himself because he accidentally touched something dirty. These words made Caleb incredibly angry, who was not at all as good as he wanted to seem. But the aristocrat, who had already gone ahead, did not even turn around to look at the magician, so he did not see his gaze. A little later, two men were discussing the fact that one of the sons of a nobleman accidentally fell from his horse and broke his leg. At that moment, a small and nimble mouse ran past their feet, which none of them even noticed. But Caleb noticed this mouse, since he was just nearby and it was his ally. The boy picked up the mouse in his hand and praised it for having scared the horse of the very guy who had laughed at him. The magician initially did not know that he had harmed the only son of the famous Viscount, but he did not care. He did everything to make sure that the guy now became an outcast because of his limp as a result of his leg injury. For the young aristocrat, it was almost like the end of his life, which he understood perfectly well as he lay on the sand. All because now he will not be accepted into any knightly order, and even his former friends will hate him. Since the boy had sorted out his affairs at this point, he decided to return to his usual and main activities. As soon as he thought about this, a blush appeared on Caleb's cheeks because he was in a hurry to see the Empress. At this point, the maids were mocking Bella, who was mentally ordering herself to just endure. The girl was afraid to do anything that could disgrace the mistress, while unknown girls took advantage of this. They laughed sarcastically at the stupid slave who fell to her feet from fear and now could not even get up. Bella heard everything they said perfectly well, but she still wasn't going to answer just for Rebellia's sake. Unexpectedly, the evil girls even got to the assistant's threads, to which she could not help but react. The girl carried these threads carefully and tenderly for the Empress, so they were very important to her. So Bella, although she didn't want to interfere, tried to take the threads from the two maids. Noticing that this thing was important to the slave, one of the assistants deliberately kicked the skein and said that such dirty thread was more suitable for the girl. Despite everything, Bella reached for the threads, when suddenly everyone heard a voice that made the maids shudder in fear. This voice ordered the former slave not to touch the dirty threads under any circumstances, which even brought tears to her eyes. It turned out that Rebellia herself accidentally came to this place and saw how the assistants were mocking Bella. The girls, who were caught red-handed, were barely able to ask how the lady ended up there. But the lady ignored them and went to her maid, telling her that she should not get her hands dirty while working. For the young girl, these warm and supportive words from her mistress were like a blessing from heaven. She apologized to the Emperor's wife, but she suddenly declared that Bella should not ask for forgiveness at all. Then the heroine glanced out of the corner of her eye at the guilty maids, hinting that she wanted to hear words of regret from them. The girls became even more frightened by this circumstance because they knew that they were very guilty. And the Empress suddenly declared that these dirty threads would look much better not in Bella's hands, but in the mouths of evil maids. Realizing she had no other choice, one of the maids stated that they did so because they cared about the imperial family. However, Rebellia did not want to listen to these pathetic attempts to justify her actions for even a minute, as she said with her face alone. The assistants explained that they could not bear to see slaves roaming freely around the imperial palace. Bella, hearing this, hung her head because she herself understood that she had few rights. Here, the heroine asked if the girls understood what they had just said, since she had personally chosen these people and brought them here. The maids did not expect the Empress to present everything in such a way, as if they contradicted her words. Rebellia asked with a menacing look what exactly the assistants were doing if they did not oppose her decisions. Of course, the girls immediately began to deny it, because they had no intention of doing something like that. And the heroine said that she would regard swearing at her children as a crime, which made Bella happy. Looking at the red-haired lady, the girl was once again convinced that she was magnificent. A little later, Rebellia was walking accompanied by her close servant and thought that her intervention would not be enough. People here will not be able to understand if you try to explain to them that slavery was an inhuman thing. So the lady even thought about eventually transferring her servants with a bad past to another job. Then the girl was called out by the same maid whom she had just saved from the other assistants. The girl looked very out of breath, so Miss stopped and asked what was wrong. Then Bella bowed before the lady and said that she would like to express her sincere gratitude for her help. Rebellia was not ready to accept praise, so she became embarrassed and did not know what to say to this. The girl then explained that she had no intention of helping, she was just passing by when she suddenly saw the girl. Here, Bella noticed that the Empress called her by name, which made her delighted, which the Miss did not expect. The assistant began to respect the Emperor's first wife even more, and she even knew her name. The heroine realized that now she would never be able to escape this puppy-like devotion that she had accidentally earned. As a result, when Bella emotionally told about her mistress's actions, the other slaves began to beg her not to transfer them anywhere. And no matter what the Empress said, her assistants only began to respect her even more after these words. Eventually, it got to the point that even among the aristocrats, it became known that the slaves praised Rebellia. Many began to think that the first wife was a very kind person, since she even worried about the well-being of the servants. Because of all this, the heroine's reputation only became even better, although she did everything to bring it down. Lying on her bed, the girl did not understand why all her bad actions had the opposite effect. And yet, although there was no longer any point in buying expensive clothes, Miss wanted to continue to increase her capital in the future. Lately, she has been studying more and more about taxes in preparation for independent life. The lady planned to open her own business in a small and inconspicuous town where she could live alone. While the Miss was dreaming, a maid quietly approached her and informed her that a guest had decided to visit the Empress. The heroine turned to her assistant in bewilderment, since she was not expecting anyone at that time, but she went to the meeting. This guest turned out to be the Emperor, who immediately said that he would like to see his wife much more often. But the girl didn't want to be nice and asked him to tell her right away why her husband had come, to which the guy agreed. Reaching out his hand to Rebellia, Alex said that today was the weekly dinner, and he would like the Miss to be there with him. But the girl immediately said that she didn't want to, and the ruler silently stared at her, hoping to make her change her mind. But the heroine was not at all embarrassed by his gaze, so she continued to calmly look him in the eyes. The Emperor then said that he had expected such an answer, but reminded the lady that they had pretended to be a good couple at the last meeting. And now Alex has once again heard rumors that the aristocrats are beginning to doubt the words spoken then. Rebellia asked if that was why her husband had come, to threaten her and remind her of how all this could affect the slaves. But at this point, the guy said that he had no intention of threatening the lady, but was only worried about whether everything would be okay. Alex leaned towards the girl's ear and whispered that she really shouldn't spread rumors about her lover among the slaves. This is because such gossip could destroy all of Rebellia's assistants, regardless of their gender. The heroine herself thought about this, so she only squeezed her hand in displeasure because of her worries about the servants. The girl understood that after everything that had been said, she would no longer be able to refuse to participate in dinner with her husband. So, although very displeased, the lady still accepted the offer of the Emperor, who said that he wanted to help. Even though the Miss said that this was the last time she would participate in something like this, the ruler smiled contentedly. He kissed the hand of his first Empress and replied that she had acted very wisely in the end. And at that moment, the heroine suddenly realized that everything was again turning out the way the Emperor would have wanted. However, it was not difficult for her to once again play the role of a good family in front of an audience of aristocrats. So this time the Miss caused surprise among the noble people, but for a completely different reason. This time, for the first time, the girl wore an outfit suitable for the occasion for this event. But the first wife could hardly come to terms with the rumors that peace had finally come to her soul. All this time, in order to maintain the image of a villain, the heroine showed the public shocking outfits. And today she accidentally fell asleep while getting ready, and the maids quickly did everything at their own discretion. For the sake of decency, Rebellia scolded her assistants a little, but in fact she was pleased with their work. Moreover, the girls sincerely stated that they were simply worried about their mistress's recent criticism. The heroine did not expect that the servants around her were so concerned about her own well-being. The maids actually said that this image suits Rebellia very well, so no one will insult her again. So, with a sigh, Miss decided to go in something quite ordinary this time, since that was how it turned out. She understood that the people who were helping her now were only a small number of those who truly loved her. Therefore, the girl tried to stand with her back to everyone else, who were again discussing her outfit and her possible appearance in the newspapers. The heroine could not have imagined that just because of a small change in style, the aristocrat's opinion of her would change so much. Here, one of the young men approached the empress, clearly wanting to talk to her personally. The guy good-naturedly introduced himself as the eldest son of one of the richest counts, and the lady listened to him silently. And the young man, at the end of his speech, declared that it was a great honor for him to finally see Rebellia in person. The girl still couldn't fully understand what this guy wanted from her, so she didn't drive him away. She suddenly declared with a smile that she was not at all concerned about those people who approached her, judging only her appearance. Suddenly, following this count's son, the empress was surrounded by other young people who also wanted to talk. The heroine looked around, barely listening to the barrage of questions that fell upon her because of these aristocrats. The lady absolutely did not understand why all these guys suddenly joyfully swarmed around her from all sides. The only reason the girl saw that they were getting closer was because she was starting to look decent. The heroine had no intention of putting up with this, so she turned around and walked away from the aristocrats as quickly as possible. Rebellia's eyes were trying to find Aisha, or at least the emperor, when suddenly the servants announced that Alex had just arrived. Literally at that very moment, the guy deftly grabbed the girl by the waist and said that she shouldn't rush to run away. In response, the girl hissed angrily at the ruler, since he was late and she had to walk alone. The lady admitted that she almost died from the importunity of the aristocrats around her, and they have for now moderated their ardor. Although the heroine was extremely unhappy, the guy was still able to come to an agreement with her, asking her to trust him once. The emperor reminded that at this banquet, the mist did not need to solve any difficult matters, because he would do everything. Rebellia looked at her husband suspiciously, as she could not understand what exactly he was going to do. A little late, as she was preparing her outfit, the concubine also came to dinner, barely hiding her excitement. Aisha was sure that today the vulgar Rebellia would not be able to compare with her, who was dressed according to all the rules. The girl really wanted all the attention to finally be focused only on her, and not on her first wife. Just before Aisha's arrival, the servants announced her, and a crowd of aristocrats almost immediately surrounded the lady. They complimented her, saying that she looked like a saint from legend, and the concubine smiled coquettishly in response. However, the rival quickly noticed that something strange was happening, since all eyes were not directed only at her. Following the direction of the crowd, the girl immediately rushed there, causing her hair to fly around. Since she could hardly see anything due to the huge number of people, Aisha asked them to move aside. To the girl's great surprise, when she was able to get to the place, Alex and Rebellia were kissing in front of her. This circumstance greatly shocked Aisha, because nothing like this was mentioned anywhere in the novel. Meanwhile, the emperor and empress only just stopped, despite the crowd of people around. The concubine could not cope with the emotions of disappointment and resentment, because no one paid attention to her anymore. After the kiss, the heroine smiled sweetly at her husband, as she pretended to be absolutely happy with everything at that moment. And the ruler himself looked genuinely happy, since for the first time he smiled in public without pretense. The only person who felt pain from this whole situation was the concubine, because she wanted to be in the place of the first wife. The girl could not stay in this hall, so she quickly ran away, which was noticed only by one of the aristocrats. The guy tried to call out to the concubine, but she didn't even pay any attention to him because of her emotions. And, apart from this young man, no one paid attention to why Aisha suddenly ran away. The ruler was so absorbed in the first empress that he did not want to see anyone else. And the heroine herself was a little offended by His Majesty, because in essence he cleverly deceived everyone around him. At some point, the lady thought that the guy would really kiss her, but he was just pretending in front of everyone. But now no one thought that the emperor and empress were simply playing at being a good married couple. Rebellia had to admit that Alex was right in his judgment, so she played along with him successfully. And at that moment, in her room, the concubine could not find a place for herself and was beating everything that came to her hand. The girl herself did not understand why she was doing this, because all her life in the palace the lady tried to take care of her things. However, now the concubine was in such a bad state that her hands were even shaking from worry. At some point, Miss realized that she had really seriously scattered things, although before that she had tried to keep things clean. Still shaking all over, the girl clasped her hands and whispered to herself that she shouldn't do this. Her hands, bloodied from the shrapnel, were no longer cute, something Miss never allowed herself to do. Pictures of Alex, whom she loved and with whom she wanted to continue living, flashed through Aisha's mind. The concubine knew perfectly well that, according to the plot, the emperor was supposed to belong to her and not to his first wife. This was the fate of the ruler in the original story of the book, which Aisha tried to live up to. According to the novel, Alex was supposed to consider his concubine to be the sweetest and most attractive woman in his life. And the girl herself loved his handsome majesty very much and wanted to be his only empress. But for some reason, this fairy tale was not destined to come true, which greatly upset the concubine. And all this is because of the first empress, who suddenly began to attract the attention of everyone around. As a result, the emperor began to resist his fate, and for some reason chose Rebellia instead of Aisha. It was very painful for the girl to remain completely alone because His Majesty did not choose her. So the lady tried her best to get rid of her rival in order to become the ruler's main force again. This is because, according to the original plot, the imperial palace was supposed to belong to Aisha, not Rebellia. The concubine understood that she was planning a crime, but she saw no other way out of this situation. Miss justified herself by saying that she was merely restoring the distorted justice of the original plot. In that case, according to the lady, Alex should have fallen in love with her, as was intended by the plot itself. A little later, the servants discussed rumors about how Rebellia rejected another gift from the emperor. They whispered that the empress had told the ruler straight to his face that she did not like his gift. Because of this, the lady began to appear more cruel among the gossips, because Alex cared for her. For them, the emperor was an example worthy of imitation, so the aristocrats loved him. One of the gossips said that Alex would soon have to cool off towards Rebellia because of her antics. But then the concubine entered the conversation and asked her interlocutors not to exaggerate everything so much. To this, the aristocrat said that Aisha was too kind and clarified this opinion with Duke Schwartz. However, the guy admitted that he was just listening to the dialogues, so he couldn't say anything, which surprised even his second wife. But the Duke remained just as quiet and collected, although they began to scold him for not participating in the dialogue. The young aristocrat was the most dissatisfied with the Duke's absence and showed it with her whole appearance. Then Schwartz suddenly asked if he should really scold Rebellia as the people here had done. The aristocrats immediately began to be indignant and asked why the guy was presenting their words in this way. But Aisha was deep in thought, watching such an unusual guest who had his own opinion on everything. Suddenly, Duke Norman announced that he had had enough and would go back to his place. The guy stated outright that this was not a place he would be happy to stay in any longer. He suddenly added, turning to the concubine, that he was telling her this because he was truly devoted to the girl. This confession made the second wife noticeably more cheerful, although up until then she had remained rather gloomy. Before leaving, Schwartz said that if you get close to black, you yourself will eventually turn black. Moreover, he believed that if you get close to bad people, they will lead you astray from the right path. The concubine smiled confusedly and thanked Norman for his kind words, although she did not understand what they meant. The guy looked at the lady, but ultimately said nothing and just really left, since he didn't want to be there anymore. As soon as the Duke closed the door behind him, the aristocrats exploded, expressing their indignation. Aisha only laughed at the general discontent, which she did not share, since she treated the guy well. From the original story of the novel, she knew that Schwartz was stubborn, but she didn't expect him to be that stubborn. In any case, the lady was going to deal with Norman's aloofness and stubbornness. The girl even thought that she could easily tame the Duke, just like her favorite cat. And Aisha needed this Duke in order to very effectively use both him and the guy's influence in the future. The next morning, the maids began to wake Rebellia up very early, but she still did not want to get up. However, the assistants did not stop asking the lady to read the new newspaper, so the miss rose discontentedly. Because she had just woken up, the girl looked disheveled. but she only became worried when she saw the servants' tear-stained eyes. She asked if the maids cried, but they said no, because they were not allowed to show their feelings during working hours. To prevent the lady from insisting on her opinion, the girls quickly asked her to read the newspaper again. Rebellia couldn't even imagine what would be said there, but she was already preparing for something clearly bad. Seeing that the newspaper printed a condemnation of her former slaves, the heroine's eyes flashed angrily. The assistant sadly informed the empress that there were a lot of such articles, and they could do nothing about it. Without answering for now, the first wife thought about what to do with this whole situation. Suddenly she heard a whiny note in the maid's voice, which surprised her greatly and distracted her from her thoughts. The assistant did not expect that the lady would ask again if she was crying now, since she was indeed emotional. In the end, all the girl could do was ask the lady for forgiveness for her behavior. Seeing him suffer, the heroine thought that it would be better if these servants did not take care of her with such sincerity. In fact, if it weren't for the concerns of her loved ones, the emperor's wife would have simply rejoiced at the newspaper condemnation. But for those who truly loved her, it was very hard to hear about this, which the lady could understand perfectly well. So she tried to explain to the maids that she was spreading rumors about herself in order to get a divorce sooner. To this, the girls responded almost in unison that they simply wanted their mistress to be happy in the end. When the lady heard these words, she felt happy and sad at the same time, as different memories came flooding back. In her past life, she didn't have any loved ones who could worry about her life like that, and her family didn't help either. Only now was Miss finally able to understand what it feels like to be told that she is loved. The heroine could only read about these emotions in numerous novels before, but she had never experienced them herself. But these pleasant words caused even more concern for the empress, because she did not want anyone to become attached to her. The girl tried to explain to her assistants that she could never be happy with His Majesty. The heroine was sure that the emperor did not love her at all, and that he was only interested in his sweet and modest second wife. Rebellia believed that the plot of the novel would remain unchanged, and that the ruler's actions now were just a whim. The fact that the main characters of this story were Aisha and Alex did not upset the girl at all, since she only wanted freedom. After hearing all this, one of the assistants suddenly said that she had a desire, which surprised the lady. The maid asked her mistress to leave the decision about the divorce if the emperor convinced her that he still loved her. The first empress did not expect that her assistant would start talking about this very thing, so she thought about it. In the end, she smiled and made a sacred oath that could not be broken that she would do just that. This made the girls very happy, and they even forgot for a moment about those evil newspapers that had blackened Rebellia's reputation. The heroine understood that the servants were so worried about her love because the emperor's former wife had strong feelings for him. The lady did not notice it at all, but at that moment a beautiful butterfly flew past her window and immediately moved on. The insect circled a little over the estate of the first empress, then flew to the second. And not in vain, since at that moment Aisha was talking to Selim, who was afraid of her interlocutor's speech. But the Duchess's frightened look did not stop the concubine, who came up with a new insidious plan. The girl herself was not at all afraid, and was even extremely pleased that she had managed to come up with something. But Selimon, after thinking a little, admitted that there is something that worries her very much. The woman said that if it suddenly became known that Aisha was spreading rumors about Rebellia, it could cause her great harm. But the girl laughed at these words and said that she was simply telling people the truth, not false rumors. The Duchess did not expect that the concubine would be so confident in her rightness and the correctness of her actions. At this point, Aisha stated that she was not the only one who knew that the first wife had brought slaves into the imperial palace. So the lady simply reminded the aristocrats of the information that everyone had somehow forgotten. Selimon understood that the concubine was going to spread all these gossips with her help. This made the woman feel uneasy, but the girl approached her and calmed her down, saying that she would definitely support her. It was for this reason that the concubine asked Selimon not to worry so much about any consequences. The Duchess herself understood that rumors often spread among people on their own. Aisha added that it was impossible for even the most powerful mage in the tower to predict what would happen in the future. Moreover, the second wife believed that the aristocrats would listen to the Duchess, who was well known in their circles. The girl's last tenacious gaze made the woman feel uneasy, but she obediently said that she supported her. Having made sure that she had completely achieved her goal, the concubine said goodbye to her ally for now. After which, the girl began to think about what else she could come up with to ruin the life of the first empress. According to the law of the empire, there were several ways in which the empress could be overthrown with certainty. And for Rebellia, the best option was that public opinion could turn against her completely. It was precisely this opportunity that the concubine, who was very angry with the emperor's first wife, wanted to take advantage of. She knew perfectly well that she couldn't do anything at the moment, but she was going to turn the aristocrats against her. The concubine could not wait for the moment when the whole world would be hers, including His Majesty. Aisha swore to herself that she would take everything from Rebellia and make the girl crawl at her feet from helplessness. After these words of the second wife, the butterfly flew away from her room and flew to its owner, who was waiting for it. Caleb praised the insect for her good work and asked her to quickly tell him everything she had heard. The magician had been specifically watching the concubine for a long time because he wanted to catch her cheating on his mistress. The boy noticed that the atmosphere among the maids was somehow very suspicious, so he decided to personally check what it was about the second empress that frightened the servants. And this time, Caleb resorted to the help of a butterfly, which could fly to almost any height and was also invisible. In the end, he realized that Aisha's sincerity was just a mask for the sake of achieving a goal, just like his. In his eyes, it was the first empress who was worthy of being near the emperor, and he wanted to be near her. Smashing the pieces of his magic in his fist, the boy wondered how he could properly use what he had learned. A few days later, Aisha held a ball, at which many aristocrats immediately noted her beauty. The girl tried to look as elegant and cute as possible on this important evening for her, so she complimented everyone who approached her with a smile. Some noble people even thanked their second wife for inviting them to the evening. Aisha was confident that she had succeeded in organizing this event, and the guests confirmed this. The concubine needed everyone to say that she was much better than the first empress. So the girl really hoped that this evening would be extremely successful and easy for her. It was also important to the lady that somewhere among the people, albeit a little at a distance, was Duke Schwartz. Miss secretly watched him while the guy ate and drank a little, trying not to talk to anyone in particular. His territory was very cold and filled with monsters, which is why Norman himself was shunned. This is because, even as a boy, the Duke stood out because of his white hair and red eyes. These were very rare colors for the Empire, so the boy began to be considered almost a monster like his mother. But when Aisha looked at the Duke, she thought only about how handsome and rich he was. In the end, the girl was the only person who supported Norman, while others looked on with condemnation. Aisha planned to continue to keep Schwartz on her side, but for now she began this evening. With a joyful smile, the concubine announced that she had prepared her own professional performance for everyone. The aristocrats did not expect anything like this, so they were surprised and therefore froze in anticipation. Meanwhile, the girl approached the piano and suddenly began to play melodies on it very beautifully. Almost all the noble ladies were impressed by the musical motif, and for some it even reminded them of pleasant love. But what surprised people most was that the second wife knew how to play an instrument, because this was not mentioned anywhere. Aisha, on the other hand, was completely confident in playing the piano, so she smiled contentedly and played partly with her eyes closed. In her world, due to her parents' influence, she studied at a music school since her childhood. So even though the girl hadn't practiced for several months, her fingers remembered everything perfectly. It was not the first time the concubine had to deal with organizing an evening, so she expected that she could handle everything. Moreover, although the banquet was somewhat modest, the reaction of the invited aristocrats was still good. Men and women were generous with compliments and clapping for Aisha, who played them a couple of tunes. The concubine smiled sweetly and said that she had prepared another melody for everyone, as she wanted to please them. Schwartz watched the lady with an inscrutable face and still believed that she could really be trusted. And Miss informed everyone that since the last song would be difficult, she needed accompaniment. One of the maids, who knew what to do, immediately began to tune the instrument so that it would play. But as soon as he connected it, suddenly it wasn't music that started pouring out, but the voice of the concubine herself. Aisha immediately understood which part of the dialogue the tuned instrument was somehow reproducing. The guests in the hall began to look around in bewilderment because they did not understand what was going on at all. They knew Duchess Celimone, with whom the concubine was talking on the recording, but they did not expect that the girls would plot. But Duke Schwartz immediately guessed what was going on, although until the very end he did not want to believe that it was true. The second empress did not understand how something like this could happen, and who recorded this dialogue between her and Selim. She looked at the instrument with horror in her eyes, feeling cold sweat running down her entire body. The longer the concubine sat in place, the more information the enchanted phonograph revealed. The assistants tried to turn it off, but for some reason they were completely unsuccessful, despite all their efforts. In the end, the girl could not bear this shame, and ran with all her might to the sounding instrument. As a result, right in front of everyone, without any ceremony, the second empress broke the phonograph. Right at that moment, the lady no longer cared what anyone thought of her, as it was more important for her to get rid of the recording. Only after this did the phonograph fall silent, and Aisha at least exhaled a little, but she still continued to be afraid. After this, the girl remembered that she was not alone in the hall, and therefore she looked around sharply, looking at the people around her. As the lady expected, all the aristocrats looked at her with anger and suspicion, as the girl had lost her trust. Realizing that there was little that could be done in this situation, Aisha tried to prove that she had simply been set up. Schwartz watched all this from the sidelines and had already managed to draw conclusions based on the evidence provided. As a result, the guy was noticeably angry with his second wife, whom he had trusted completely all this time. At this point, the concubine stated that not even a year had passed since she appeared here. Aisha insisted that she knew little about the empire when Norman suddenly interrupted her conversation. The concubine did not yet know that the Duke was no longer on her side, so she was very surprised by his opposition. And the guy, at that moment approaching the girl, asked if a year wasn't enough to get used to a new place. So Schwartz accused the concubine of not trying hard enough to learn everything. The aristocrats who heard the Duke's words were in complete agreement that Aisha had done her duty poorly. But the concubine did not despair yet, and therefore tried once again to influence her former friend. Only Norman managed to say that he used to believe in the lady's sincere soul, but no longer. The Duke was very angry with the girl because all this time she had been so cleverly deceiving him. He reported that it was impossible to fake the sound source on the phonograph, which frightened Aisha even more. However, the miss made a last attempt, asking whether the Duke really no longer believed her. At the same time, the concubine deliberately burst into tears, which she knew how to do very professionally and simply superbly. The girl tried to shed as bitter tears as possible, assuring that she could not betray her first wife. The concubine believed that the boy was susceptible to her tears, so he would now take her side. So Aisha did not stop crying in front of everyone in the hope that the Duke would change his mind and console her. But when the lady opened her eyes, to her horror, she saw that Norman was still looking at her with the same contempt. The Duke then declared that he could never trust the girl again, no matter how much she begged. He asked the crowd how they could deny the fact of the phonograph recording and believe the vile concubine. Aisha could not have expected such a turn of events, so she froze in place, not knowing what to do next. At this point, Norman apologized for spoiling the atmosphere of the evening and left, leaving the miss completely alone. In response, Aisha clenched her fist in rage, as she could not understand who exactly dared to change the recording. As if deliberately showing off in front of the girl, Caleb's magic butterfly flew through the hall, but no one looked at it. Everyone around was busy looking at the concubine with surprise and suspicion, not knowing what to think. Aisha herself could not understand who exactly had caused her so many terrible problems, disgracing her in front of everyone. And that man was Caleb, who only grinned mysteriously as he watched Aisha suffer. A little later, the assistants happily told Rebellia about what had happened, and she was very surprised. The first empress was not so much happy as she thought about who had helped her so much. She asked the maids this question, but they did not know such details, so they could not give an answer. But the lady couldn't think of a person who would be able to replace the magical record. To this, the servant said that it was not so important. The main thing was that this someone was on the side of the emperor's first wife. At that moment, suddenly one of the girls came from the main hall and said that the lady had a guest, although she was not expecting anyone. The assistant hinted to the lady that the guest was simply His Majesty. The first empress was not at all in the mood to see her husband right now, so she asked him to tell him that she was sleeping. This request greatly surprised the maid because it was essentially a lie for which she was not prepared. Then the ruler himself came out from behind the servant and said that he knew that the lady would say this, so he came himself. The heroine immediately asked if the guy didn't know that it was tactless to enter someone else's room like that. To this, Alex replied that lying to him was even worse, which Rebellia could not argue with since he was right about something. His Majesty extended his hand to the girl and said that he could not condemn her specifically for such a thing. At the same time, he smiled very sweetly at the lady, and this smile could melt many women's hearts. But the heroine herself only angrily clenched her palm, crossed in a closed pose, since she did not believe the emperor's words at all. However, Rebellia asked the maid to bring them some tea and leave them alone for now so that they could talk. Then the miss turned to the ruler, saying that he had come to her in time because the girl had just prepared the questions. The empress's words greatly interested the ruler, although he tried not to show that he was interested. When they sat down, the heroine immediately asked the guy who was to blame for replacing the magic recording at Aisha's event. Hearing the question, Alex thoughtfully said that he hadn't thought that the lady would be the first to ask about it. He said that he thought Rebellia would be interested in what punishment the concubine would receive, and the first wife said with a smile that she was also concerned about it. The guy was in no hurry to answer the lady's question, so he deliberately slowly placed the cup of tea on the table. Only after this did he say that a listening device had been discovered in Aisha's room, which had recorded her dialogue. This was the first time His Majesty had encountered something like this, since usually no one eavesdropped on imperial persons. Rebellia was much more surprised by the fact that, apart from this, nothing else could be found so far. However, the girl still thought that this whole story was not done by the hands of the emperor, which raised even more questions. Even the emperor himself, who knew all his subjects well enough, could not guess who disliked Aisha so much. Here he announced that the concubine's punishment would be a budget cut and a probationary period, and Rebellia expected something like that. But His Majesty suddenly asked for some reason whether what he had already come up with was enough, or whether Miss would adjust something. The heroine did not expect that the ruler would suddenly begin to consult with her on such issues. While Alex looked at the girl with the most innocent look of a person who really needed advice, the emperor's offer to increase the punishment was tempting, but Rebellia still asked to leave everything as it was. She explained that the actions of the second empress had, for the time being, saved her from having her reputation damaged. The ruler guessed that his first wife still hoped to divorce him, so he clenched his fist but said nothing to her. He suddenly announced that he was worried that the lady might suffer because of his decision, and this surprised her greatly. His Majesty explained that he did not mean physical harm at all, but rather the harm that could be inflicted on the lady's heart. These words made the heroine blush in embarrassment, as she could not help but react to such concern. Alex was sure that there was no person who did not care about public condemnation. Rebellia herself thought about this, because all the bad rumors concerned not only her, but also the servants, whom she did not want to involve. Just like in her previous life, she didn't want to show her weaknesses in this one either, so she pretended that everything was fine. However, the fear of lack of support still haunted the girl, no matter what she did. As if understanding this, Alex suddenly said that he hoped that in a bad moment, the lady would be able to ask for help. But the heroine herself absolutely did not understand why the empress suddenly spoke about her so caringly and sadly. This made her clench her fists on her knees, as she was not prepared for such sincere behavior from His Majesty. The lady had hardly heard such words in her entire life, so she could mistake them for sincere concern and blossom. But Rebellia herself believed that all the ruler's words were a complete lie, which hurt her. In her mind, the ruler was still a man who was only capable of tricks to achieve his goal. The heroine remembered very well how cruelly Alex turned away from his first wife in the original story. So right now the girl was very angry with the guy and asked why he hadn't paid attention to her all this time. Even after entering the body of the novel's main character, the lady herself remained a completely different person. She was still an ordinary employee from South Korea who received an average salary and lived all alone. But the girl found pleasure in reading various love stories, as well as watching TV series of the same genre. But if someone unfamiliar showed interest in her, the heroine immediately became scared and thought that he was some kind of abnormal. This is precisely how an ordinary employee in Korea was radically different from Rebellia from the romance novel, because the first empress wanted more than anything in the world to be loved by her own husband. And the heroine still did not understand how it was possible to love someone so much, especially Alex. Even the fact that the emperor suddenly kissed her did not prove to the girl that he felt anything for her. Therefore, the lady was very angry with the ruler because she believed that he was simply playing with her feelings once again. It seemed to Miss herself that everything she felt in response was the emotions of the past Rebellia, and not hers. She looked at His Majesty and really wanted to tear out of herself everything that she felt towards him. The guy tried to understand why the Empress was behaving so strangely, but he couldn't find the words to ask the question. For some reason, his first wife seemed extremely distant to him, even though she was sitting right now right across from him. More than anything in the world, Alex was afraid that the girl would finally lose trust in him, which was already insufficient. He clenched his hand tightly out of discontent and fear because he did not know what to do next. The ruler wanted Rebellia to show him the happy and sweet smile that she gave to others. Having seen such sincerity on the part of the girl, the emperor would from then on forgive her absolutely everything. But for some reason, the empress did not want to open up to him at all, which made Alex look at her thoughtfully. Rebellia looked back at the guy with confusion, who for some reason still hadn't said anything to her. The guy didn't understand whether he was so attached to his first wife only because she was very talented. If it was all for profit, then Alex could have uttered as many lies as he wanted, but it didn't work that way. Here, unexpectedly, the heroine was the first to speak and said that she wanted to clarify one of her phrases. But although the girl started to say something, she suddenly changed her mind and fell silent again. The emperor realized that when the lady's soul and body were not in order, she could do nothing for him. He decided for himself that this was the whole reason, so he was able to calm down a little as a result. However, Alex asked the lady for another chance, which she did not expect, since she had already decided not to trust her husband. However, the ruler insisted that if the empress trusted him one last time, he would not let her down. The guy seriously promised to give the lady everything she wanted if the miss could trust him. Rebellia looked at His Majesty with a confused expression on her face, because she didn't even know what to say in response. Alex suddenly admitted that the only thing he couldn't allow the girl to do was leave him alone. Having expressed all his thoughts, the ruler asked for the last time whether his first wife still wanted to leave him. And the heroine very confidently answered that, despite all the guy's words, she still wanted to divorce him. The girl told the ruler directly that the life she wanted to achieve was impossible next to him. His Majesty disliked the Empress's words so much that he could hardly contain his anger. And Rebellia confidently stated that she wants a quiet life, and her opinion will not change, no matter what the guy says. The emperor could not understand why the lady was so confident in her words, which only made him more nervous. But even seeing this, the heroine was not going to retreat, because she did not want to die in the end, as it was according to the plot of the novel. The girl understood that Alex would not lie, and that she would truly enjoy the riches in his company. But the problem was that she didn't need either wealth or influence. On the contrary, the lady tried to run away from all of this. Rebellia would like the people around her to value her for more than just money, but so far this has not been possible. Breaking away from her thoughts, Miss looked at Alex and saw that he was completely overwhelmed with emotions. She guessed that this happened because up until that moment, the emperor always got everything he wanted. But the girl did not want to lie to His Majesty, so she did not want to change her mind in front of him. Suddenly the boy stood up and asked if the Empress knew the meaning of the sacred oath, which is given very rarely. Miss immediately replied that if you break such an oath, then after death you will fall into a sea of fire and will not be able to get out. Then the guy said that the lady would understand the meaning of the words he said, which surprised the girl, as she did not expect this. Alex then confessed that no matter what happened between them, he made a sacred oath that he would not leave her. Rebellia immediately began to scold His Majesty for making such a serious promise without thinking at all. But Alex seriously stated that from now on she could only get rid of him if she killed him or died herself. The heroine would never have thought that an ordinary dialogue could lead to such unpredictable consequences. The lady knew how important sacred promises were in this world, which made her angry because she thought Alex had done something stupid. The Emperor himself explained that the oath was an oath because it could not be returned, so now he would not let his wife go. The Empress couldn't even object in response, although she was very much against this turn of events. A little later, Rebellia, in complete despondency and sadness, thought about what had happened between them just recently. The girl tried so hard to get a divorce all this time, but the guy eventually took an oath, which ruined all her plans. The heroine was so deep in thought that she didn't even notice how the maid came to her with news. The first wife noticed the assistant only when she said that she had come to ask about sponsorship. The heroine decided that she would also send money to the hospital, the library, and would also like to donate part of it to an orphanage. Miss knew that all aristocrats considered financial assistance to the poor a stupid idea, but she was not going to back down. So, for about half a year of her life in this world, she has been constantly making various donations. Rebellia had long since come to the conclusion that it was better to spend money not on empty luxury, but on something useful. While the lady was once again giving instructions regarding donations, the maid suddenly asked if something had happened between the wife and husband. Hearing this question, the girl froze in place, as it greatly tore her away from her own thoughts about business. However, the Empress did not dare to lie to the servant, and asked in response whether it was really so noticeable. As a result, the miss had to tell all the assistants what had happened, and they were surprised to learn that the ruler had taken a sacred oath. They suggested that the Emperor did this because he loved Rebellia, but she immediately rejected these words. The lady was sure that holding someone by force could not be called love, and the servants had nothing to say in response. Caleb thought most about the lady's words, although no matter what she said, he would still be on her side. And Rebellia realized that she really needed to change her original plan, because being a villain didn't help. She tried so hard to live a luxurious life, but it seems that in the end the Empire didn't even notice her efforts. But the lady still needed some way to divorce her husband that would not hurt everyone else. As a result, the girl came to the conclusion that she had no other normal choice but to run away. However, doing this without proper preparation was incredibly difficult due to the strong security of the palace. The lady understood perfectly well that she could not manage the escape alone, which meant she needed a reliable assistant. As the servants walked around the room, the miss realized that they needed someone who was not afraid of the Emperor's power and had his own wealth. Suddenly, one of the maids burst into the Empress's chambers, which frightened her quite a bit. The girl, out of breath from running so fast, could barely tell that an important guest had come to see the lady without an invitation. This guest turned out to be Duke Schwartz, but his motives for visiting his first wife were still unknown to anyone. But the heroine did not immediately find out who exactly had come to see her, since the maid did not have time to tell him about it. Only when confronted with the Empress's angry tone did the assistant explain that Norman Schwartz himself had visited their palace. This information greatly surprised the lady, since she certainly never expected him to visit her, since he was helping Aisha. The heroine immediately began to think about what exactly this unfamiliar guy from the north might need. She remembered that in the original story, the Duke was a minor character like Caleb. Miss might even say that in some moments the Duke's influence on the plot was stronger than that of the servant. One of the lady's closest servants immediately stated that Schwartz was close to his second wife, so his appearance was suspicious. Miss could not help but agree with her assistant's arguments, since she herself had already thought about a similar option. However, the heroine was greatly interested in the fact that, in the novel, Norman clearly did not visit Rebellia at this point. So, since the story began to differ, the Empress decided to get as much information as possible and invited a guest. The girl was interested in what Schwartz, who, as she believed, was not on her side at all, could tell her. A little later, when they met, the girl apologized for the fact that the guest had to wait for her. But the Duke himself did not respond to this. He only looked around with his red eyes at everyone present. When Norman met Caleb's gaze, the boy felt uncomfortable for some reason, and Schwartz himself suddenly stood up and politely greeted the first Empress, kissing her hand as a sign of respect. But no matter how hard the guy tried to be good to the lady, she still remembered that he was close to Aisha. Although Norman himself did not look aggressive or suspicious at the moment because he was behaving calmly. Rebellia cautiously began the conversation by asking whether this was the first time they had met the Duke in such a setting, and Schwartz honestly admitted to the girl that he personally had already seen her once a long time ago, although he had not spoken to her. The heroine didn't even know that the Duke was present at her wedding ceremony, but it didn't affect anything. In order not to drag out the dialogue any further, the Empress asked why exactly the concubine's loyal confidant was looking for her. In response, the guy asked if Rebellia really believed her words, but the girl had no reason to think otherwise. Then the boy explained with a sigh that, no matter which side he took, his coming here had nothing to do with Aisha. Then, turning more to the maid, Norman added that he had not come to visit to spy, and yet the assistant suspected him of doing just that. Hearing this, the heroine impatiently asked to tell why the Duke had visited her then, and Schwartz asked if the Empress had ever heard anything about the orphanage of St. Johanna. The lady herself could not understand what was being said just by listening, but the maid next to her immediately guessed everything. Noticing that her assistant was signaling to her about something, the heroine tried to remember what topics they had talked about recently. And the miss guessed that this is where she donated the money, after which the guy asked why such a large amount. This question greatly surprised the Emperor's first wife, because she had always sponsored the shelter without thinking about it at all. And Norman tried to find out why the lady had been allocating large sums of money for the existence of the shelter for a long time. To this, the miss replied warily that she increasingly did not understand the Duke's motives, and this made her worry. The guy realized that he had gone too far with his incomprehensible interrogation, so he asked for forgiveness for it. He said that he could not tell the whole truth until they were alone, because he did not want to talk in front of the servants. Caleb was immediately opposed to this idea, since he had no reason to trust the guest in any way. The boy tried to prove that it was very dangerous for the lady to be left alone with the Duke, because they did not know him. The magician confidently said that at least he had to be left next to the lady while she was talking. But the girl, after thinking a little, still asked absolutely all assistants to leave the room for a short while. The assistants tried to somehow reason with the Empress, but she made her decision and did not listen to anyone else. The lady informed the worried servants that if she needed anything, she would definitely call them all at once. Even Caleb had no right to say anything about this, so he just sadly lowered his head down, still worried. When everyone had left, Miss turned to Schwartz and asked him to tell her everything, since she had fulfilled his request. The Duke nodded obediently, since he could indeed now speak absolutely freely, and reported that he had an illegitimate child. The heroine expected to hear anything but this information, which was not even known in the novel itself. Because of this, the girl could not even resist and fully showed her emotions, as she was very surprised. Before the guy continued speaking, the lady asked him to wait a little, as she needed to process everything that had already been said. Norman took it calmly that Miss needed mental preparation, so he remained silent for a while. The heroine took a deep breath, but this did not give her any peace of mind, because it was difficult to accept the existence of the Duke's child. Schwartz himself behaved so naturally that it was clear that the guy was not lying about this at all. Finally, the Empress said that it was very unexpected, as Norman suddenly announced that his son's name was Ernst. The lady was surprised to notice that Norman was unsure, but assumed that those around him called him Ern. The Duke then admitted, although it was difficult for him, that he was not the official parent of his child. Miss only now realized that the Duke's son was in the very same orphanage where she had been donating money all this time. Schwartz confirmed that this was the reason he conducted a secret investigation into who was sponsoring the shelter. But the girl had no idea about Norman's secret, so she had no ulterior motives for this. Suddenly, the Empress became interested in why the Duke sent his son to an orphanage, and she decided to ask about it. The girl understood that she was somewhat overstepping the bounds of what was permitted. Curiosity was above all else. Norman himself understood that he did not look like the kind of person who would be able to easily abandon a child. Imagine the Mrs. surprise when the guy explained that this was the last will of his son's deceased mother. Schwartz himself would not want Ernst to be known as a monster because he lived in the Northern Territory with his father. So his mother asked her husband Norman to take their son as far away as possible so that no one would know about their relationship. She did so because she saw how hard life was for the Duke himself, who had been shunned and avoided since childhood. Schwartz himself lived with this stigma of being a monster all his life and did not want his own child to experience the same. The heroine could never have thought that someone would decide to send their son to an orphanage for such a reason. Even after carefully studying various newspapers, Miss had never come across anything like this, although aristocrats loved rumors. The Duke explained that he had no intention of abandoning Ernst to his fate and intended to give him a title when he grew up. He even tried to send money to the shelter personally, but recently he began to fear that he might be exposed. More and more people were asking questions about the mysterious sponsor of this particular shelter, and Norman became very worried that it might be revealed that Ernst was his child. It was during this difficult time for the Duke that a completely different sponsor for the shelter suddenly appeared. Having learned about this, the guy was incredibly happy, because now he didn't have to send money for at least some time. And even if he suddenly stops helping his son, thanks to the help of another person, his child will be able to grow up in a good environment. Rebellia listened attentively to the Duke's story and did not interrupt for now, since she was interested in where it would lead. And Schwartz added that at first he thought that Aisha was his sponsor, since all the traces led to the Imperial Palace. However, quite soon the boy, to his great surprise, discovered that the first Empress had taken care of his son. Seeing the Duke's sincere and so happy smile, the heroine was noticeably surprised because she did not expect such emotions. Norman said that he realized that the lady had no intention of using his secret, but was helping out of her own kindness. The Duke admitted that he was incredibly grateful to the Emperor's first wife for this and considered her a person worthy of respect. The heroine herself did not have time to understand when exactly their conversation had turned to something like this, because she did not want admirers. At the same time, the Emperor sat in his office, looking very gloomy, as if he had a presentiment that something was happening to his first wife. He recalled his recent words to the lady, during which he did and said everything he wanted. But even though the ruler tried to keep Rebellia close to him, she still seemed to move away. As a result, Alex felt as if he was being drawn deeper and deeper into an unpleasant and murky swamp. For some reason unknown to him, when the boy thought about the first Empress, his conscience began to torment him. The ruler did not understand whether he would ultimately regret what he did to the girl at his own will. His Majesty knew that things could have been different if Alex had initially shown the lady that he could be trusted instead of ignoring her. In fact, if the Emperor had immediately extended a helping hand to Rebellia when she was most confused, everything would have been different. Then the girl felt as she should and did not want to divorce her insensitive husband. But what gnawed at Alex most of all was that maybe then he would have been able to see the smile of the first Empress. No matter how hard the Emperor tried to convince himself that the girl was just a qualified specialist for him, it was useless. And at that moment, a concubine walked down the corridor to the ruler's office, barely audibly, because she wanted to talk. Aisha tried to dress as nicely as possible so as not to provoke His Majesty's wrath. But Alex still said quite sternly when he saw her that he didn't remember them agreeing to meet. To this, the second Empress said with a smile that she missed the Emperor very much, and that was why she came to the meeting. But the Emperor did not believe the girl's words at all, because he guessed the true reason for her arrival. Right now, His Majesty was even disgusted by such a hypocritical image of a lady who was trying to be nice. From his own experience, the guy knew that pretense was a very effective tool, but it was very annoying for him. Aisha always used a very calm and aristocratic manner of speech, proving to everyone that she could do nothing bad. But for some reason, the emperor was now much more comfortable with the hot-tempered and unbalanced Rebellia's manner of communication. So he asked Aisha quite abruptly what she wanted, and this greatly surprised the concubine. Noticing the confusion on the girl's face, Alex only felt more irritated, but still asked again. The second empress even clenched her hands out of excitement, but she still managed to regain her trembling voice and began to talk about her punishment. The ruler knew that the lady would ask about this decision of his, so he listened silently. He looked at the girl who was begging for mercy and thought that she was not living up to his expectations at all. So the guy repeated Aisha's words with a grin, asking if she really followed his will. His Majesty recalled the contract that they had signed together at the very beginning before their marriage. The second empress could not even imagine that her pleas for forgiveness could lead to such a thing. And the ruler, becoming increasingly angry, scolded his second wife because, despite her status as a saint from another world, she could do nothing else. Alex accused the girl of having to protect this place, but for some reason she couldn't even do that. Because of this, the emperor did not believe that Aisha had truly acted according to his will all this time. The guy could barely contain his emotions, although he understood that anger and fury would frighten the lady too much. Suddenly, after hearing all the curses, the concubine burst into tears, quickly covering her face with her hands. She said that although she was very bad, the ruler could not throw her out of the palace. His Majesty was surprised because only now did he finally realize how treacherous the concubine was. Aisha reminded that according to the law, it was impossible to divorce a saint, which she was. The girl knew perfectly well that this would be the case until the state religion of the empire changed. Alex clenched his fists in anger and despair because he knew that the second empress was right, and the concubine got so carried away that she even declared that she would never betray the emperor, unlike Rebellia. In response to this insolence, the ruler even smiled broadly and laughed loudly, albeit unkindly. Then he said that the concubine had become much bolder, but the girl did not understand what her husband meant. And then Alex explained that he did not want to waste his precious life on a second wife. Hearing this, the empress shuddered sharply from surprise and the horror that eventually overtook her. The girl's hands began to tremble involuntarily because she did not understand at all why her husband said such a thing. It took Aisha a few moments to realize that she was so afraid because the ruler was furious. While the lady looked at the guy with a frozen face, he said that there was a serious misunderstanding between them. The emperor then explained that the concubine could never in her life become better than the first empress. Miss couldn't believe her ears when she heard Alex confidently say that she would never move from that spot. Suddenly, the emperor's secretary burst into the room without even knocking, as he had urgent news. But when he saw that the gentleman was visiting a lady, the man froze uncertainly in place and fell silent. The assistant noticed that the atmosphere between the spouses was somehow very tense, which frightened him. However, the ruler, suddenly passing by the second empress, said that everything was absolutely fine. Aisha didn't expect that their quarrel would be just a waste of time for the emperor, while she was very worried. And the ruler had already completely switched over to the secretary, no longer wanting to talk about anything with the concubine. He tried hard and very successfully to pretend that nothing had happened, delving into the working affairs of the empire. But the second empress herself could not recover from the humiliation that Alex forced her to experience. As a result, the ruler left the room with the servant and left the lady completely alone, which showed even more disrespect for her. Because of this, the concubine felt such deep and dark emotions that she had never suspected in herself before. And at that moment, the secretary told the ruler that Duke Schwartz had come to visit Rebellia for some reason. He was quickly told other rumors that his first wife was left alone with Norman. Alex clenched his fist in displeasure at what he heard, as he didn't understand why the guy from the north behaved like that. The ruler knew that Schwartz was a close associate of the concubine, which aroused his strong suspicions. So the guy couldn't even hold back and clicked his tongue in displeasure, surprising his assistant who heard it. In the end, His Majesty had to explain that he really didn't like the fact that those two were alone for some reason. So he asked for the location of his first wife and suggested that they hurry to them. And Alex was in such a hurry that he arrived just in time to see something that struck him to the depths of his soul. The first Empress extended her hand to Schwartz, and he kissed it very tenderly, kneeling in front of the girl. At the same time, there was a slight blush on Norman's face, which indicated that he liked everything that was happening. This only made the Emperor even more angry, as he was jealous of Rebellia, although he could not admit it to himself. Suddenly the girl noticed that the ruler had somehow appeared nearby, and she was frightened by the surprise. Alex himself could not stand it, and quickly walked straight up to the lady and the Duke, who stood frozen, waiting for words from him. Even the assistants did not know what the angry Emperor would say now, and watched everything from the sidelines. And the ruler, trying to contain his emotions, said that it was not nice to kiss someone else's wife's hand like that. To this, the Duke replied that he did not expect this to confuse anyone, since in the Empire it was permissible to have affairs on the side. The heroine, who silently watched in complete shock as both guys for some reason began to argue over her. The most unexpected thing for her was the behavior of the Emperor, who was usually much calmer. The lady also could not understand what was wrong with the Duke, who was clearly deliberately provoking the ruler. The girl was about to intervene in this strange dialogue when His Majesty interrupted her again. He declared that their empire was indeed free, but all relations within it were secret. Norman didn't expect that Alex would suddenly manage to call him a country bumpkin who provoked someone else's husband to his face. But Schwartz had something to say in response, because he reminded the ruler of the presence of a concubine. Rebellia finally realized that it was pointless to get involved in their squabble, so she simply stood aside. The Emperor also mentioned Aisha, saying that her confidant could harm the reputation of his first wife. The Empress herself understood that her communication with the Duke could make many people wary. But then she was surprised to hear that Norman's voice was very calm, so she turned to him. And the guy said that all his actions towards Rebellia are sincere, so he will not denigrate her. Right now, in front of everyone, Schwartz suddenly admitted that the lady was his benefactor, so he now took her side. Then the guy apologized to the girl for coming uninvited and promised to contact her later, to which the Miss nodded. As a result of this short dialogue, the servants began to whisper about a love triangle between the masters. The heroine noticed that at that moment the Emperor wanted to say something to her, but for some reason he only silently turned away. And she herself had no desire to find out anything from the ruler, so she didn't ask any questions either. At this moment, a rather terrible picture was unfolding in one of the markets of another empire, all because one powerful man drove a poor woman with a small child into an alley. She tried her best to ask her son not to cry so that they would not be killed prematurely, but it did not help. Then the commoner heard that another man had approached the high priest, from whom she had fled. His words about a message from the saint distracted the man a little from his work, so he paused. The guy said that he would listen to the assistant later, because for now he needed to clean up here. After which Topaz began to slowly approach the woman whose husband had worked as a spy for his sacred organization for 6 months. The mother was very scared because a man who tried to stand up for her had just been killed in front of her. And the high priest himself, with stony calm, asked her not to waste anyone's time. He was interested in knowing the answers to his questions, so the guy even smiled affectionately at the spy's frightened wife. But the woman did not believe at all this false smile that the high priest put on his face. However, she was very worried about her son, so she decided to tell what she knew. As Topaz expected, this commoner admitted that she had known about her husband's work for quite some time. But when he asked where the spy lived, the child's mother screamed that she really didn't know anything about it. The woman said that she had always been against her husband's work, so he never really told her anything. Hearing this, the guy tilted his head to the side with curiosity, as he realized that the lady in front of him was not lying. So he turned away, saying that he had learned everything he needed to know, and the woman happily asked if she was now free. And Topaz confirmed that he was sending them into the arms of God, which shocked the poor commoner beyond belief. She begged the high priest to the last to spare her and her son, but it was all absolutely useless. In the end, All that was left of this family were pools of blood on the asphalt and rumors of cruel defenders of the sacred organization. Only after this did Topaz listen to the report from his assistant, who said that things were bad with the concubine. So the guy decided to go and help Aisha in her empire, since she couldn't cope with anything on her own. A few days later, the heroine was still lost in thought because she couldn't get the argument between Alex and Norman out of her head. Only a little later did it dawn on her that Schwartz could be the ideal person to help her escape. This guy was isolated since childhood because he lived in the north, where there were many monsters, and he was also rich, and Rebellia needed just such a person to finally escape from the Emperor, whom she did not trust. Besides, in the impassable northern territories, the ladies will never be found, even if they try. Miss also remembered that the Duke now had a motive to help her, since she was sponsoring the life of his child. But the girl found it difficult to come to terms with the fact that she would have to use such a good person. As much as Rebellia wanted a divorce, she knew she was just putting Schwartz in an awkward position. Although remembering his smile directed straight at her, the Empress understood that the guy would only be happy to help. So the heroine ordered herself to pull herself together and become as selfish as she had planned to be at the very beginning. So, trying to force herself to be a villain again, the lady invited the Duke to visit once again. The Emperor's first wife was aware of her actions and intended to be completely honest with Norman. Looking the guy over from head to toe, she noticed that he was not at all nervous, unlike her. And indeed, the Duke was now sitting with such a calm face, as if he was ready for absolutely anything. So the guy started the conversation first, telling the lady that he didn't expect her to contact him first, which made the girl flinch. But Schwartz did not want to reproach her for anything at all, but on the contrary, thanked her for the fact that Miss herself had ultimately invited him. These words made Rebellia even sadder, because she was just going to use the guy, so the heroine told him that there was no need for gratitude. But in response to the Empress's words that she simply needed him, Norman only blossomed into a smile. This visibly embarrassed the heroine, so she cleared her throat and asked if what the Duke had told her at their first meeting was true. And the guy, smiling, took a sacred oath, confirming the fact that he really had no intention of lying. Rebellia thought with displeasure that too many people around her had been making that oath to her lately. In any case, the lady came to the point and said that now that she had heard the Duke's story, she would like to tell her own. And Norman immediately nodded in response, adding that he would definitely listen carefully to everything that the Miss told him. At that moment, the Emperor sighed in his office so loudly that it could be heard even in the corridor. For some reason, no matter how hard the ruler tried, he could not concentrate on any of his work. Once again, Alex's servants worked quickly and already reported that Schwartz had visited his wife again. And the guy himself eventually managed to notice the silhouette of the Duke, who was heading towards the palace of the first Empress. And the Emperor was not at all pleased by the fact that these two were once again talking about something alone with each other. He clenched his fist as he remembered that it was especially unpleasant for Rebellia to even accidentally run into him. For the first time, the ruler clearly realized that the girl was inexorably moving away from him, no matter what he did. And yet, for some reason, the first Empress extended her hand to Norman and drew closer to him. Alex imagined all these pictures too clearly in his head, which made him feel morally ill. In the end, the ruler honestly admitted to himself that Rebellia was not the least bit interested in him. But for some reason, the girl gradually began to invite Duke Schwartz to meetings more and more often. The ruler didn't know, but right now the heroine managed to tell Norman that she wanted to divorce her husband. The lady declared that she was very anxious to leave the unbearable palace and crown, as well as all her duties as a wife. At the same time, the girl very carefully watched for any changes in the Duke's face, as she was afraid of his reaction. She even imagined that the guy would think she was crazy, when suddenly he asked if the Miss wanted to run away abroad. Noticing the surprise on the Empress's face, Schwartz explained that he had listened to her very seriously, since she herself had asked for it. This made Rebellia feel grateful towards the guy who suddenly supported her. And the Duke added that he was indeed ready to provide any assistance to the Empress if she needed it. The heroine couldn't stand it and said that she was simply using him, but Norman surprised the lady by answering that he himself understood this. Standing in the pose in which loyal soldiers saluted, Schwartz said that he wished to be the most useful tool for the mistress. Quite quickly, due to this visit from the Duke, rumors of a love triangle began to circulate among the servants again. But what bothered them most was that the Empress had become close to the Duke, whom many considered a monster. Caleb also heard all this gossip, and the boy only became sadder from their incredible amount. The magician didn't like that the assistants also dragged the Emperor into this story, since he disliked the ruler the most. Rebellia's most faithful servant, on the contrary, tried her best to console the girl and persuaded her not to pay attention to the rumors. The first Empress thanked her assistant in a reserved manner and said that she was completely fine. And indeed, no matter what they say about her now, the heroine confidently said that she doesn't care because she knows that it's not true. The maid became noticeably more cheerful when she discovered that her mistress was not at all concerned about the gossip around her. But in reality, deep down, Rebellia was horrified by what the servants around her were discussing. More than anything else, she was afraid that Alex would not like all these discussions that were going on throughout the aristocratic society. The lady sighed as she recalled that something similar had happened when everyone around her began to consider Caleb her lover. She had to sadly admit that this place was incredibly fond of any rumors that could be found. But right now, the girl was much more worried about Schwartz's words, who said that he would deal with some issues himself. However, the heroine still could not understand how the Duke could help her and not demand anything in return. The look with which Norman for some reason looked at her told the Empress that the guy was absolutely sincere. But she suddenly realized for herself that she was not yet so shameless as to take advantage of others. The lady accidentally whispered that it wasn't easy to become a villain, which the assistant heard and asked again. But Rebellia did not explain anything, but only asked with a smile whether all her things had been moved back to her palace. The maid said that everything was done, although not tidied up, but the lady still wanted to take a look for herself. Because Miss had been too wasteful until recently, she ended up with a huge pile of things. So in the end, to put everything in its place, it took a lot of time and help. However, Rebellia had done a good job of making a list of where each item should go, so there wasn't much work left. But as soon as the girl entered her palace, for some reason she discovered His Majesty inside. The guy said that his first wife's estate had become surprisingly lively, so he came to take a look. But the Empress still remained dissatisfied with the ruler's unexpected arrival on her own territory. Noticing his wife's emotions, the ruler reminded her that Schwartz was calmly walking around her chambers, but for some reason he suddenly couldn't. To the girl, it sounded as if the Emperor was jealous of her, but the lady did not believe that such a thing could be true. So the Miss carefully looked the guy over from head to toe, concluding that he really was irritable lately. In any case, Miss had no intention of indulging her husband's whims, so she said that Norman was a very pleasant conversationalist. She also added that the Duke was familiar with the rules of etiquette, which made it clear to the ruler that the Miss was hinting specifically at him. However, the guy was still too angry, so he told the girl behind her back that she shouldn't get close to pleasant interlocutors. Rebellia only chuckled at this, asking if the Emperor was worried that she might find herself a lover. His Majesty himself did not understand why he felt or did something just because of rumors about Schwartz, so he was surprised. But the heroine suddenly confidently declared that, contrary to all the rumors, the ruler need not worry about this at all. And then, with a sweet smile, the Empress announced that she was not at all interested in anyone's love. Alex wanted to say something, but the lady had already turned away from him as she needed to unpack her things. Walking between the huge piles of boxes, Miss did not notice how one of them accidentally swayed and began to fall down. At that moment, Rebellia stood right under the falling object with many of her things inside. The assistant, who quickly noticed this, shouted to the lady, but it was too late. The maid rushed forward anxiously, right to where her mistress had just stood, but because of the rising dust, nothing could be seen. But it turned out that everything was completely fine with the Empress, since she was saved just in time by Alex, who jumped to push her away. At the same time, the heroine herself was so scared that she could barely even remember to breathe. Suddenly she heard a soft voice that pulled her out of the abyss of fear, asking if she was okay. It was the emperor who spoke to her, still holding the girl in his arms, and decided to check how conscious she was. The lady tried to explain that everything was fine, when suddenly the ruler silently stood up and lifted her into his arms. The servants, who had managed to come running at the noise, saw off the couple with their mouths open as they continued to argue. In the end, the doctor reported that Rebellia had gotten off with only a slight fright, and the girl once again told the guy that he shouldn't have made such a fuss. But the emperor was still adamant and stood by his opinion because he was sure that he had done everything correctly. Alex asked excitedly what would have happened if it had turned out that the empress had actually suffered. The heroine did not expect that the ruler would be so sincerely worried about her injuries. She even clenched her hands, feeling how after these words her heart began to beat incredibly hard, as if it were frantic. And the old man who was examining the miss quickly came to the correct conclusion that it would be better for him personally to leave as soon as possible. And indeed, the first wife did not want to just stop the argument, so she said that everything was really fine, after which she added that the emperor had no need to worry about her condition since she had been examined. But for some reason, Alex didn't want to leave the girl, even though it was clear that she was really okay. Crossing his fingers, the guy admitted that no matter what the lady said, he couldn't help but worry. It was clear from the ruler's appearance that he was sincerely worried about everything that had happened and was afraid of something similar happening in the future. The heroine silently listened to Alex's confession that he would not want her to be hurt in the future. This time, the girl couldn't say that the guy was lying because she saw genuine despair in his golden eyes. The emperor looked like a man who had once lost something very precious to him. This is exactly the kind of person the heroine felt like almost her entire life when she lived in that world in Korea. From that moment on, the lady faced true despair for the first time and did not know how to help her. Miss remembered that Alex's story in the original story was not that long and detailed. He was almost at the very end of the list of successors to the throne, but still had to participate in the political struggle. So his mother often told her son that he should hide so well that he would never be found. This was a very wise decision because the ruler was getting old and therefore his successors began to fight for the throne. Alex's mother did everything possible at that time to somehow protect herself and her son. But this was not enough, and the boy accidentally became the first to find her body. But the death of the concubine was so indifferent to everyone that except for little Alex, no one felt the pain. The emperor's madness grew worse, causing the disorder in affairs to become greater and greater. As a result, the princes and princesses who wanted to take the throne in place of their sick father pointed swords at each other. Over time, there were very few candidates for the throne, and then suddenly Alex appeared. The boy had been building up his strength all this time since his mother's death, and had chosen the perfect time to attack the imperial palace. As a result, the guy quickly killed his father and took his place, becoming known as a cruel and merciless man. The heroine had never encountered anything like this, so she could not understand the ruler, only sympathize with him. Meanwhile, the concubine's maids were worried that their mistress never left the room. The girls weren't sure whether Aisha was eating at all or whether she was still lying quietly in her bed. All this happened because the second empress was torn apart from within by fears and doubts. The lady constantly heard various voices of aristocrats who, for some reason, discussed and ridiculed her. She had absolutely no idea why things had somehow turned out so badly for her in the end. The concubine blamed Rebellia with all her might for everything that happened to her, wishing that she would die someday. Just as the miss convinced herself that there was no one on her side, she suddenly heard the voice of the high priest. The girl jumped up and took her sacred stone in her hands, which actually served as a means of communication between knowledgeable people. Aisha couldn't believe that there was finally at least one familiar voice in her circle that was definitely on her side. But at the same time, the concubine managed to get scared because for some reason Topaz suddenly contacted her very abruptly. The guy replied that he did this because he had heard almost nothing from the girl lately. Barely containing her trembling from fear of the one speaking to her, Aisha lied that everything was fine with her. She announced that after removing the first empress, she would soon take her place. Suddenly, the high priest interrupted the girl and said that it was impossible to lie because it was a terrible sin. These words only frightened the already trembling lady even more, so that she froze in horror on the spot. Then Miss changed her tactics and said that she was very sorry because she did everything possible to succeed. But Topaz interrupted the lady and said that she should not make excuses. Besides, he had news for her. Only after this did the guy tell her that he was going to her empire right now to help her. The high priest had already come up with a plan according to which he would be in the palace as an important guest, and no one would drive him away. Just like Aisha, Topaz wanted to overthrow Rebellia and make the concubine the sole empress. The girl wanted this more than anything in the world, so she desperately asked if it was possible. And the high priest declared that God had long ago permitted the concubine to take the place of the emperor's first wife. Then the saint said that she now trusted only Topaz and would do whatever he told her. The guy smiled slyly at the girl's words and noted that she was not lying to him just now, which made the lady shudder. And Topaz at that moment asked the miss to prove the sincerity of her desire and conclude another contract with him. Literally the next morning, it became known that the first empress was secretly helping many poor people. The aristocrats, who were only too happy to discuss something like this, recalled more and more details of this story. They were divided into two camps, with the older generation questioning the need for such expenses, while the younger generation supported the lady. All these rumors were carefully observed by one of the emperor's assistants, who remembered them for him. Alex himself was extremely pleased that society had finally begun to say what he needed. However, the loyal subject was still worried about whether everything would ultimately be okay for the empress. But the emperor was confident that Rebellia would not begin to oppose him because she would be afraid for the common people. He had plenty of evidence in his hands that his first wife was generous to the weak and would not say anything about using her name for the foundation. Moreover, the ruler planned to strengthen the girl's reputation by revealing the fact of her donations. Rebellia, when she heard everything, immediately guessed that Alex was simply trying to prevent her from leaving him with these gossips. The assistant did not understand what the lady was talking about, and she hastened to assure that she had just been talking to herself. Although the lady refused the idea of ruining her reputation, she also did not need an increase in support. Until now, the heroine continued to worry about what would happen to the people who loved her when she disappeared. But at the moment, the girl had too many other concerns, so she hardly thought about it. Here, the assistant distracted the empress from her thoughts and asked how she would deal with Duke Blanche and his son. Only now did Rebellia remember that for some reason, a family from this world had decided to visit her for the first time and asked a servant to help her with her outfit. Therefore, quite soon, the heroine was able to come to a meeting with her father and brother, whom she actually saw for the first time. The man and the boy thanked the lady for accepting them, and she responded by saying that she couldn't do otherwise because they were family. These words came easily to the heroine, despite the fact that, while in this world, she had not been the same Rebellia for a long time. The Duke, clearly happy that the girl had greeted him well, began to talk about how much he had missed her. But the Empress remembered very well that Blanchet had not come to see her for about 3 years. Moreover, in the original story, these people had so little influence on the plot that they did not appear at all. So the heroine only knew that this family had been quite rich and powerful several generations ago. She was afraid that it would be difficult for her to pretend to be Rebellia in front of her relatives, but they didn't even know her past. Here the guy stated that he was afraid that his sister would misunderstand the reason why they had not visited her all this time. The first Empress immediately seized upon these words of the Count, but he hesitated and could not explain anything. However, the father entered into the dialogue at exactly that moment, thereby saving his son from any explanations. The girl was surprised when she heard the Duke mention her improved relationship with the Emperor. She suddenly realized what kind of person was sitting in front of her right now, because she was well acquainted with him. The people who came to Rebellia now were somehow complete copies of the heroine's family from her past world. Having discovered this similarity, which was unpleasant for her, the Empress rather rudely asked her father and brother what they wanted to tell her. Blanchette was even glad to get straight to the point, although he had not expected his daughter to suddenly turn out to be so straightforward. As the lady expected, the Duke began to talk about how the situation in their family had become very difficult, which she did not believe at all. While the man was talking about his problems, the Miss remembered how her real father had told her almost the same thing in another world. The heroine still experienced painful emotions when her father asked her for money, reminding her that she was his daughter. However, now the girl managed to keep her face in front of the next beggars in her not very prosperous life. The Duke tried to make it look as if he was not asking the Empress for money, but to become a more generous lady. At the end of his vile speech, Blanchett smiled and asked his daughter not to forget about their family because she was a part of it. After this, Rebellia could not stand it any longer and, in anger, poured tea right on her relatives, shouting that they had once sold her. But now these people dared to come to her and ask for money, assuring her that they love her and want only the best for her. The brother immediately began to excitedly convince his sister that all his and his father's actions were only for her sake. But the lady had already risen from her seat and headed for the door, declaring that she did not care what became of their lands. Blanchett could not believe that he was hearing these words from his own daughter, since he had expected to receive money from her. And the heroine calmly stated that she was no longer part of their family, so they would not get anything from her. After this, the lady practically ran out of the room as memories of the past began to cause her great pain. The girl had tried for so long to forget everything that had happened to her, but those two again reminded her of everything that had happened once. Rebellia tried her best to remind herself that the Duke and his son were not her real family at all. But in her head, exactly the same relatives kept popping up, pretending to be worried when they wanted something from her. The only thing was that Miss couldn't understand why she was in so much pain, if in fact she could logically put everything in its place. The heroine convinced herself that only when she reached her room would she finally allow herself to fall into bed and cry bitterly. It so happened that at that very moment, the Emperor was looking out the window, since it helped him think better about business. Suddenly he saw the silhouette of his first wife very clearly and immediately began to follow her with interest. Imagine the guy's surprise when he noticed that for some reason there were tears in the girl's eyes. His Majesty had encountered something like this from Rebellia for the first time in a long time, so he even froze in place in indecision. The ruler instantly abandoned all his affairs and rushed to the room of the first Empress, guessing that he would find her there. True, having run to the place, Alex simply stopped in the middle of the lady's chambers, since he had a hard time understanding what to do next. As he thought, the Miss was indeed sitting on her bed and crying bitterly into her pillow, covering her face from her husband who had come to her. So Alex very gently came up and sat down next to his wife, asking for forgiveness, because he didn't know that she had such a bad relationship with her family. The heroine, who had completely given herself over to negative emotions, did not expect that the guy would suddenly say that he blamed himself for the fact that he was not there. The Emperor, however, said rather detachedly that it seemed to him that everyone considered family to be precious, and so he thought that the same was true for Miss. The ruler himself could not understand the feelings of everyone else, since he himself essentially never had a real and loving family. Suddenly, the Empress interrupted the guy's monologue and asked why he chose her as his wife and not someone else in the Empire. After thinking for a while, His Majesty decided to tell the truth and said that he did it so that his power would be recognized. He said that he was not even the crown prince, although he was one of the many relatives of the former emperor. Then Rebellia, with tear-stained eyes, said that everything should be fine now because no one would speak out against Alex. The ruler didn't expect the girl to suddenly say something like that, so he stared at her in confusion, wondering what to answer. Alex quickly guessed that the lady was leading him to let her go and take the concubine as empress in the place of the Miss. And indeed, Rebellia once again reminded that it was Aisha who was considered a saint by everyone because of her appearance from another world. While the heroine was going to remain silent about her origins, saying that she was just a girl from a poor family. But to this, His Majesty stated with absolute confidence that only she and no one else could be his empress. The guy moved his hand towards the lady and admitted that 3 years ago he really did choose her only as a tool, but now he regrets it. The heroine could not believe that Alex admitted that he had treated her all this time in a way that she did not deserve. And the Emperor suddenly ended his dialogue by saying that he was very glad that it was Rebellia who ended up being his wife. His Majesty expressed all his thoughts to the girl for the first time, although he understood how shameless and stupid they could sound. Miss could not understand why it was the ruler who said all these words, and because of this she herself was unable to answer anything. All this time the girl dreamed of hearing something similar from her own father, but he only expressed reproaches to her. So the heroine silently endured and only mentally hoped that someday at least someone would sincerely support her. And so, for some reason, it was the selfish and hypocritical Alex who extended his hand to the lady for her sake and not for his. Rebellia couldn't help but recognize the truth in the guy's words, which only made her more confused about everything that was happening. Her thoughts were in disarray also because the heroine knew that Alex was not supposed to be with her at all, but with Aisha. Since the lady had been silent for quite some time, His Majesty decided to speak again first, when he suddenly noticed something. Salty and hot tears slid down the Empress's face in very small but fast drops. No longer able to contain her emotions, Rebellia cried and whispered that more than anything in the world she hated the Emperor for his confessions to her. Without saying a word, Alex simply hugged the lady, who was still asking him why exactly he said those words to her. As a result, in her husband's arms, the girl very quickly calmed down and almost calmed down, since his consolations had an effect on her. And at that moment, His Majesty himself felt incredible sadness because he believed that it was he who had brought his wife to this state. The ruler's apology caused a new wave of emotions in the Empress, so she burst into tears again, not caring how she looked. The lady admitted to herself that she was very tired of constantly pretending to be strong, so now she finally felt good. A few minutes later, due to the excess of emotions, Rebellia fell asleep, and Alex laid her on the bed, carefully covering her. The ruler sat anxiously next to his wife for some time and carefully watched any sighs she made in her sleep. Knowing that the girl would not answer him right now, the Emperor still whispered and asked if his words really caused such pain. However, Miss was still sleeping soundly and without waking up because she was very tired after everything that had happened. Looking at the Empress's sweet sleeping face, Alex couldn't help but think sadly about why she was crying so much. So right now the Emperor, out of incredible anger, was on fire with the decision to get rid of the lady's main problems forever. To do this, he stood up as quietly as possible and left Rebellia's room, leaving her alone for the moment. The ruler had an important task before him, and he ordered the girl's family to be escorted out of the imperial palace. Duke Blanchet tried to reason with the soldiers, declaring that he was, in fact, a relative of the very first Empress. He suddenly became very scared when he heard Alex's words about how it was because of this connection that they were simply being driven away. The Emperor still had Rebellia's tear-stained face before his eyes, causing his heart to clench with pain and worry. So he stated in the most stern and menacing manner that he demanded that the Duke leave his daughter alone forever if he wanted to live. The next morning, the High Priest finally arrived at the Imperial Palace and was greeted with courtesy almost immediately. The boy thanked the Emperor with a smile for such a warm welcome and said that he didn't even know what he could have done to deserve it. To this, the ruler replied that since such an important guest had arrived to see him, he simply could not help but greet him personally. Among all the people present at this meeting, only Rebellia looked around nervously, as she knew little about the new man. She looked attentively at the concubine, but as luck would have it, she did not show any emotions that would have helped the lady in any way. In the parts of the novel that the heroine had once read, the High Priest had never appeared anywhere, so she didn't know what to expect from him. Moreover, she had absolutely no idea how he felt about Aisha, which greatly strained the first Empress. Those who moved from one world, like the second Empress, to another necessarily underwent training from such priests. Only Rebellia could not say for sure whether Topaz was the concubine's teacher or a closer guardian. And from the guy's constantly smiling face, it was hard to tell much because he clearly knew how to behave in high society. A little later, the maids began to discuss among themselves the appearance of the High Priest because he seemed handsome to them. Even the other assistants couldn't help but notice that the new guest was extremely polite to him, although this was not at all necessary. The only person who wasn't thrilled with Topaz was Aisha, who tried to leave him alone. But the guy detained the second empress and asked her to tell him why things were going so badly for the lady. The concubine shuddered in fear, although she had expected something like this to happen, so she would have to speak. She turned sharply to Topaz and asked if he hadn't come to the palace because he already knew everything from the start. To this, the boy replied that he could not fully understand what he had not seen personally, and this made Aisha even more worried. And the high priest suddenly came up close to the saint and once again demanded that she tell him everything in detail. Miss waited until the last minute because she knew that all the details of her life in the last months would not please the mentor. Nevertheless, the lady obediently recounted all of Rebellia's tricks, which she ultimately could not combat. At the end of Aisha's story, Topaz asked if she hadn't done anything until now, which greatly frightened the girl. But as soon as the concubine tried to justify herself, the high priest suddenly struck her on the cheek, forcing her to shut up. Aisha hadn't expected anything like this, and so she felt very hurt by how much her cheek now stung. Topaz, with a sweet smile, asked the girl to continue her story about what had happened without him. Finally, in a trembling voice, the second empress said that she had tried to deprive Rebellia of such influence by organizing parties. This time, the high priest waited patiently for his ward to finally finish speaking so he could continue punishing her. And this time, the concubine couldn't even stay on her feet from the blow and fell to the floor, although she held back the tears that were bursting out. Only after this did the mentor suddenly grab the miss by the face, after which he turned her towards him so that she would look at him. He whispered with feigned sadness that the lady's face was a rare weapon, so it couldn't be ruined like that. So, by using his power, Topaz healed in a second all the abrasions that he himself had managed to inflict during the blows. The high priest stated that she had yet to become empress, even if Aisha seemed pathetic and stupid now. However, the guy was forced to admit that he did not expect his ward to have such a strong talent for pushing others away. The concubine was forced to listen to all this in silence, and only her clenched hands showed how much she did not like these words. The mentor suddenly declared that he was nobly ready to help even such a pitiful girl as the one who was in front of him. He extended his hand to Aisha and offered to sign a new contract, the price of which would be the complete destruction of the soul. The second empress repeated these words with fear, because she understood that they did not mean anything good. But Topaz convinced the lady that she had no reason to worry, because as long as she lived here, she would be able to enjoy happiness and luxury. The high priest reminded the miss that only in this way could everything in the empire finally become hers alone. And the concubine really wanted this more than anything in the world, although she still doubted it. Only Topaz looked at the girl with his inhuman eyes and asked if she really wanted to go to God. Aisha absolutely did not want this, since she did not want to lose to Rebellia and give her the title of empress. So, although her heart was heavy, the concubine agreed to enter into another contract with her mentor. In return, Miss asked him to make her the first empress because she didn't need anything else. In response, the high priest laughed contentedly, since he had so easily obtained what he desired most in the world. And then, with the same devilish smile, the guy said that God would definitely fulfill the request of the saint who tried so hard for him. The concubine, as she was again overcome with fear, tried not to look in the direction of her mentor at all. The next morning, Rebellia looked out the window with displeasure at the beautiful weather and happy people walking around everywhere. All this suggested to the lady that the summer season had begun, and therefore, she had not been able to divorce the emperor for a year. Initially, the girl planned to gain freedom in just 3 months, but too many things went wrong. So she was now forced to participate in the banquet in honor of the summer season, which was held by the imperial family. Although the heroine understood that she had no reason to help with the preparations, she could not remain on the sidelines. Rebellia felt this way, in part, because she felt as if she now owed the ruler a little for his help. True, remorse about the fact that the empress had once planned to be a villain still did not leave her. As a result, the lady was so overworked that she decided to get some fresh air and have a good rest during a walk. So the emperor's first wife, even without servants, went out into the beautiful imperial garden, which was carefully looked after. As soon as the heroine found herself in the midst of all this beauty and the fresh air, she really did feel better. While Rebellia was sitting quietly and not bothering anyone, someone suddenly approached her, although the lady had no desire to communicate with anyone. This person turned out to be Aisha, accompanied by Topaz, and the girl asked if the first wife was really all alone here. To this, the empress replied that she had simply decided to rest, and so for now she had gone away from everyone around her. While the concubine was answering her, Rebellia watched the high priest with all her eyes, since she did not know him. And the guy greeted the girl according to the etiquette of the empire, showing with his whole appearance how polite and smart he was. At the same time, with a smile on his face, he said that he just wanted to personally meet the lady who became the emperor's first wife. The heroine could not hide her surprise that Topaz admitted that he wanted to talk because she wanted the same thing. The high priest suddenly stated that he was greatly impressed by how Miss loved her people and helped them. While the guy was talking to Rebellia, Aisha was somewhat absent, as she was remembering the previous evening. It was then that she first heard the words about the possessed from her mentor, and she immediately asked what it meant, and Topaz explained that, unlike Aisha, Rebellia could only have her soul swapped, which was called possession. But the concubine could not believe that such a thing could be true and expressed her doubts. The high priest understood perfectly well why his ward did not believe him, because such things were extremely rare. He explained with a smile that such a situation had indeed never been recorded in their world. But the guy warned the lady that this did not mean that such a thing was impossible, and these words scared the girl. She looked at her mentor with horror, as she was forced to admit that there was a lot of sense in his words. At that moment, Topaz spread his arms out to the sides and said that creatures like him and Aisha live peacefully in this world. So now, remembering all this, the concubine clenched her hands as she tried to hide her excitement in front of Rebellia. The second empress herself would never have thought that her rival came from another world just like her. Moreover, the emperor's first wife looked very ordinary for someone who had managed to pass from one world to another. However, heavy thoughts did not leave the concubine, because of which she even forgot that she needed to look after her face. As a result, the heroine noticed that something incomprehensible was happening to Aisha again, and even stopped pretending to laugh. The lady couldn't understand why the atmosphere around the concubine had become so strange, because there was nothing to indicate this. She continued to stare at the emperor's second wife, but it was as if she had completely closed herself off from the miss and was not letting anyone understand anything. This made Rebellia very uneasy, although she could not explain the reasons to herself, so the lady decided to try to talk to her rival. Suddenly, at this moment, the mentor intervened in the conversation, joyfully stating that Rebellia had changed a lot a year ago. These words made the first empress freeze in place in surprise, as she was not prepared for such an attack. And Topaz continued his interrogation and said that the girl's tastes and habits had suddenly changed for some reason. Smiling even wider, the high priest finished his speech by saying that the lady seemed to have somehow become a completely different person. The conclusion so easily drawn by Topaz greatly frightened Rebellia, since no one had ever suspected her of such a thing before. The girl tried to at least say something in her defense, so as not to just stand there while she was being attacked. Miss was suddenly distracted from defending herself by Alex, who appeared behind her and said that he had been looking everywhere for a long time. Noticing what a company had formed, the emperor said that they had done wrong in gathering without him. While the ruler was speaking, he deftly and imperceptibly placed his hand on the shoulder of the first empress, who did not even have time to object. His Majesty, with a good-natured smile, asked everyone present what they had been talking about without him. The heroine could not understand why Alex suddenly appeared so suddenly, because he always had something to do at this time. However, looking at the guy's face, the girl suddenly discovered that for some reason she felt much calmer than she had before. But the miss did not stand like that for long, because under the watchful gaze of the high priest, she began to try to throw off her husband's hand. Because of this, no one noticed how Topaz's eyes sparkled inhumanly again, and he continued to smile. A little later, Alex suddenly said that he felt like the guest was causing trouble for his wife, which surprised Rebellia. She looked at the Emperor in confusion, as she had originally thought that Topaz was an important diplomatic guest. The High Priest himself suddenly grinned and replied that he had indeed been too clingy to the tired man. The first Empress still did not really understand what was happening around her and how she should react to it all. Suddenly, His Majesty interrupted the girl who was trying to say something, and she obediently fell silent. The Emperor suddenly, with a clearly worried face, told the lady that she really had better go inside to rest there. While saying these words, the ruler looked at the Empress with such a warning look that she even agreed with him without objection. To play along with Alex, Rebellia smiled sweetly and said that her husband was once again absolutely right. The Emperor said that he would escort the miss to the room, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed how closely the High Priest was watching him. Topaz then turned his gaze to the saint,